Good morning and welcome to Johnson Valley, California. I am Miles Hasselquist. This is day number 2 for the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Hammers, presented by Nitto Tires, powered by Optima Batteries. Today is the big race for the Liquid Moly King of the Motos. It is a 3-lap race, land rush start up at Chocolate Thunder. Lap number 1 is 14 miles, lap number 2 is 17, lap 3 is 10. It gets harder as they go. 41 miles of some of the toughest trails we could find here at the Hammers. So let's see who's going to be the king of the motos. But first, let's check out Chocolate Thunder with race director Justin Lineweber, Brian Pierce, and Chris Johnson.
Hey everybody, Justin Lineweber here, King of the Motos race director, out here on Sunday's start. Joining me are announcers Chris Johnson, Brian Pierce, checking out Chocolate Thunder. We're going to have a land rush start here and heading straight up Chocolate Thunder.
With the land rush style start that you were talking about, what we are standing in is a bunch of very fine sand, but they are then going to some very fine built rocks. Like, what is it like for these guys to have to start in such deep sand to then rush into all of the rocks that starts off Chocolate Thunder?
It makes it exciting, for
yes?
sure.
Okay.
It's kind of, everybody knows that this is where we're going to start, so they can come out here and start picking out where they're going to head from here and aim at which rock they're going to aim at. So it makes it cool and exciting.
One of the toughest things, though, is running into bottlenecks. A lot of times if you're hauling bananas coming up the canyon here, and all of a sudden you got 10 bikes all spread out in front of you, what's the best way to come around?
So that's where the guys so we're going to have 30 wide here, and that's what they're looking at when they head that way. They're, the guy on the downside, he's going to be looking like, well, I'm going to hop in the rocks right away and get rid of that bottleneck. And the guy on the outside, he's going to go way wide and try to stay wide as possible just to stay around that bottleneck you're talking about.
Okay, so we're talking about the bottlenecks and racers and riders wanting to get out front, but where are they headed from here? What should they expect after Chocolate Thunder?
So we cross a big valley in the back. It's about, half-mile long valley crossing right after the top of this. And then they're going to hop back into some more hammer trails. So Jackhammer North, they got a crossover. They're coming down Bender Alley, Wrecking Ball, and then you get into some exciting new trail I've made. We can't really get there to film in it today, but you're going to get to see it drone footage come race day. So
awesome.
I call it, choose your own adventure, because it's a canyon full of rocks just like this. And there's a bunch of different lines. All of them are makeable, and it's going to be really exciting racing because, you got one guy struggling a little bit here and one guy struggling a little bit there, but it's still a lot of lines. So from there, they go into some of our more familiar trails all the way out to Spooners and Outer Limits. I made a new drop into Spooners. It's pretty exciting. All the way out the backside, they're going to come up Downtown, which is a car trail that's only been done a few times, so it's not 2-track, and it really hasn't ever been raced before, so it's a pretty nice canyon. Back up to Fissure, Jackhammer, and then they'll come down, and they'll be coming down the finish here right back into Chocolate Thunder. Get ready for lap 2 and 3.
Well, good morning, everybody. Chris Johnson here with Brian Pierce, and we'll be in the booth doing our best job of trying to commentate for everything.
Absolutely.
But we have our opening ceremonies coming up. It's recorded, but the Camels are over there in Johnson Valley at the Desert MC Classic. But I'd like to introduce our national anthem singer and Rhiannon Camo from Idaho. Well, they're making their home down Southern California. No, in Arizona now.
Well.
That's right. So anyway, well, back to that. It's my honor to introduce Rhiannon Camo for our American national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free
man, that was so awesome to hear. But, Chris, we were talking about the weather that came in yesterday. We did get a little bit more rain in today. You asked me, who do I think is going to come out on top? We had a discussion about that. So what do you think is more important right now? Do you think we should cover the weather a little bit, or how we think Cody Webb winning yesterday could translate into a win today?
It is our job to cover everything as much as we can, Brian.
I love it. Well,
Okay.
Where do you want to start? Let's do this.
Well, I really like Cody Webb yesterday, and his attitude is top-notch right now. Trystan Hart coming off of 2 months of just kind of cruising around. I tell you what, Cody has been working really, really hard. He's hungry again. He wants to get his 6th King of the Motos win.
That's awesome to see. So,
Yep.
look, we've got just came off the screen. When we get that back up there, we'll go ahead and talk about that. But we were talking about the weather. So with the weather yesterday, we actually did get quite a lot of rain. Luckily enough, we did have a racer come in who was still on course when that rain was coming in, mentioning how the dirt was starting to tack up, starting to get a little bit more traction. But then, unfortunately, because of the granite rocks out here, the rocks started to get a little bit more slick. So that's going to be something that it looks like they're going to have a little bit more traction today. But again, how slick are the rocks out there from all that rain that we received yesterday and this morning?
The moisture is retained, so it's going to be transferring to the rocks. It's going to be slick as snot out there.
Yeah,
it really
it is. Well, go ahead. Tell us our top 10 from yesterday. Let's see what we got up there.
Well, there it is. Cody Webb took the win, of course. Trystan Hart coming in second. Now, Trystan was right on Cody's tail end, but he could not catch up or get by him. Ryder LeBlond, he got podium last year, made another podium, and he's teammate of Colton Haaker, who come in 6th. Will Riordan coming to 4th spot. Cooper Rabbit coming 5th. Daniel Lewis after Colton Haaker coming 8th place. James Flynn, 7th place. James Flynn from Arizona coming 8th place. 9th place, Brandon Petrie. And then Spencer Wilton, who's a newcomer to the pro level, coming in 10th. So good crop of pro riders coming out to the field. And
All right. We're 11 through 20. Keep it going, Chris. You got
Okay.
the juice right now.
I guess so. Coelho Huddy coming in 11th. Gage Key in 12th. Quinn Winsell coming in 13th. 14th, Ryder Guest. 14th, Dylan Santoro. 15th, Ryler Bender. Jared Lambie. Hayden Moza. Brandon Bird. And Thomas Bodrovics.
What's great and awesome to see, so those 20 riders we just read out loud are going to be in the first row, right? So they're going to have 2 minutes between the rows that are going to go out this morning when we start at Chocolate Thunder, but they are not going to be time corrected. Yesterday they were time corrected. Today they will not be. So that is why yesterday's race was so important for those pro riders. And you made a great highlight from yesterday is that we have 2 A-class riders there that made it to that first row.
Keep tabs on the 131 of Riley Bender on a Sherco, and keep tabs on 316 of Brandon Bird on a Gas, both making the top 20 in the A class.
So now you can see those rows there on screen. They're going to be letting those off minutes apart. But look at the dirt right now. Last year it was extremely dry and extremely silty, where it was very hard for those guys to get a lot of traction to get into the rocks. But right now it looks like that land rush style start could be a little bit different than it was last year heading into those rocks. And I wonder, how slick are they?
150 riders made the list to be able to race today here at the Liquid Moly 2024 King of the Motos. And we're about 2 minutes out right now. A little bit of two-stroke smoke blowing up there. Now, Brian and I went through the list. There was only 2 4-strokes in this entire field yesterday.
And do you think that's because they opened up a 4-stroke class, or just because that those are the bikes that those guys are riding and they're excited to come out here for hard enduro?
Well, if you remember last year, we did have a couple of 4-strokes in the mix. But both of them didn't finish because it was extremely hot last year compared to this year.
Yeah, that's true.
This year, we're looking at 52 degrees today, maybe an occasional sprinkle here and there. So it's actually ideal weather conditions for our riders today.
Yeah, so the 4-strokes, they just run a little bit more hot. They're a lot heavier when it comes to the rotational mass that you're really wanting to have here when you're riding kind of hard enduro. And at the same time, too, the way that they deliver power is a little bit different than a 2-stroke. And since you're wanting to ride your motorcycle more like you would a trials bike, a 2-stroke just plays a lot nicer when it comes to hard enduro. So that's just why we see so many more two-strokes out here. Let's call that 99.9% of the bikes that we see out here are two-strokes. And Liqui-Moly, such a cool arch to see that they are our title sponsor this year for the 2024 King of the Motos.
Glad to have them come on board. I see them all over the place. Now, Liqui-Moly also is the main sponsor for the beta.
Look at that, guys. So it doesn't look like the rock. Oh, we've already got some guys losing a little bit of momentum there, but at the same time, there are quite a few guys that saw their line, and they are making it up. But you can tell those rocks are slick from the rain that came down yesterday and from this morning. Such a cool drone footage. That's one of those first-person drones that you would use in a drone racing league that they have out there getting us this epic footage. Look at a couple racers that are moving and shaking there. It looks like 80. Psycho Enduro on Instagram. If you don't follow him, he's a great follow. But it looks like we got about a minute between lines going off because we already see that second line hitting the rocks there in Chocolate Thunder. So now we're going to see those bottlenecks happen. But it looks like they're already moving their way out of the top of Chocolate Thunder as well. So great to see that first line getting themselves onto the course laid out.
Our first view going up to the canyon there, Chocolate Thunder, appeared to be a white bike. So it's either Ryder LeBlond or Colton Haaker. My take on this.
Yeah, absolutely. One of those Huskies out there. I love seeing that high left line. We saw a couple riders take that last year. So we haven't seen anybody head that direction yet. Maybe they just can't get high enough, and there, a rock getting kicked right at the drone. So it is a little, regardless of being on the bike or off the bike, it can be dangerous out there at these hard enduros with these loose rocks.
Boy, Chocolate Thunder. Now, a couple of years ago, they had a nighttime four-wheel drive extravaganza going up Chocolate Thunder. Oh, and they also went up the Hammers, both over at Sledge. Oh, look at this. They're back out into the flats now.
Yeah, so they're already crossing through.
Do we need an update on our yellow brick? By the way, I believe it's 14. It is Colton Haaker in the lead right now, coming off of our yellow brick. By the way, for those of you that don't know what a yellow brick is, it's a transponder device that tracks the travel of our racer. So it appears to be Colton Haaker in the lead and Cooper Abbott in second. And Thomas Bodrovics in the third spot? No, it's Cody Webb, Colton Haaker, and then Cooper Abbott.
So now we've got quite a few lines there on Chocolate Thunder, and this is where it gets crazy, right? Because we were talking about the moisture in the dirt, but that dirt is getting carried up onto those rocks. The rocks are slick. There is zero traction once you lose that momentum. But it looks like we've got quite a few of our pro riders there out front. You can see everybody looking down. Will Riordan has obviously taken a fun line because he's carrying a little bit of the course with him there on that gas. But Trystan Hart right there with him. It looks like 12. Cooper Abbott, of course. So they're looking down to make sure that the rider that they're following is actually on the course. Because, again, this is a navigation race first and foremost. If you do not make it to all the checkpoints or if you veer off of the 50-foot course, you will be penalized. And we've seen racers lose the race before because of that. Cody Webb, Mari Roman in the past. So cool to see that we've got this as these guys are working up their way. Some of the other bits of terrain here in Johnson Valley.
Trystan Hart now sliding into that the fourth spot.
That's probably about a minute behind. So, just so, because they're probably actually up in here by now.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of a delay on our yellow brick right now.
If you guys want to follow the yellow brick, though, the URL is going to be cf.yb.tl/KOM2024. So if you want to follow that again, it's cf.yb.tl/KOM2024, and that's a / between the TL /KOM2024. That way you guys can follow the yellow brick. It's probably going to be about a minute behind the delay from where the riders are. And this is what they're going to be using, not just to make sure that our racers are safe on course, but also to make sure that they don't go past that 50-foot of the course. Now, again, we're here, right, in the course, so we're not the officials, but if we look at where some of the racers went versus where the green line would be for us, it looks like some of them are off. So somebody might have missed a turn, and somebody might be a little bit off course, but in the long run, that's not our decision to make. That could be within 50 feet, and who knows what the zoom looks like here on that yellow brick.
Or this can be corrected as well. But I'm really interested to find out any information on 158, Thomas Bodrovics. You know anything about Thomas?
I sure don't, but that's going to be great to be able to get that information later on when we get to interview some of these riders at Chocolate Thunder, hopefully 3+ hours from now. But right now we still have lines of those 150 riders that you mentioned earlier, Chris, going off there at Chocolate Thunder. So they're starting their adventure. These racers have 6 hours to complete all 3 laps. Some of these racers are going to go, you know what, my goal is to complete 1 lap. My goal is to complete 2 laps. My goal is to try to finish this event. Sometimes you're going to even break it down into checkpoints. And so the checkpoints is where this is really going to come into play for scoring later on, since not every rider out here is going to be able to complete all 3 of the laps. So that 5th hour is when the last checkpoints are going to start to close off. So if you make it 2 minutes, you can keep going, but you still have to get to that next checkpoint before the race is officially ended, or get to the finish line. And if not, then you will be pulled back. Your time will be pulled back to that point of the last checkpoint you went through during the time of the race. And already pulling the goggles off. It is brisk out here, 40, 50 degrees, and that rider is already so hot that he's got to take his goggles off because he's just not getting enough air.
Our drone coverage is first and foremost. It is so awesome. King of the Hammers production crew doing an outstanding job of covering each and every one of these gnarly canyons. Look at this. Look at the pileup on the interstate going up Chocolate Thunder on the other side. This is probably row number 4, my guess on this. What do you think, Brian?
All I know is that there's definitely been a lot of riders, and this is not what they wanted to see when they took that right-hand turn off the start going up Chocolate Thunder. And the problem is just like the skill level it takes to create momentum from a stop is pretty high. And so a lot of these guys will have to wait for kind of the clean line for them to be able to make their way up Chocolate Thunder.
And that was our word of the day yesterday, was momentum. First and foremost, you got to keep your momentum, got to keep the flow. Got to keep your feet on the pegs and keep rolling through. You start dog paddling, you start getting onto the seat or getting off the seat, and then you break the back tire loose. Next thing you know, there's more riders going down there. At the beginning of Chocolate Thunder, that might have been row number 6, maybe 5. We're only guessing from what we can see right here.
So if we were to look at Yellow Brick right now, we're probably about a minute behind, so just remember that. It looks like Cody Webb is out in front, and then we see 55, so James Flynn. And then we've got number 9.
Dan Lewis from Pennsylvania.
Lewis, yeah, nice work, Danny. There could be 1 or 2 hidden in there in the Yellow Brick, but right now that's kind of what we're seeing out front. So we'll see how that keeps to evolve and see if anything catches up there.
From what we see here, Brian, it looks like Ryder Guest, number 110, is in that 4th spot. That behind Daniel Lewis. Now, it appeared that they did go off course a little bit the first row, and they did swing back on board, so some of our other riders have dropped back because of that. But it does appear to be Cody Webb, 5-time King of the Motos champion, in the lead. Cody Webb, of course, on the factory Sherco, teammate of Louise Forsley. And Louise yesterday was our top woman pro, and she was able to start on row number 3, I believe. Yes, she started on row number 3. So we'll be trying to follow path of Louise to see how far through the men she's able to pick her way. Y'all in front of us over here at Hammertown, you guys having a good time? Nice. Thank you for joining us. We have a big metal hammer right in the fire pit. Last night, I'm sure it was steaming. So here we are going up Chocolate Thunder still. Look at the melee, man. It is gnarly over there.
Yeah, you can see everybody kind of funneling to the right side. There's a couple lines off to the left, but we've also seen quite a few bikes get sent into the air. So it does look like the air quote safer line is off to the right where everybody was kind of funneling in.
Appears to be James Flynn taking the overall lead right now off of our Yellow Brick tracker. And that is Cody Webb right behind him. So James, I believe, first time leading an event like this. He got 4th at the last and final round of the United States Hard Enduro Series last year. So
Yeah, we got to see the racer on course there with a poncho. The problem with that is, yeah, sure, it'll keep some of the rain off and some of the heat in, but it does not breathe. So a lot of our performance gear that we wear breathes extremely well, even if you're wearing winter gear. So it's going to help keep some of the heat in, but it's also going to let you kind of sweat it out just a little bit. And so with that poncho on, he's not going to be able to breathe. His body's not going to be able to breathe at all. So he's going to get really hot, and I have a feeling that poncho is going to get taken off and hopefully put into a butt pack to hold on to for later.
appears James Flynn at double 5 is still holding on to that lead just ahead of Cody Webb. No, Trystan Hart now in this update. Will Riordan looks to be in the second, then Cody Webb, Colton Haaker, and then the 513 of Ryder LeBlond, who got 3rd place yesterday and 3rd place from last year. Cooper Abbott starting to dive into the middle here, and he's moving his way through the field. Now, this is some pretty technical stuff here, but not quite as gnarly as it was at the front side of Chocolate Thunder. So they are able to keep some momentum going down through this canyon.
Yeah, this downhill that they're going down is awesome to see. And the speeds that they're carrying through these downhills may not look like much when you're looking at it on a YouTube video screen or laptop or whatever you're viewing this on. But I promise you, it is extremely technical. And the mere mortals like myself out there would be pitter-pattering our way down these rocky trails. It's actually, so you can see an arrow there to the right. So it is good to know, to remind everybody that even though this is a GPS style race, there are certain times that the race promoter, Justin, wanted to make sure that that no one was tricked. So yes, it's a navigation style event, but he was putting arrows in different places to help racers with the fact that it can be so dangerous to be looking at your navigation in a very extremely technical or extremely high speed area. So that's why sometimes you are going to see some arrows in some spots for the racers and riders to be just keep them a little bit more safe.
Look at the appearance of the fresh trail, because this trail hasn't been rode yet. We're following our leaders right now as they're coming on top, and nice chocolate pudding underneath, nice moisture. There's no dust today at all here for King of the Motos, nor for the Winter Classic just 15 miles to the west of us, another AMA national event.
There's a cool looking canyon that they're coming up. So they just came down right the other side of this. They kind of pulled a 180 down at the bottom, and now they're heading up a different direction. So this is where it's going to start to separate the true hard enduro racers from those that are out here just having a good time. So once we start seeing some of the B and C riders here, it's going to be a little bit more of a long day for those racers.
Trystan Hart, Will Riordan, and then Cody Webb, our top 3. Coming off our feed from the Yellow Brick. Hey, all of our friends out there in the streaming land, if you're following King of the Motos this weekend, please do us all a favor. Give your friends and family a call. Give them a link to King of the Motos and have them join our watching party here that's going on right now. Of course, King of the Motos on YouTube. No, King of the Hammers on YouTube.
We've already got riders there on Chocolate Thunder that are just letting their bike hang out. They're helping their fellow competitors up Chocolate Thunder, so that later on, maybe when they need a little bit of help, a little bit of a pull or a push, that they'll come back and say, hey, buddy, I helped you. Would you mind helping me later on?
Quite a nice spectator load up there on Chocolate Thunder right now, Brian.
Yeah, it's great to see, but that's what's so cool is it's probably, maybe half a mile from Hammertown over to Chocolate Thunder, so all the spectators could drive majority of their vehicles. You don't even need a complete off-road vehicle to get over there, and they can set up and watch everything happen there. Now, again, in Chocolate Thunder, that is where the racers are going to come through for each of their 3 laps. So they're going to come through after lap 1. We'll see kind of how things are netting out. Then we'll see what's happening after lap 2. And Justin did say that there's the chance that they may want to do a tire change going out for lap 3 because of what they're going to go through on lap 2. So we'll have to see if that does happen. But again, he's hoping that they're going to be out there for over 3 hours. And my guess is that, unfortunately, these guys are going to be much faster and much more aggressive than we would want them to be, and they're going to probably beat that 3-hour mark. So we'll see how this nets out for us after they complete this first lap. But it looks like on camera we've still got Trystan Hart there dropping into that nice little canyon, and then Will Riordan there on that gas. Trystan Hart on his KTM, of course, and Will Riordan there on his gas. New to the factory team this year, that they have 1 created and 2 that he has now joined on. So congrats to him for getting that ride.
Watching the move through the field, Coella Huddy, number 25, now appears to be in the 6th spot. So our early race leader of Colton Haaker now dropping back to about 7th place from what we see off Yellowbrook.
All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and say thank you to some of our sponsors and get ourselves a little bit of a break here. We'll be back in just a few minutes with some of our King of the Motos coverage. We appreciate you guys being here. We'll be back in just a minute.
King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler, a true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Welcome back. There is a premium YouTube feed. So if you do not want to have any of the commercials and want to just keep getting live feed the entire time through our 6 hours of coverage for the 2024 King of the Motos, you can go ahead and get involved in that premium feed there on YouTube. So it looks like we're still seeing Trystan Hart out front, and then we have Will Riordan there in second behind him. And though that is a cool shot as they come down that mesa, and they're starting to drop down this little section here. But for these guys, this is pretty simple right there, right? We might be freaking out a little bit on our bikes, but these guys are just sending it.
Quite an international flair if you take a look at this. Trystan Hart from Canada and Will Riordan from Australia, our top two lead riders. Now, Riordan's been in the United States for about 4 years. His brother Angus Riordan is a Grand Prix specialist. He's back east right now running the GNCC series.
Yeah, he did really good yesterday. I think he was in third place at the U.S. Sprint Enduro that kicked off yesterday. So they've got day 2 today. So as you said, the Riordans are they have speed in their blood. They have fast in their blood.
They have arrived.
There it looks like they just passed that checkpoint. So again, if you're looking at the yellow brick, you might notice that it doesn't look like they've passed that checkpoint, but we are about a minute behind there with that. It looks like they've passed their first checkpoint for our race today, and they are continuing onward on lap 1.
And it does appear to be Cody Webb still hanging on to that third spot behind that of Will Riordan on bike number 39. Trystan Hart, number 1, Riordan, number 39, and Cody Webb, number 2. Now, off my yellow brick, it appears Ryder LeBlond is getting into the mix on bike number 513. Ryder on Husqvarna.
Yeah, that is definitely going to be our leaders on screen. So we've got Trystan Hart still trying to stay in front of Will Riordan, or maybe Will Riordan is trying to catch up to Trystan Hart there. But again, they've passed that first checkpoint, so they're now heading out onto the back half of lap 1. Which it looks like they might be about a quarter of the way. Our leaders are about a quarter of the way through that first lap.
Yeah, the race time's going to be strung out a little bit more than it was yesterday, Brian. Yesterday, our top riders come in about a little bit more than an hour and a half and finished their loop for race number 1 yesterday.
Yeah, now, considering we were just outside of Hammertown there in the Turkey Claw Mountains, range, but now we are on a different part there north of Chocolate Thunder. So, of course, it is a little bit longer. It's a little bit of a different race. And to what Justin was saying, our race director, it is supposed to be more technical, and it gets more technical for every lap. So when they do cut off, they're going to ride this section again, of course, and when they come out back and around, they'll be about 3/4 of the way through lap 1, and where when they're on lap 2, about 3/4 of the way through what was lap 1 is where they will cut off, and it will get a little bit more technical. Then that third lap will get shorter, but again, there will be many more technical sections added for the racers that do make it to that third lap.
Here for our 2024 Progressive Insurance presents King of the Motos and King of the Hammers. We also like to welcome on board Liqui Moly for being the lubricant of our King of the Motos. And taking a look at all our fine sponsors, you can check it out online at kingofthehammers.com.
Another one of those sections where it gets a little bit bottlenecked. You can see we've got one rider kind of far off to the left, hoping he could find himself a nice little line, but lost some momentum. Got caught up. There we go. Nice little way to push that bike up, get it moving and shaking. But he's only going to get himself right in the middle of that bottleneck, so he might miss just a little bit of what's happening. But you can see that some riders are waiting. Some riders are deciding not to. Let's see what happens here.
You know, Brian, I assume that our rocks are going to be a little bit more slippery, but obviously it looks like we still got a little bit of chocolate pudding in the dirt from the moisture that was implemented yesterday. We had about 4 hours of rain. It wasn't hard rain, but it was steady for a good solid 4 hours. And then we had about an hour this morning of sprinkles. So it's making our trail conditions extremely perfect, as a matter of fact. Look at this. Look at all the brown from the dirt.
Yeah, the problem, I'm sure the interesting part of that is these guys are, kind of digging into that topsoil that was carrying some of that moisture, getting into the drier stuff. And now, unfortunately, that drier dirt that is still deep, because as you said, we didn't get a ton of rain. We did get rain for a handful of hours, but it was not a downpour by any means. And so, unfortunately, that didn't soak into the dirt extremely deep. So now that dry dirt that is deep into the sand here is getting spit out onto those rocks. And so now, of course, those rocks are dry and they are covered in sand again. So the ability to carry momentum or to have any traction is extremely low.
You know, it's funny. A lot of my desert racers, they take a look at, King of the Motos, and they go, why would anybody take their $10,000 or $12,000 motorcycle and go and beat it up in these rocks and everything else? They do have a lot of safety equipment on their motorcycles. Oh, look at that little bit of overheating action there.
Oh, yeah, man.
That Husky, he's blown something. That's not good, Brian.
Yeah, to your point about protective gear, one of the things that you'll see that come either stock or that you can add aftermarket is a fan. So you'll get a radiator fan, and again, you'll have a temperature gauge that is on that radiator. So when the bike gets to a certain, because the problem is they're not going very fast. And the way that radiators work, you need air to move through the radiators to cool off the radiator fluid. That fluid will then move to the bike and cool off the bike. But if air is not flowing through those radiators, they can't do that. And so you'll get a fan, and when the bike reaches a certain temperature, which you can set, now granted, going with what comes stock is probably the smart way to go. But what that's going to do is that's going to blow air through the radiator as the system is moving that fluid through. That cooler fluid is going to go around the engine, and it's going to cool down the engine. What's happening there is because of the fact that he has just been staying still for so long, he either doesn't have a fan, his fan isn't working, or his bike has just gotten so hot, there could be a hose that has potential leak, then that's why we're seeing that steam come out of that motorcycle. So, man, hard enduro is really hard on the motorcycles. But what you were saying about the why, right? There are a lot of racers out there that don't understand this, and there are some racers that feel very fulfilled and they feel very accomplished with going extremely fast. Some of them feel very accomplished with clearing an extremely huge jump, right? Some guys are like, I want to go to freestyle motocross and I want to learn how to do a backflip, and that is their sense of accomplishment. Well, for hard enduro, it's different. It's not about just going as fast as possible or jumping as far as you can, because the attrition that comes in, the fulfillment comes from the fact that you were able to complete something. And that sounds weird to some people, right? But in the long run, like, this is extremely taxing mentally, physically, and emotionally. And by the end of the day, the sense of accomplishment you get knowing that you were able to, in this case, again, finish lap 1, finish lap 2, potentially finish lap 3, or even win your class, is very different for the riders that are out here and what the why that they are out here at the 2024 King of the Motos.
Well, there's another issue that gets implemented here with our King of the Motos, and that is navigation. So we have a navigation system on the motorcycle that's telling them go right, go left so many miles. Well, they also have to follow that. Our regular racing season out here in Johnson Valley, you'll be following, arrows and different markers to let you know which way the course. 90% of our course today is not marked. They're depending on their navigational system on their motorcycles. Another issue with our yellow brick, if something was to happen to one of our riders. Now, first and foremost is the safety implemented with our King of the Motos program. That yellow brick will have a button. They can release a little tab, hold the button for 5 seconds. 5 seconds or 5 seconds, I believe. Yes, 5 seconds, and it will mark that this rider is in distress. There's an issue with that. Now, if another rider comes up on a downed rider and there's an issue, he's to take the yellow brick from that other rider, use that rider's yellow brick, mark the area for distress, and that will let our yellow brick personnel know where the rider is. So how are we looking out here, Brian?
Yeah, right now it looked like Will Riordan was in front of Trystan Hart for a little bit here, but then as they dropped into this canyon, Will either decided to let Trystan by or kind of got a little bit hung up there, but it looks like we've still got Cody Webb in the mix with everybody that's in there, and we do have a fourth rider, so trying to use our yellow brick to see that. Obviously, maybe that could be Cooper Abbott, number 12 there, with him as well. But again, it could be Ryder LeBlond or Colton Haaker because of white bikes, white gear, and on that Husky team. So we're trying to make sure we can sort that out for you guys.
Well, it does appear to be Will Riordan ahead of Colton Haaker, Cooper Abbott, and then the next rider will be the number 99 of Brandon Petrie. Brandon moving through the field as well.
Doing really well, yes, indeed.
He's sandwiched between both Cody Webb and Colton Haaker.
Yeah, so it looks like Ryder, Trystan, Will, and then we have Cooper Abbott now.
Now, Cooper Abbott, of course, third generation in the Abbott family of racers. Boyd Abbott, the grandpa, he raced for many years before getting his son, Destry Abbott, who ended up being a multi-national Hare and Hound champion and Endurocross champion as well. So the family of Abbotts definitely up. Okay, we got a little preview coming up. Take it away.
All right, guys, so I brought you over here to Jackhammer and Sledgehammer. This is the end of all 3 laps, and they're going to be coming down Jack for the first 2 laps, and then they'll come down Sledge and side hill across here back into Jack.
How are the racers and riders going to feel at this point, right? In the three laps that they're doing out here, right?
So-
as you're coming down these different veins.
That's a good question. It's always a challenge to reassess the skill level every year and see where we're at and make the course for everybody. I think, some guys are going to be, it's going to be rewarding to finish one lap. Other guys, that second lap is going to be real hard to achieve, and then your pros are going to just, smash my time limits and make it in on 3 laps way faster than I predict.
You've incorporated quite a few new trails in regards to 2024 King of the Motos.
Correct. Yeah, I've been working out here since August, just trying to find new stuff and new ways to connect the canyons, and I think it's going to be exciting. I built this race the way I would want to race it, and it's really a course that I wish I was able to race, but I've ridden it so much at this point that I'm happy just race directing for the rest of the weekend.
Tired.
Yeah.
Getting tired.
All right, guys, so this is Jack in Sledgehammer. This is right before the finish. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for announcing this year. Looking forward to another great year of racing. King of the Motos 2024. Let's go racing.
When we were there making that piece, Chris, I was very jealous because, again, Jackhammer 2018, that was when we got to go up that at night for one of the prologue races. That I just wish that King of the Motos would come back to have some portion or part of a night race, because you want to talk about add an entirely new level to hard enduro. Well, that's how you do it. You take away all the lights and you get to use only what's on your person or your bike.
Well, as you notice, Brian, this year we do not have a prologue for this racing program. Usually prologue gets the stage set for the starting sequence for the first race. Well, we did not have a prologue. So now we had a race yesterday. We have a race today. And my take on this, if we were to have 2 races, say you take the combined effort of both the races, put it together like we do with motocross and endurocross as well. Endurocross, you have 3 motos, and you take the 3 moto format, and the ones that score the lowest score, for example, you take first place, you score 1 point. You take 5th place, you score 5 points. The rider that scores the least amount of points would be the winner. Well, we should probably think about. Now, this is not a serious suggestion, or this is just my take on this. If we were to combine both races yesterday and today and take the lowest score, that would be our winner.
I would like to see that format. That was one of the things we talked about a bit yesterday, that the Tennessee knockout. It is a knockout format, but you do not get points as you kind of move through that. And when the Rev Limiter, Hard Enduro, came about, that was one of the things that they did, is they went to a 3-moto format. And every moto was a little bit longer. It was a little bit different. It touched different parts of the terrain there out in Texas. And it was great to see, and it worked out that way, right? You had with that format, you gained 1 point, for first, second for second, things of that nature, and the lowest score would win, that Olympic-style scoring. And I always thought, agreeing with you, that was the best way to have multiple races and one winner kind of at the end, opposed to only having qualifying.
And combine the efforts of both days. That's another important
Absolutely.
part. Instead of just having for a starting position today. Not to say that that's bad, what we did this weekend, but just another way of doing it.
Man, what we're seeing on screen right now is obviously quite the bottleneck. What's going to be crazy, though, is in an hour from now, when our leaders are coming through here again. Because remember, they're going to be riding this the second time in their lap number 2. So now if these bottlenecks are still here, right, some of the C riders, B riders are still hanging out, the pro riders are going to have to finagle, not just finagle their way through the rocks, but also through the riders that are in between all of the rocks. And that is where we get to see the pro level shine for the way that these guys can control their motorcycles.
Or pursue alternate routes.
Oh, it's the best.
Yes. And that's when the really, really good colors come out from the experience and the technique of our pro riders.
Those guys just see lines differently. Like it's so cool to see. Getting a chance to talk to some of the A racers that are out here that have now had an opportunity to ride with some of the pro riders. That's exactly what they say. When they watch them ride their motorcycles and choose not just the way that they ride them, but the way that they choose the lines that they take, they think different. They see things different than we do. And you can kind of take that back, to each level of racer, from the A to the B to the C. But that's one of the things that's why it's always great to ride with racers that are faster than you and racers that are better than you, because of the fact that you can start to learn from them that are out there with you. And there's our Husky.
Yeah, there's a Husky. Fantastic drone coverage right now, if you've noticed. We also have a helicopter flying with our King of the Hammers production crew. And we had a good chance of talking to the cameraman that's flying in the helicopter today, that's covering some of this canyon action that we have in front of us. And of course, our Liquid Moly, our lubricant, the official lubricant for the 2024 Progressive Insurance King of the Motos.
And this looks like a nice little breather spot, right? You've got about 25 feet, maybe 50 feet of sand before you hit some more rocks, and then you've got a nice little section once you get past those rocks. But I like the green that we're seeing here. To be completely honest, there hasn't been a lot of green that we've seen out and about everywhere. So look at this. I wouldn't say it's Jurassic Park style, but that is a cool shot looking up this little canyon right here.
You know, it's really cool that people don't realize we had the rain yesterday that washed a lot of the dust off the greenery. And that's why we have such beautiful colors here in the scene for our 2024 King of the Motos coverage.
Do you think that little bit of rain yesterday was able to sprout all of that greenery overnight?
No, it just washed the dust off of it, Brian.
So it was brown yesterday,
Yeah.
and now today we get this nice lush greenery. I love it.
Now what's incredible too, our riders, it's so important for them to take advantage of the faster sections, the less technical sections, to be able to rest a little bit, because coming up to the gnarly sections, that's where they expel a lot of energy.
What was great to witness there for the rider on the beta, we never really got a good shot there at the number, but was great to see is his body position at all times. You notice he never sat down, and when he did, he would reposition his feet on the pegs, and he would start standing up again to create traction, create that momentum. And he also was always on the balls of his feet. So even when he did start to create that forward momentum and keep the bike moving forward, he would drop his heels. And by dropping his heels, it gets his weight just a little bit further back and a little bit lower on the motorcycle. And again, that starts to drive the weight of the bike into the terrain, into those rocks, so that it bounces just a little bit less, and he can kind of maneuver his way through those rocks. So if you're out there looking for any kind of technique to practice when you're in the rocks, that is a great one to do. If you're feeling comfortable with the rock that you're in, make sure you're on the balls of your feet, bring those heels back, and make sure you drop those heels so you can kind of push that weight into the terrain that you're riding on and get just a little bit more traction. And also is going to give you just a tad bit more comfortability to go fast. Well, fast is relative, but we'll all get there one day, right?
You know, one important aspect a lot of people don't realize is the type and style of foot pegs that the riders choose to use for their motorcycle. And a lot of them are using more aggressive foot grabs, of course, with more flexibility. Now for motocross this last year, after Eli Tomac's accident and tore his Achilles heel, for his foot, I'm starting to see more and more people start to use these extenders on their foot pegs to reduce the amount of movement of your boot if by chance you're on the front of your foot on a big landing.
Yeah, those ankle savers have been out for a long time on the off-road side of things, but you're right. Like, it was one of those things where just because of his freak accident where he really didn't do anything wrong, it was just a position that his ankles could drop a lot lower than they normally would, tearing that Achilles tendon. And so now, yeah, we are seeing more motocross and more supercross riders reach out to their foot peg company and say, hey, I'm either going to go buy some ankle saver foot pegs, or I need you to make the EXT extension that's going to go in there. And I've speaking of foot pegs, what's crazy is I upgraded this year from the Fastway pegs that I could go a little bit further back, so 5 millimeters back, I believe, and 10 millimeters lower. I never even thought about trying that. I just knew I needed to get some new foot pegs. That was an awesome way to do it, was to get some of the steel Fastway pegs. That low and back has been a game changer for me, and I am so much more comfortable on my motorcycle. So it's crazy that sometimes these little tiny things that seem to not make a big difference, or to make any difference, make a huge difference. I thought it was going to be very small, but honestly, I'm much more comfortable on the motorcycle now. And what I noticed too is I find myself getting caught on the foot pegs less, even though these foot pegs have these crazy sharp spikes on them. But it's because of the fact that they're just a little bit lower and a little bit further back that I'm much more comfortable, and my feet don't hang up on the pegs nearly as much.
Well, we take a look at a couple of our riders. Take a look at Cody Webb, what, 6'4", 6'5"?
Tall, if nothing else.
Really tall, super long legs, really lanky disposition for Cody. Then you take a look at some of our shorter riders like Daniel Lewis, who's, I believe he's like 5'5", and of smaller stature. You want to position yourself. Now, let me back up a little bit. I'm friends with Johnny O'Mara, back from the motocross days. And Johnny's telling me, you know, there's something that people don't realize. You take a look at your motorcycle. You got your handlebars, you got your front wheel, your back wheel, your handlebars, front wheel, back wheel should make a perfect triangle. Your foot pegs should be right in the middle of that triangle to keep a central balance between both front and back. And if you think about it, it makes a lot of sense. So another checkpoint. Checkpoint 2.
Yeah, so coming into checkpoint 2 there, looks like that's probably, if we were to make a quick guesstimate, that is going to be about halfway through lap 1 when they're coming into checkpoint 2. So now they're going to go just a little bit through Fissure Mountain, and then they're going to take a hard right there at checkpoint 3, and that is going to bring them back into Chocolate Thunder. So once they get to checkpoint 3, that's when we know we probably got about 30 to 45 minutes for them coming back in. So we probably got about another hour, hour and a half before they're going to come in on that first lap. Fingers crossed, right? That's what we hope anyway.
So now it looks to be Cody Webb leading the parade here on Hasselquist. And second place will be Will Riordan, and third place will be Trystan Hart. Look at on our coverage. Look at the helicopter flying over the top. Fantastic coverage by King of the Hammers production crew. Now, for those of you that didn't join us yesterday, we have 6 Jumbotrons throughout the course. We have up at Chocolate Thunder, and we have here at the finish line podium. We have quite a few other locations. You know, Turkey Claw, we got a Jumbotron up there. We have 6 Jumbotrons throughout different portions of our King of the Motos course. And I don't know if any off-road races has even one Jumbotron for that matter. Of course, we see the Jumbotrons happen in the Supercross just to instill a little more clarity on where our riders are. From what Brian and I are seeing, it appears that Trystan Hart is dropping back a little bit. He was initial leader.
Yeah, I think that they're all kind of still in that nice little section. So we've got, you know, Will Riordan there. We've got Trystan Hart. We've got Ryder LeBlond. We've got Cody Webb, and then another rider there in the front lead, number 12, Cooper Abbott.
Cooper Abbott.
So those guys have gone through checkpoint 2, and they are working their way to checkpoint 3, which will then start to put them down into Chocolate Thunder.
Hanging right into the mix. You know, Will Riordan doing a fantastic job. First year on a gas, just signed a contract and jumped on board the gas team. And he's right in the hunt there with Cody Webb and Trystan Hart. Trystan Hart, of course, factory KTM, Red Bull factory KTM, and his mechanic being that of Robbie Goolsby. And I've been friends with the Goolsbys since Robbie was probably about 6 or 7 years old. So we go back a long, long ways. Of course, his dad's over there at the Desert MC Classic racing over there. And Brad continues to be raising his family and working for the Navy under contract.
Look at these 3 guys here. They're just there saying, buddy, we're in this together. I'll help you. You help me. One of them, we got the guy in the plaid shirt. He's kind of looking up at the dude there in the O'Neill red and blue gear, wondering, or the white and blue gear, excuse me, like if he makes it, I'm going to go from here. Because, again, the racer in the plaid is waiting there to try to see if he can carry some momentum. So let's see where he gets.
Yeah, it looks like Brian and I are going to have about 6 hours of commentating today because we're not going to stop till the last rider comes off course. We'd like to invite everybody also, those of you here in Hammertown, to be sure to come on by for our Trophy Awards presentation at the end of this event.
Yeah, that's going to be at 5 p.m. this evening. And if you haven't made it back into Hammertown yet, make sure you check out the vendors. We were talking about Liqui Moly being our title sponsor for King of the Motos this year. They do have a little vendor tent set up where you can check out some of the products that they have. Again, there's a lot of ways that our motorcycles, our power sport toys need to be protected, and making sure that you have the right fluids and oils in that machine is a prime way to make sure that it lasts at least 400 plus hours like my 2018 Sherco has. There we go. The racer we were talking about in the plaid actually took the high line. So we were talking about the chance for the dirt actually creating a little bit more slick on some of these rocks. And he chose to take that high line to the right, which is more rocky. But for him, that was a way for him to carry a little bit more momentum and find more traction. Looks like the gas there is taking that kind of same high line. So they may have learned a little bit of something from the racer there on the in the O'Neill gear. But everybody's kind of taking a little bit of a breather when they get past that nice little technical section that they're in right now.
Well, talking
and
about
a little bit of a high five.
A big high five.
Yeah.
And let me mention some of our fine sponsors. Besides Progressive Insurance, we also like to mention Liquid Moly and Monster Energy, Rohu Eliminator, Shift Pod, Sylvania Off-Road, United Sim, On X Off-Road, Laser Nut, Axial, AQ Air, PCI Race Radios, four-wheel products, Spicer, Toyo Tires, El Monte RV, Beaming Drive, CA, Recaro, King Off-Road, Share My Coach, Baja Vita, VP Racing, Brannick, Yukon, Buggy Whip, Curie, Pro Eagle, Furman, Griffin Radiator, MP, Spider Tracks, Warren, Amsoil, Can-Am, Optima, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Max Track, and I think I covered most of them. If I forget anybody, please forgive me.
I just love this canyon right here. There's just a pitter-patter of little feet on the floor as he kind of works his way through there. So choosing to use a little bit of that dog paddle technique. There is no wrong technique. There's just techniques the pros use and techniques that everybody else uses. And I promise you I'd be right there with him using that pitter-patter technique. But this beta racer is doing a great job keeping that bike moving up this canyon. And I can't even begin to tell you how awesome this terrain looks. So he's doing a great job keeping that bike moving, getting himself a little bit of a break here. Going to continue on up this awesome canyon. I'm telling you, man, this is feels like it's out of Jurassic Park or something right now.
Yeah, the majority of the riders, when they do stop, are doing analysis of what's coming up to them.
Or a sanity check.
Or sanity check. Now, people don't realize our drone coverage right now through this canyon, you have no idea how steep this angle is going up. Well, maybe you do. Look at all the riders.
Yep, that definitely shows us how steep it is right there.
Yeah, you might notice a lot of our riders will have a strap both on the front and the back. Some of them have straps on the side for a particular situation like we're looking at right now on the big screen for helping our rider get up these particular obstacles. God, look at that. There's 15 or 20 riders right here. And this particular point, our pro riders are going to be coming back around probably in about, 20 minutes or so? Bro?
No, not to that spot. To that spot, it'll take them a little bit longer. They probably have about 45 minutes to an hour. Hopefully that they finish this lap, then they'll start on that. So fingers crossed, an hour and a half for them to get back to that spot. But it'll be fun to watch, that's for sure.
Taking a look at our yellow brick right now, Cody Webb right now is moving 3.7 miles per hour. So he must be going through one of the gnarly areas from what we can see. And let's see if we can pick up Will Riordan. Yeah, Will Riordan, 2.3 miles per hour. He's going really slow, but they're all right there. Cooper Abbott right behind Cody Webb. Trystan Hart right behind that of Cooper Abbott. Colton Haaker's right into the mix, too. All 5 riders are right there. Colton doing 5.4 miles per hour off of our yellow brick tracker. And again, everybody, I'd like to ask you, please, please, please send the link, share King of the Motos with everybody, all your family and friends, and show them some of the extreme hard enduro stuff that we have here in the United States, right here in Johnson Valley, for the Progressive Insurance 2024 Liquid Molly King of the Motos. Now, of course, this is the 11th year of King of the Motos, 18th year for King of the Hammers. You know, we had a couple of years that were off. Of course, 3 years ago, we did not have a King of the Motos. And I think several years prior to that as well. So we have a couple of years we did not do King of the Motos. I want to put a huge amount of kudos out. This would not be possible without Dave Cole and all of his fine staff putting this on board, and hard work, effort, and consistent energy put into this by Justin Lineweber, our race director. He lives out here, so he comes out scouting all sorts of really cool areas to do this extreme event, not only for King of the Motos, but for King of the Hammers as well. So Justin Lineweber, I mean, I just can't. I mean, I've been talking to Justin this entire past year on what's happening, and he is truly, truly a remarkable individual and done an outstanding job here for our 2024 King of the Motos. Also like to invite all of you to come back at the end of next week for the start of the King of the Hammers. They're getting all prepped. There's that same Husqvarna having some coolant issues. You know, another thing that Brian and I did not mention about cooling our motorcycles down, there's different types of coolants that you can use. People think, oh yeah, you got to run antifreeze. You know, antifreeze keeps it cool. Actually, believe it or not, water works better than antifreeze. Then there's all sorts of water additives. There's engine ice. There's water wetter. And there's all sorts of other fine off-the-shelf supplements for our cooling. Oh, nice. And, you know, I used water wetter with water when I was running CR500s and sidecars. One of my biggest problems was toasting clutch. Not yet, Brian. Toasting clutches, but also overheating the motor. So, you know, I called a couple of people and said, yeah, you can drop about 10 degrees if you do it right by using water wetter. That's water with the water wetter. So, wonder how many of our riders are using engine ice and stuff of that nature. Now, what do you use, Brian? Oh, Brian's coming back on headset now. Welcome back, Brian. Brian
Hello,
Pierce.
hello. Yeah, I use engine ice.
Do you? And how does it perform for you?
Well, you guys have heard me talk about the fact that I definitely steam out my bike quite a few times. Mm-hmm. The Sherco, I find, has always run a little bit cooler than my KTM. Now, granted, I do have an 18, so I'm sure that KTMs nowadays or more other European manufacturers are up to par. But the thing is that, and I don't have a fan on my Sherco either, so I've always felt that running engine ice has been a great way to keep me from overheating. The biggest thing is just remember, when you do steam, that means that some of that engine ice has left the bike, right? Make sure you fill it back up, and don't drive 14 hours to Colorado and almost blow up your bike because you forget that you don't have any radiator fluid in it anymore. That definitely becomes a problem.
You know, another thing that people don't realize too, under higher pressure, the water or the coolant's not going to be boiling as much. So you want to run a higher pressure radiator cap so it doesn't release some of your overheated coolant out of your system. So by doing that, you increase your pressure with the radiator cap. Your boiling point is extended as well. Sometimes you can go up to, 220, 225 degrees, where 212 degrees is your boiling point. Another issue, altitude boils sooner than at lower altitudes.
If you guys don't want to lose the action, you can go ahead and subscribe to Premium on YouTube there. So if you don't want to lose that action, Go ahead, subscribe to Premium, and you will keep the action in front of you. But we are going to show a little bit of love to our sponsors right now, and we'll be back just shortly. But if you don't want to lose it, make sure you become subscribed to Premium.
The King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Welcome back after our commercial break. Still appears to be Cody Webb leading the parade. Wow. Colton Haaker in the 4th spot. I tell you what, Ryder LeBlond hanging right in the wind with Trystan Hart. So we got some heavy hitters moving through the valley now. Actually, they're coming up on a ridge, heading back toward Chocolate Thunder. Brian, what do you see on the screen, brother?
Man, it looks like we still have those 5 riders that we were talking about up front, and that's great to see. So the technicality, right, is not something that is limiting them. They can all ride in that pace. And I wonder if they're giving credence to letting someone else navigate for a little bit. Again, we're on lap 1 of 3. The potential for them to be out there for 3 hours is very high. So maybe the strategy is to let someone else do the navigation work for you and just follow for a little bit, see some lines, see how somebody's attacking, where they're at on the day. Because we do know Trystan Hart got beat by Cody Webb. He admitted he could not catch him. Maybe he's just kind of watching some lines and letting see what happens. I doubt that that's the case, but again, you never know what the strategy is.
You know, of course, yesterday, momentum was our word for the day. Well, today is another one, smooth as fast. And
that is such a great point, because with hard enduro, the being smooth part of this is such an important part to creating that momentum. There's no way you can do that with trying to force it. You kind of have to let it come to you, and that's where practicing these skills over and over and over again. I've got a couple buddies of mine that I ride with out there at Twin Hills in Bridgeport, Texas, and man, they have some wicked cool sections set up. And I know Quinn Winsel is actually a rider that'll come, and he'll come out to Twin Hills. He's got himself a little hard enduro section out there. But I just love going out there with them, because they're my friends, they're my riding buddies that see things differently than I do. And so I like being pushed and pulled by them when it comes to a little bit more hard enduro practice. So shout out to my guys, especially Cody Russell out there. We got Travis, we got Justin, we got Richie and Chad. I hope all you guys are having fun there in Texas.
There's our 4 leaders right there. Cody Webb in the lead, Trystan Hart in 2nd, Ryder LeBlond in 3rd. Now drops back. Colton Haaker dives in to take over that 3rd spot. So we got some good dicing going on here with our top 4 riders.
That's a solid point with our seeing that Colton Haaker is now catching that lead group that we saw there. So hopefully we still see Ryder LeBlond there up in the front, which it looks like we do, of course, if we're going off of Yellow Brick. But that Colton Haaker there has not been in that group for a while. The one there is Will Riordan of Well, so that's cool to see that we're getting a few more riders catching up. Cooper Abbott is starting to drop back just a little bit according to Yellow Brick. We'll see how this goes. So we got Cody Webb there on screen, Trystan Hart, It looks like Ryder LeBlond. So hopefully Will Riordan and Colton Haaker are, there we go. There's Will coming on into screen.
Now you were talking about Quinn Winsel from Pennsylvania. Now he's running back about 8th or 9th place, but he's got a whole tribe of riders with him right there. James Flynn's in that mix as well. The number 11 of Hayden Moza. And who else? Brandon Petrie is also in that mix, along with number 25 of Koella Hoodie. Now, Koella was running all the way up into 3rd spot right off the start. And he's dropped way back about, I think it's about 10th or 12th place.
Now, that tent that we see on course right now, that is going to be, I believe, a section that they're going to turn off at later. That is where they're going to wind up coming from on their 3rd lap. So right now they're finishing off their 1st lap. So everybody's telling them which direction to go, but that is going to be the spot that they are going to switch up when it comes to lap 2 and lap 3 later on.
Well, now Cody Webb has stepped his speed up a little bit. He's up to 23.7 miles per hour. Right behind him, Trystan Hart, 24. So Trystan trying to reel in on Cody. Can't let Cody Webb get too far ahead. You get some clean air in front of you, and there's a good possibility you just might not be able to catch the guy. Ryder LeBlond turning in at 24.9. Now, he jumped on board the factory Rockstar Husqvarna team along with Colton Haaker last year, and he did really good. He got 3rd place last year for 2023 King of the Motos. And Ryder LeBlond right now running in 3rd place right now with some heavy hitters of Cody Webb and Trystan Hart.
Here's that awesome canyon again, watching another rider come up. You can tell that he's sitting down a little bit more every now and again than some of the other racers we've seen come through this section. But again, as we kind of come back into some of these racers, they're going to be our older A classes, right? Some of the A30, A40, A50, but then again, some of our B racers and our C racers. So they could be extremely tired at this point. We saw quite a few bottlenecks early on. So I would imagine that some of the racers we're going to see now coming through those earlier sections we had seen for the pro riders, they're going to be moving a little bit slower, and their body English is going to be a little less aggressive.
Yeah, Cody and Ryder LeBlond, they've checked out. They've put some distance between them and Trystan Hart and Ryder LeBlond, and Will Riordan, I should say. And Ryder LeBlond is right there on the back bumper of Cody Webb. So we got a good dice going on right now. Our 3rd place winner from 3rd place podium, 1st year on Factory Husky last year. This is his 2nd full year. He's still a youngster out of Pennsylvania. Ryder doing a fantastic job of standing the win of our 5-time King of the Motos champion of Cody Webb.
So with that check ahead section that we're looking at here, that's probably Cooper Abbott coming into that check right now. So obviously he's pointing him downhill. That's probably not the way he wanted to go, but that's the way he's getting sent. That's the way the course is taking him. But that is now a chance for them to start heading back towards Chocolate Thunder. Getting a little bit better look at that bike. Obviously, that is much more white than blue, so that's probably a Husky. That's probably Colton Haaker because of the fact that he is a little bit further behind our first 5 finishers, or excuse me, our first 5 racers that are out earlier, further along on the course. Oh, we got a helmet coming off. We got head on the handlebars. This is it right here. When the bench racing stories come out at Long John Silver later over some hush puppies, this young man is going to be talking about the fact that he did what he did at 2024 King of the Motos for sure.
He did as far as he could, as fast as he could, as long as he could. He can't do it anymore.
And right now it's time for a little bit of a nap. And that's all good, man. It's all good. He's got many more hours to go. It's okay.
Now, it's amazing the amount of armor that a lot of our riders use to protect different things on their motorcycles. Disc brakes, your chain protector, your hand guards, But we were talking yesterday, Brian. Not very many riders will use steering stabilizers, and a lot of our desert racers will use a steering stabilizer on their motorcycle to prevent head shake. Well, oh, look at that bottleneck. That's beautiful.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for sure when we see our racers, our lead racers come back to this spot there on course. Yeah, so Bulletproof Designs is a company, I believe, that is one of the sponsors this year for the 2024 U.S. Hard Enduro Series, which the 2024 King of the Motos is the first premier round of. And that is a great way, if you're looking to protect your motorcycle, to make sure that you're ready to go. I do use a lot of Bulletproof Designs componentry on my Sherco, and I have for a very long time, and they just work great. They bolt on. They keep everything protected, and you can keep moving forward, even though someone like myself is going to drop that motorcycle in very precarious situations multiple times. As well, I think it's interesting how riders choose to wear or not wear protective gear. Because in the long run, like I was talking with Will Riordan, he didn't have a chest protector on yesterday morning. So I asked him, I said, why don't you wear a chest protector? And he's like, honestly, when I get down into some of those canyons, it's just so hot because of the lack of airflow. And I'm someone who a chest protector is very important to me, right? And I try to instill that in my kids as well. But at some point in time, these professional racers, they have to make the best decision for them and the way that they're going to perform on the course. So if for them a chest protector is a little bit of not enough airflow, so their body gets too hot and they don't like the way that it makes them feel and they're a little uncomfortable, that's a decision that they have to make. But you can see that there are many racers and riders out here that are choosing to wear different types of protective gear for riding their motorcycle. Epic shot of Cody Webb and Trystan Hart here coming downhill back into Chocolate Thunder, or back towards. We still have a little bit to go.
Now, talking about protective gear, you know, of course, I go all the way back. I started racing 5 decades ago. So one of our...
Which was like yesterday, right?
Yeah, it's gone by so fast, Brian.
Buddy.
You know, it's so funny. But we all wore kidney belts. How many people wear kidney belts nowadays, you know?
Very few, but I do believe it's because the motorcycles and the suspension have gotten a lot better. I remember being a lot younger and my dad asking me to wear a kidney belt, and I always wore a kidney belt. And the times I didn't wear the kidney belt, I did feel the difference. I don't wear a kidney belt anymore, and I don't notice a difference anymore. And I do believe it's because of the fact that suspension and the motorcycles themselves have gotten so much better that we're less jarred all the time, as you guys were, right, in the 70s and 80s and going into the 90s.
Yeah, I did wear a kidney belt, but, you know, racing sidecars, you know, for most of my racing career, you don't want to get tangled up with a sidecar, that's for sure. So I'd wear a kidney belt with the Verta belt that was built right back into that for some added back protection. But what about, remember a handful of years ago, the Liat braces come into play. A lot of people started wearing Liats, and all the kids were wearing Liats. I very rarely see a Liat being worn nowadays.
Well, one, there's a lot of competitors on the market, right? Once Liat was kind of the first to market, and we see Atlas neck brakes and quite a few others and things like that. So
yeah,
we do
Liat
see
style.
More, yeah, exactly. Yep. We do see more neck brace companies out, but it's also the lines have expanded because of the fact that even though neck braces have gotten a lot better and some of the earlier ones were very, let's just say, kind of detrimental to your ability to see and move on the bike comfortably, they have gotten a lot slimmer and a lot smaller. But at the same time, some people still choose, like in case of hard enduro, we're moving pretty slow, you know, where a neck brace may not be something that's ever truly going to be needed because of the fact that we're not covering a lot of speed. And speaking of not a lot of speed, these guys are actually booking down this canyon. I know it looks like they might be going kind of slow, but if you were to put the mere mortals of myself or you, Chris Johnson, out there, or Chris from Trailbound or one of my buddies like Cody Russell, we would be going a lot slower down this little slot canyon. But there you go, Cody Webb, Trystan Hart, Ryder LeBlond, Will Riordan. So our mountain goat, Cody Webb, 5 times. Trystan Hart, many-time winner, right? And then our young guns that are coming out to try to take these 2 guys down. So, I mean, it's pretty cool to see what's going on right here. And we get a cool spectator spot. Check that out.
Great coverage, man. You know, last year was fantastic coverage. This year's even better than last.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, with age comes perfection. And we're a year older, which means we look just that much better.
Oh, we are so perfect.
I know.
Brian.
They can't have us on camera because that would just people would be asking for that too much, you know?
Now, a lot of people don't realize Cody Webb, our 5-time King of the Motos champion, is also a national trials champion.
And he's
formerly.
5 times at that, right?
I believe 5 or 6 times, yes. And Trystan Hart took the top honors both in Enduro Cross and U.S. Hard Enduro Series last year as champion. And was a champion of King of the Motos.
Man, and so many chances to also race on the World Hard Enduro Series there with the FIM organization. Unfortunately, had to make that decision to race an Enduro Cross versus racing a World Hard Enduro. And I wonder if he would have had something for Manny Lettenbichler and Billy Bolt by the end of the year. But those guys in that area, they just ride at such a crazy level, man. And watching Manny and Billy Bolt this year do what they did, especially Billy Bolt in Super Enduro, has been insane. That man just has a level of intensity that nobody he reminds me a lot of early Taddy Blazouziak. When Taddy Blazouziak came on scene, nobody rode with that kind of intensity. Nobody chose lines. Nobody did crazy stuff. Taddy Blazouziak did that. And now we're seeing that same thing the past couple of years with Billy Bolt. And it's just, and then of course he's got that crazy mustache. He's, from the UK, like got an accent, like a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. He's a cool dude, man.
Yeah, another one, I'm surprised it's not racing King of the Motos this year, is Johnny Walker. Johnny did really good. Led most of the Enduro Cross Series last year until the last and final round when Trystan Hart beat him out. Here comes Cody into the mix. He is our current reigning leader, 5-time champion. Nice line he took there, by the way.
Yeah, that looks like one of the bushes that we would have seen Will Riordan having hanging off of his bike earlier during the event. Now this is where it looks like lap 3 is going to come back in later on. So they're right around where that yellow line is going to come back in if you're looking at yellow brick. So we'll definitely see this a little bit later as these racers come back. But look how steep that is, and they have got to just carry that speed because that sand, even though we did get a little bit of traction, can get deep. And if you start to lose that momentum, that'll keep you from getting back up that nice little cresty hill. And somewhere around here, too, is actually where Cody Webb got a little off last year. So right where they're at there, probably about 10 minutes away from coming into Chocolate Thunder, is where he missed a turn, went down, had to turn around, come back up, and then get back on course to get his way down. So it looks like we're following Haaker right now. And fly racing on that factory Husqvarna.
I was just going to bring that attention. Moving up and tightening up the real estate between him and our 4 leaders, Colton Haaker is right back into the thick of our top 4 riders. Cody Webb, Trystan Hart, Will Riordan, and Ryder LeBlond are our top 4.
Yeah, look how easy it is for him to follow because of the fact that brown dirt underneath the desert sand, right, as it gets chundered up a little bit, we've got that moisture down in there. It was so easy for him to follow. But look at these 4 guys just right there on top of each other. It'll be cool to see what happens after this lap. Did somebody feel a little tired? Did they not add enough electrolytes? Did they not have enough carbohydrates that they need to take in some more? Is there something that might have happened to their motorcycle? Being that they're all together, I doubt that that's the case. But again, they do have the ability to pit when they come into Chocolate Thunder. They are only going to be able to either A, help themselves, or B, do the work of their own accord. And if that is the case, they can get outside assistance when it comes to being handed things over the fence. But they have to do any of the work that needs to be done to make sure that happens. So there we can see Chocolate Thunder on the other side of the mountain that they are riding on. So they'll come down, cross that line at that Lukwamali arch, and then either choose to pit or choose to just slam on into lap 2.
Well, our spectators out front here at the big Jumbotron at the booth, y'all having a good time over here? Okay, how many Cody Webb fans?
Well, that's good. His number's 2. We got about 2 of them. We'll take it.
There you go. What about Trystan Hart? What about Colton Haaker? What about Will Riordan?
There we go. Cody Webb does choose to come into pit. Now, granted, you'll see those tarps there. That's because of the fact that they've got all the gas and all the oils potentially that they're going to be either spilling or could come out of the motorcycle. So they've asked them to do that on a tarp just in that way we can contain that a little bit more. So obviously they are choosing to get gas. Look at the riders. Look at that, man. Trystan Hart, Will Riordan doing their own work, putting that in there. You got to love it when you see that. Now, they can't be handed that stuff, but they, of course, have to do their own work to get that in. Ryder LeBlond there kind of at the end. You can see that there are some tires kept out. So, again, after they get done with this second lap, looks like Cody Webb is already done and back on course. Now, when he came in lap 1 yesterday, he left early from Trystan, Hart, and the crew that was there trying to ride with him, and that was when he gained about a 60-second gap, and he kept that all the entire time through lap 2. So I would assume that that is a little bit of that same strategy, but there we go. Look at that. We got Ryder LeBlond right there with him. He said, no, sir, the mountain goat is not going to just leave me behind. I'm going to do my best to hang on to his rear wheel the entire time, trying to see if he can get that win. There we go. We got Trystan Hart back on course as well behind Ryder LeBlond.
Yeah, back to Cody Webb, 32 years young, old age and treachery. Ryder LeBlond, youth and enthusiasm.
Yeah, you got that right. That mustache that he's trying to grow in, trying to be a little Billy Bolt. He's that's definitely youth and enthusiasm right there.
I loved it in our press conference. You calling him the GOAT.
Dude, yeah, Cody Webb, the mountain goat, baby. You got to love it. And if you are looking at Yellow Brick, it looks like as they come into that second lap, you will see the color change. So it looks like they're currently everybody on lap 1 is a green color there. And again, if you want to look at that, that's cf.yb.tl/KOM 2024. So cf.yb.tl/KOM 2024. Now, it is a bit behind, right? It lags by about a minute. It does update automatically, but if you want to follow that so you can have a concept of what is happening, you can use that as well. But, of course, we're going to do our best to hear from the course marshals, show you guys what we can see on screen, and talk about dirt bikes. I got a text there from Justin, our race director, saying that they are right on time. So do you think that that's good for the event or not? What do you think, Chris?
Well, I think with the weather conditions we have right now are phenomenal. The sun's starting to come out. We still got chocolate soup on the ground from the moisture put on, raining from gods from yesterday. And I tell you what, it's starting to shed some clothes. It's beautiful out here right now. We're expecting 52 degrees. I think it's going to be a little bit warmer than that right now. Hey, now talking about some off-road champions in the past, okay? What about enduro champion Plessinger? Now his son, spoiler alert, if you don't want to hear any results from last night's San Diego Supercross, plug your ears. My personal congratulations, Aaron Plessinger taking the win last night in the 450 class in San Diego. Great job by AP.
I did watch that last night when we were in the hotel room. I had my laptop and I connected to Wi-Fi. I pulled that up, man. I didn't see what happened between Jet Lawrence and Jason Anderson, but of course the internet was full with dances from Aaron Plessinger from his win, and then whatever altercation happened between Jet and Jason Anderson there at the finish line. They're grabbing each other's helmets and pushing and shoving and stuff like that. I think it's interesting, and of course the comments are already just off the charts insane. Like, I don't know what some people are happening when they're thinking what they're putting down in these comments. But anyway, we're back to some hard enduro here. So we're seeing Cody Webb there back on lap 2. And so what's going to happen is there, if you're watching what is going on with the yellow brick, we do have some blue lines. And the blue lines are going to be what is going to be seen for lap 2. So that's going to be a little bit longer, and it's going to be a little bit harder.
Ryder LeBlond staying in the wind of Cody Webb right now. Fantastic ride by Ryder. But Trystan Hart right in the hunt as well in that third spot. I'm curious to find out how far along, because we're getting glimpses of Colton Haaker starting to get into this mix of those top 4.
Yeah, Colton Haaker is now on his second lap, so his number has turned red. So he is definitely moving and shaking his way to try to catch up to our top 4 guys that are out there of Cody Webb, Trystan Hart, Ryder LeBlond, and Will Riordan.
Will Riordan, what a nice young man. And coming from Australia 4 years ago to come and compete in the enduro cross and the hard enduro scene. Of course, his brother, more of a Grand Prix type specialist, and both being very successful in their endeavors. since they come here 4 years
Yeah,
ago.
good chance of looking at Cooper Abbott there filling up his motorcycle with that 5-gallon utility can. I'm telling you guys, he needs to have a utility can caddy on that gas can because that's the best way for you to stay organized when you're trying to come out here and race your motorcycle. So if you haven't checked out the utility can caddy yet, please go do that. You give it a little Google, you'll check it out. It'll keep that utility jug you've got much more organized.
Yeah, Brian, I was going to mention, look at all those naked gas cans at the pit stop.
They're way too naked.
Way too naked.
They need to get some utility can caddies on those bad boys. Let's see here. It looks like if we could zoom in just a little, it looks like
Colton.
it's going to be Haaker, coming through, following the tracks, man. That's all good. Again, he's on lap 2. He's going to be like lap 3 is really where it's going to come down to it getting crazy.
You know, Colton had a pretty good enduro cross season as well this past year. The year before, he had kind of a lot of challenges that come into play. But I was talking to Colton on Friday, and I've, of course, known Colton a long time. But he's saying he was having some issues the last 4 years with this Husqvarna. And not to saying it's a bad bike, it's just he had some stuff that just wasn't quite right. He said this bike he's got now, phenomenal. What a fantastic piece of equipment.
Yeah.
He's really
what
happy
these
with it.
racers do on a motorcycle is 10 times what you and I have ever done on a motorcycle. So when they talk about the performance of a motorcycle, it's microscopic and it's super fine-tuned for what they're trying to do with it. Where the majority of us out there, I would say at least 90 to 95% of us out there, the bike that comes off the showroom floor is well and fine-tuned enough.
Run what
for
you
us.
brung.
Yeah, baby.
Right.
Yeah, baby. So it's when we hear those kinds of things, a lot of people can be like, oh, he's dissing the bike and this, that, the other. It's like, no, the thing is they are looking for certain levels of performance, and they have to work with their team, and they have to work with the motorcycle and what they have to be able to get that. And sometimes they can do that quickly. Sometimes it takes 4 years to get there. Cool shot looking at this rider coming down, working his way towards Chocolate Thunder to finish out that first lap.
Coella Hoodie. Now, he was using the top of the pack off the start, so we're following him to begin with. Coella Hoodie, he's on a KTM, and he did pretty darn good yesterday. 2, 4, 6, 10. He got 11th place yesterday. So for today, we're looking at 14.5 miles for lap number 1. Looking at 17 miles for lap 2 and about 10 miles for lap number 3. Now, Brian and myself, we had an opportunity of tooling around with Justin Lineweber, our race director, on Friday. He took us out to many, many fine points here on the course. And we're just looking at it going, wow, they're going to be going up that. But these are our top pro riders. They're going to go and attack a lot of these different areas without hesitation at all. So some of our riders come out here, a couple of weekends before because it's open riding area. This is BLM property, by the way, Bureau of Land Management, which means all Americans own this property. This is an American owned piece of property. But over on the east side, we have 29 Palms military base. And to the west of us, we have the town of Lucerne. So all this entire area is subsequent to a lot of BLM rules and regulations. We are holding a national hare and hound just to the west of us, about 15 miles.
I like what we're seeing here there at the top of this kind of crevasse. We've got one rider kind of hanging out, helping out for a little bit. It looks like we might have a course marshal standing on course. His helmet's come off a couple times. But obviously when it gets technical like this, the bottlenecks get really serious. So it'll be interesting to watch as the pros come through there because they either are going to have to make sure they stay within that 50 feet. Right? They might take an alternative line, but try to stay within 50 feet of what the navigation is showing. Or they may just try to pick their way through the racers that are on course, which, again, it's going to be fun to watch.
Brian, we do have some sweep riders on course that are assisting with some of our riders that are on course having some issues. So that adds to the safety and ensuring the safety and protection of a lot of our riders.
looking at yellow brick. They're probably coming up to that section pretty close that we were looking at. What were you trying to do?
Trying to move it over. I couldn't see.
Like this? Or
Yeah, it's okay.
they're probably coming up to that other shot pretty quick, I would think.
You know, since we're on YouTube, we can't be playing any music unless it's registered. But right now, I'd be playing The Fifth Dimension, The Age of Aquarius, Let the Sunshine In, because that's exactly what we're getting right now. It appears to be Cody, Ryder, Trystan, and Will, our top four still.
Does that help? Okay, so here we go. We are in that nice deep crevasse where we saw all those racers and riders all over the place, and that is going to be a shot that I'm pretty sure that our racers, that our leaders are coming up on right now, so hopefully we get a chance to watch them come through there. There's a nice Raiju over there. Now, I've been told that it's not pronounced Raiju, but right now, Raiju is what I hear everywhere else, and we're going to go with it until now. So, Drew Kirby out there, I know you're probably listening. You're just going to have to keep sending me messages, and I'm going to keep ignoring what you have to say. Okay, there's a good chance our leaders are going to come into that that big bottleneck. So if you guys can capture that, even if we go to break and come back with it, that would be cool. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break, and hopefully with those leaders coming into that bottleneck, that's exactly what we're going to come back into. But remember, if you want to keep the action on your screen, make sure you subscribe to the premium feed that is on the King of the Hammers official YouTube. We'll see you guys in just a minute.
The King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A a true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Finishing up that first lap. Of course, the glare out here in the desert, man, it's something to reckon with. But they're going to head to their pit. They're going to get over there. And remember, these racers are the ones that have to do the work. So they can be handed tools. In this case, they might be handed their gas can. But they're the ones that have to fill up the bike. There's a good shot there of James Flynn, number 55, getting that bike worked on. Looks like he's tearing some duct tape, maybe fixing something. You know, if you don't have zip ties, you got duct tape. So I'm sure that's the best way to go ahead and fix anything on a motorcycle, unless you're going to need some kind of pipe clip. There's multiple ways to get the job done. These racers definitely want to finish. What an epic shot riding down into Chocolate Thunder. I wish I was out there on my motorcycle, but the second best thing is being able to talk to you guys about what we're seeing on screen. So 2024 Liqui King of the Motos. These guys are trying to finish up all 3 laps that they have going on here. That is set up. So again, they started at Chocolate Thunder at 9:15. It took the racers about an hour and a half to finish their first lap. It is going to be a little bit longer on their second lap, and they've added in more technical hard enduro sections. So the hope is that it would take them a little bit longer, so we shall see for sure if that works out. We're trying to stay in communication with our race director, Justin, to see if that is how it works out. Of course, he said if they do go faster than he expects, he's going to go back to the drawing board because he wants to make sure he keeps bringing the most technically challenging hard enduro for the racers that come out here to King of the Motos in Johnson Valley. Got number 25 there. Oh, just look at that, standing up, moving and shaking, putting that weight in the right places as he's just rock crawling his way through the terrain here in Johnson Valley. I wanted to look up number 25, obviously give him a shout-out as much as we can. Sometimes it's tough for us to get. Oh, that was Koalo Huddy there, pro rider. That's obviously why he looked so good. He was on that KTM coming through. So now it looks like, we got Trystan Hart coming into the bottleneck. I would assume that Cody Webb is right there in front of him. Got another rider. Oh, no, it looks like Trystan actually got in front of Webb. And now Webb and Hart are hitting that section, and they're saying, hey, guys, you need to get out of the way because we're coming through. Just look at this. These guys have been bottlenecked here for probably 30 to 45 minutes, and these racers just walk right past them on their respective manufactured motorcycles. So, of course, Trystan Hart on that KTM 300, while Cody Webb is on that Sherco 300. Looks like we've got Ryder LeBlond now joining the mix, which means we should have Will Riordan coming up behind fairly quickly. And these guys are just making mincemeat of this obstacle. We have seen this bottleneck be here for so long, and they, of course, are just walking their bikes up this, essentially.
Yep, still hanging on to that 5th spot. Colton Haaker looks to be Cooper Abbott in 6th place. So our top 4 riders are still within close proximity of each other. That being Trystan Hart, Cody Webb, Ryder LeBlond, and Will Riordan.
I think the one thing that would be really cool for me, if I was in that bottleneck and I got passed by Cody Webb, Trystan Hart, Ryder LeBlond, and Will Riordan there, I would at least be able to watch and see what they're doing. And I know that I would not be able to implement it right away by any means, but at least it is literally a bird's eye view of what these racers and riders are doing through that section that I have been stuck on for so long.
Or picking up a cool line here and maybe a cool line there. Until
or a story for later for bench racing about how I got passed by those guys in a bottleneck. Oh, James Flynn, that looks so smooth. Him working up his way through there for Chocolate Thunder, getting that leg out, kind of planting that, getting that nice gas splat there on the rock. That was nice looking. That looks like it might be number 9. If that's the case, that's our boy Danny Lewis on the beta, making his way down into lap 2 across the open section. So he's got to be through Chocolate Thunder if that is the case.
Addie Albrecht on bike number 628 of the Albrecht family, just now getting lapped by Trystan Hart. She's She's stopped at 0 miles per hour.
But she is 16 years old. So think
Okay.
about that. At 16 years old, she has somehow ridden with her dad enough, right, to feel that she wants to be taking on a hard enduro. So I believe she graduates high school in 2025. How amazing is that? I'm just hoping that I make it to 50, and she's out here racing with these hard enduro racers in King of the Motos at the age of 16. I cannot even imagine.
You know, it's cool, Brian, when we were up at Chocolate Thunder the other day on Friday, the whole Albrecht family come up. They were practicing up and down, going up and down Chocolate Thunder, and we had a chance to talk to Addie, and she's having a great time up there. So excited to come here to be at the 2024 Progressive Insurance Liquid Molly King of the Motos.
That's Will.
Gas mounted Will Riordan on our screen right now, coming up through some navigational prowess. Look at it, keeping both feet on the foot pegs, even through the rocks. You know, you keep your center point on the foot pegs as much as possible. Then you can come off back of the seat and keep your center balance on the motorcycle through your foot pegs.
How do you mean?
Open it up. There you go. Back off the other way.
Oh, there is Danny Lewis. We might have been looking at Will Riordan earlier on when we thought we were looking at Danny Lewis, but again, Danny Lewis there on that Liqui Beta. So that is the same team that is sponsoring a Supercross team this year. Should have been Colton Nichols, but of course he did get injured. So we've seen Texan John Short get a chance to fill in, number 199 on that Liqui Moly Beta there for the 2024 Supercross season. But that is the same team, and that is so cool to see Liqui Moly starting to step up and come into the United States and just sponsor more power sports. So I'm excited to continue to see what they do and how they support our sport here of the U.S. Hard Enduro Series.
Some of the riders helping out on screen right now, some of the other riders to get through this gnarly canyon pass. Now, it's so deceiving, Brian, taking a look from our overall view from the drone coverage of exactly how steep this area really is. It's so gnarly steep. You can barely even stand on it, much less ride up it on your motorcycles.
That is the name we were looking for yesterday. So YB Races is the name of the app. So if the website is not something that you want to go to for Yellow Brick, you can look for YB Races in the App Store, and that you can then go for the 2024 King of the Motos, and you'll be able to use that on your phone. So if you're kind of looking for what will wind up being about a minute behind in the long run, super cool to see. And it looks like we just got an update too. Riley Bender, who we were talking about, one of our A riders that made it into the fastest 20 yesterday, is right now is 16th overall, and he is the first A rider. Guess what? 16 years old, Riley Bender. He is out there on that Sherco, giving it the beans.
Still Cody Webb in the lead, followed by Trystan, and then Ryder LeBlond. Now, it's a good dice, it looks like, from our yellow brick between Trystan Hart and Ryder LeBlond. And Cody Webb is starting to put some real estate distance between him and Trystan Hart, the Canadian.
And we know Will Riordan was starting to catch back up, so it looked like he unfortunately did kind of lose that front group of Cody Webb, Ryder LeBlond, and Trystan Hart. But we saw there that he was starting to catch back up, so hopefully he can kind of give it a little bit of gas, put the head down, and sprint just a little bit to catch back up, because that is the hardest part, is when you're with that lead pack, you can kind of pace off of them. But when you're trying to catch them, play catch up, that obviously is a lot harder to go that speed when you don't have anybody else around you. So hopefully we get a chance to see that as we see Will Riordan trying to catch back up to our leaders, which it does look like right now. Cody Webb, then Ryder LeBlond, and Trystan Hart, but we know that Yellow Brick's just a little behind, so don't take that for facts just yet. But hopefully Will Riordan can get back up there.
Yes, follow our Yellow Brick app, and you can see the exact location of where all of our riders are. Now, of course, lap number 1, 14.5 miles. Lap number 2, 17. And lap number 3 will be 10 miles.
You keep using that there. I'm gonna get this. A couple more of these.
It appears that Will Riordan has dropped farther back into the field while maintaining 4th place. Actually, our yellow brick was just updated, and Will Riordan appears to be in 2nd place behind that of Cody Webb. Trystan Hart now dropping back to 4th in this field, so
we are 2 hours into our 6 hours of coverage here for the 2024 King of the Motos, and just look at what we see on screen right now. These racers are just got themselves stuck up in a little canyon, and unfortunately they're moving 2, 3, 4, 5 feet at a time, just working their way up, because this is where all the momentum gets sucks. Look at that. Unfortunately, he made it about 3 feet, and the bike falls over, right? Because when the bike takes off without having the weight of the body on it, the body's not going to go with it. And that is why you want to try to keep your feet on the foot pegs when you're trying to create momentum, or try to find traction to create that momentum. I mean, I'm not going to lie. You know these guys are tired. It's not easy. We could talk about it forever from right here. But now it looks like we've got our leaders back again, so we can see Cody Webb, Ryder LeBlond, Trystan Hart there. So, again, hopefully Will Riordan is starting to catch back up to these guys, but they are there out there on their 2nd lap. There's probably a couple more bottlenecks that they're going to have to work their way through. Such a neat course that they have been working their way through. Justin was telling us, too, the race director of King of the Motos, that 75% of the trail that they hit on lap 1 was actually new trail that is laid out for this course. They rode way faster, and they were way more aggressive than what was expected last year. And due to that, he wanted to come back and really give the racers something that they could write home about, maybe post on social media about. And so he says when they came through on lap 1 that they were just about on time, that was right around expected, that 1:15, 1:30 for lap 1. So he's really hoping for about the 3.5 hour mark for the pros to finish this event. So can you imagine that it's not an enduro, right, where you're doing maybe a 10, 12 mile test section for X amount of minutes and you get a little bit of a break and you get to go again. That's not the way that this works. For these guys, they're going the full 3.5 hours. The break so far that they've had was when they were pitting after lap 1, and they're just back at it again. So they've got water, electrolytes, and probably some liquid carbohydrates there in their bladder. Probably took a splash of something extra as they were there at the pits. Ooh, look at them. Don't see Trystan Hart make that many mistakes now, do you guys? Right there as he's trying to keep up with Cody, Webb, and Ryder, LeBlond. But hopefully they're staying energized. That's the biggest thing. They need to stay hydrated. They got to keep electrolytes in the system. That is the way. Obviously, electrolytes being the minerals that help our cells do what they're trying to do as our body is trying to perform out there. And then liquid carbohydrates just to make sure that we have glucose in the system for the way that our body creates energy, again, at the molecular level. Oh, it's just so cool seeing these unfortunately lapped riders. Just look at this, man. This could be in the movie Jurassic Park, maybe Jurassic World, whichever one you want to go with. But it definitely seems cool to watch these guys ride up this awesome creek bed. This might be more of a ravine than a creek bed, that's for sure.
We have a handful of our friends that are following our live streaming at King of the Motos, or King of the Hammers on YouTube. First off, I want to give a shout out to Eric Kudla, who's back east. He's a good friend of both Brian's and mine. I've known Eric since he was just a little kid. Got involved in promoting races, and now he's doing some races back east. And a huge shout out to Eric as well. Also, Jerry Graybo, who's a former District 37 president. And anybody you'd like to shout out to there, Brian?
Oh, everybody who is awesome in my life knows who they are. Nah, man, I'm just glad that those that are enjoying the King of the Motos feed and saying hi and everything, and we just really appreciate it. We're glad you guys are watching, and 2, hopefully what we're doing is making it just a little bit more enjoyable for you guys, trying to pass on information. There we go, Psycho Enduro. So if you don't follow him on Instagram, he is a great follow, CYCO Enduro, number 80 there. So, dude, definitely check him out. He's a cool dude.
Dylan Santoro.
Yeah.
On a KTM.
I would imagine that Dylan is on his second lap. Let's see where he's at. I'm going to go look up number 80 really quick.
Now, of course, Ricky Brayback taking top honors here at the Dakar Rally in Saudi Arabia. A lot of people don't know he cut his teeth racing right out here in Johnson Valley, and a several-time National Hare and Hound champion. Second time winning the Dakar Rally. Great job by him. Now, he grew up racing in the Jackrabbits Motorcycle Club here in the high desert. And I'd like to give a shout out to a couple of our friends there in the Jackrabbits MC. Gary Bigney for one, Sean Bigney for one, and Gary Dudley for another. And they're both listening to us right now, both from Jackrabbits MC. Now, I too cut my teeth out here racing in the desert here in Southern California. It goes all the way back. My very first race. Coming up the end of next month in February will be 50 years, 50 since I first started racing. A lot of races taking place, and a lot of different championships. And I won a couple of them here and there.
Yeah, well, that's because you're better than me on a dirt bike.
I don't know about that.
It looks like our outer limits trailhead. It looks like our leaders are just now passing that. So again, we've seen Cody Webb, we've seen Ryder LeBlond and Trystan Hart there, kind of swapping back and forth. Cody Webb, I would say, looks like has done the majority of the leading so far, but maybe we shall see. I think Ryder LeBlond is holding on. Ryder LeBlond is doing the best he can to keep up with the leaders, and I think Trystan Hart is doing the same, unfortunately, because we'd said that he was taking the past 2 months off. He has been moving and shaking, living. I said, where have you been living recently? He said, in an airport. He has been going all over the world recently racing his dirt bike, and he needed some time off. So he went to New Zealand with his girlfriend and some family members, some friends, took 2 months off, got back on the bike last Monday. So 5 days ago. So he might be, I wouldn't say under the weather, but just behind the 8-ball of where Cody Webb is at. So I wonder if he is kind of just trying to hang on at the pace that Cody Webb is going to set. Obviously, in that third lap, or if someone were to get stuck on an obstacle, we will kind of see how they attack the course or the other riders after that fact. But right now, I think Ryder LeBlond is trying to hang on and try to see what it takes to ride at this pace for the entire 3 laps of the 2024 King of the Motos.
Will Riordan's still staying in the hunt as well, doing a good job.
He's close, but man, I'm just so disappointed that he lost pace with those guys, because I think it would have been great for him to be able to hang on like we're seeing of Ryder LeBlond right now. And I have to say that number 2 Kawasaki, that's probably one of our 2 4-strokes that are out there on course.
Probably so. Yep.
Unless that's a big wheel 85, which I doubt, but you never know.
You know, a lot of people don't realize, of course, Trystan Hart from Canada, and he still has his Canadian citizenship. So that means every 5 months and 29 days he must go back to Canada to reestablish his citizenship there in Canada. So for him being a motorcycle racer here in the United States, for the most part, now he does do some of the extreme stuff over in Europe as well, but he has to come back to Canada, to his home country, at least every 5.5 months.
There we go. We get to see another racer working his way up, realizing that, oh no, there's a bottleneck. I need to be on the other side of this bottleneck, so I've got to figure this out.
Now Colton Haaker, he's become a family man. He has a couple of children now and a beautiful wife, and they live up in Idaho, in the northern portion of Idaho. They call it the Panhandle. It's kind of a strip that runs adjacent to Oregon up into Washington all the way to the Canadian border, and they call that portion of the Panhandle. I believe he's only 40 miles from the Canadian border, pretty north, extremely cold. They got snow on the ground. So there's not much time for, sliding into pit. He's got to grab his gas can. You catch a number on that screen, Brian?
Unfortunately, I didn't. He looks like he might be one of the riders that has it on the left side of his helmet, so we'll see if we can catch that for sure, but he's coming on in.
314,
looks like he's going to be doing some work on that bike. Yeah, it's definitely something on the jersey, but can't see what's on the helmet. 316, maybe 314, as you were saying?
Mm-hmm. 316, Brandon Bird, one of our A-riders.
Oh, and he was one of our A-riders that was on the first row. So he was so fast yesterday that he was in the top 20.
That's right.
So he's coming in, I'd say, about 30 minutes behind our leaders, which, hey, that's pretty awesome. Like, let's put it out there. So he's doing a great job. And you said you saw him kind of slide into the pit there?
He did.
Nice.
No
yeah,
assistance
now you can
in the
see
pit.
that mustache right there. That's definitely Brandon Bird.
Oh, yeah. Wow, Brian, look at all those naked gas cans that need to be covered.
I'm telling you, man, if you guys are looking to keep your pits a lot more. Look at this. There's a gentleman duct taping great Gatorade bottles to his gas can. If he had a utility can caddy, there'd be no more duct tape needed.
Now, what is a utility can caddy?
Well, it's a great way to keep yourself organized when you're riding your dirt bike. Like, that's the thing. It's like we've been grabbing these utility cans for so long and we have toolboxes. We have, satchels that we might duct tape to it if we're racing in enduro. Or in this case, we saw Gatorade bottles duct taped to it. It's just that. It's a caddy for your gas can. So the 5-gallon jug slips right there in the utility can caddy. And then you can have 3 huge pockets, so it'll fit any of the aerosol cans that are out there. All of your mixes. Of course, we see a lot of 2-strokes, so 2-stroke oil, your ratio right, whatever it is you're going to use to mix that. Of course, if you want to have nutrients, extra goggles, extra gloves. And then there is a MOLLE panel on the front. So any tactical piece of hardware that has MOLLE straps, you can use that to attach to the front of the utility can caddy. So then there's a little bit way to personalize it. Of course, there's Velcro as well. So if you have a patch on there that says I love dirt biking or I suck at dirt biking, you can put that on there as well, and that way you have a little bit of personalization and can see your can just a little bit better out there in the slew of the pits, right?
Look at this view across Johnson Valley and Means Dry Lake here off of Boone Road for the 2024 Progressive Insurance and Liquid Moly King of the Motos. I was telling Brian, he goes, hey, where's Big Bear from here? I go, well, it's probably directly south, about a half an hour away.
That just blew my mind.
Yep.
We're sitting here in 60-degree weather, taking our tops off, and then somewhere, as you said, 30 minutes away, 30 miles away, they're out there skiing. And of course, we have to give shout out number 75, Rodrigo. Of course, last year we missed him so many times. Obviously, just came through there. That's a cool drone shot coming through.
Rodrigo Lopes, what a great guy. He makes his home in Colorado, and he has some great riding areas over there. He's one of our 40-plus riders.
Yeah, Rodrigo and I have been doing, back in the day when kind of hard enduro first started really blowing up in the United States, there was quite a few times in the early teens, 2013, 2014, and 15, I'd see him over at the Tennessee Knockout. Mm-hmm. There was a time in 2015 when I actually qualified for Sunday's race at the Tennessee Knockout, so I was one of those fastest 30 or 50 or whatever the heck it was. But that's not the case anymore. But that's okay. We're still out here having fun riding our dirt bikes. We'll see how the Blackjack Series goes for us this year in the 40-plus A class. But again, it's really about having fun and the accomplishment of racing an entire year, more so than it is about saying that anybody's going to go out and win anything. I just want to be out there riding new trails, meeting new friends, and enjoying getting seat time.
And just as fun as all of that, Brian and I, we get to talk about it as well.
And we're really good at talking.
Oh, especially you, Brian.
Thanks.
Yeah, I just try to cover the statistics and keep going with that. You fill in all the gaps. You do a good job, Brian.
The gift of gab. When you're from New Orleans, you learn how to carry a conversation.
For those of you who don't know, Brian is a Louisiana State University graduate from LSU.
Go Tigers, baby,
Yep,
2002.
go Tigers.
It took me 5.5 years, but it's a party school. So honestly, I think in 5.5 years, I did pretty good coming out of there at that point.
No, and with a degree where some of the party folk don't.
Yeah, it was. I guess we'll call it worth it. We'll call it worth it. The Liquimali Beta Danny Lewis. Yeah, I can cue that up. All right, get ready. All right, so as we see right there, we've got our Liquimali banner. So this is the Liquimali 2024 King of the Motos, and we've got a cool little behind-the-scenes look at Danny Lewis, the beta rider that is out there. Of course, sponsored and leveraging Liquimali to keep his bike running out there on this hard enduro course. So let's check in with Danny Lewis and learn a little bit more about what is going on behind the scenes for that young man.
Danny Lewis. I'm from Pennsylvania. Love racing my dirt bike and happy I can say it's my job. We have GNCC and stuff like that back at home, and that's what I grew up doing, but I feel like there was always such a bigger picture with hard enduro. It's a challenge, it's not just a race. Growing up in the motorsports industry, you always see King of Hammers, and it's this huge thing. It's an honor to be here and be able to race it and go up like stuff like Chocolate Thunder and just, have fun doing it. My first year last year was like totally an eye-opener. It's just everything's so loose and like you can never take it for granted, the traction, because like 1 second you'll have traction and then the next you're like fighting the bike and just pushing it, and it's just a pain in the butt. So my whole career, all the races I do are based on pretty much, can you finish the race? For the amateurs, for the pros, for everybody. So coming to King of Motos and just finishing is super, super good for me, just confidence-wise, and knowing that you can do it. Because I remember when I was like 14, 15 years old, I'm like, man, I'm never gonna finish a race like this, getting like halfway through. And now it's like, who's gonna make it to the finish first, instead of just hoping I get to the finish. I just want to kind of prove to myself that I can come out here and be competitive in the desert. Being able to stick with those guys and keep my head on my shoulders is just, that's all I'm really looking for this weekend.
Oh, awesome look there at Danny Lewis from a native, as you've said quite a few times, we've talked about a native from Pennsylvania, so super East Coast. What he is used to, the type of terrain, the trees, the rocks, the roots, the moisture in the dirt is not something that a lot of racers and riders have out here when you are riding there in the desert. But it's cool to see that, and obviously huge support from Liqui-Moly, so it's cool to see them supporting Beta also.
Also, another one of our riders from Pennsylvania, Ryder LeBlond, who got third place last year. Ryder currently running second spot, so he's on the gas, really moving through the field and staying in the win of our leader of Cody Webb. From what we can see on our yellow brick.
That 58 that we see on screen, I believe, is actually 158. So that's Thomas Bodrovics there in the pro class. So finishing up lap 1, looks like he's getting some pitting going on. He is going to be moving and shaking onto lap 2 quite quickly. And it looks like, too, our racers, our leaders out there, so Cody Webb, Ryder LeBlond, Trystan Hart, are getting quite close to the cutoff that they are going to have. So they are going to have a cutoff that is going to put them out onto a little bit of a different portion of the course for lap number 2, and that is going to happen at checkpoint number 3. That's where we saw them take that hard right off of the course. That's such a neat shot as they watch these racers come in to Chocolate Thunder there, but they see that Nito Bader. But, man, that rock where they drop off, you could tell last year we saw some no-footed cans. We saw all kinds of fun stuff. But I'd imagine that a lot of these racers are pretty pooped, even just off that first lap. So just staying upright, you can see he's already pitter-patting his way down that. I completely understand, sir. You have just completed quite the lap, first lap here at the 2024 King of the Motos. Yep, trying to keep it upright at this point. Nice job. Lap 1 finished. And then we see another racer going up the top parts there at Chocolate Thunder. When there's not a bunch of riders in the way, it actually makes it much smoother. But, man, when this bottleneck is there at the start, it is quite difficult to keep the momentum going. Any of those racers we were talking about earlier that had those ponchos on, I'm hoping that they took those off because the temperature is picking up. I don't know if you guys have noticed in the coverage that we're showing you guys, but obviously the sun is out now and it is cooking. So these guys are going to be getting a lot hotter. Speaking of hot, Chris over there from Trailbound looking nice and sexy in that sling. I know he had a wreck, had to get some surgery going on and some physical therapy, but if you haven't checked out Trailbound, they've got some great coverage going on with the hard enduro world and many, many parts out there. So they're a huge supporter of the hard enduro scene. And, of course, he drives his girlfriend around and makes sure she can get to the races when he can't be on the motorcycle.
Oh, we also have quite a few vendors here on Vendor Row. We have Caesar's Baja Grill for some tacos, nachos, burritos, and hamburgers. And we have the Off-Road Coffee Stop. We have corn dogs, and we have potatoes as well here on Vendor Row for your food sources right here at Hammertown. Now, if y'all coming into Hammertown, you got the King of the Hammers, King of the Moto progressive program. You see all the fine sponsors that are listed here in this entire program. Progressive Insurance, of course, Can-Am, Optima, Ford, Bronco, Monster Energy, Max Trax, On, X Off-Road, Limited Sim, Sylvania Off-Road, Shift Pod for those cool windbreakers, Rusoff Eliminator, LaserNet Axial, AQ Air, PCI Race Radios, Four Wheel Parts, Dana, Spicer, Recaro, King Off-Road, ARB, Toyo Tires, Beam NG Drive, Curie, Buggy Whip, Yukon, Liqui-Moly, Brannick Motorsports, VP Racing Fuel, MP Griffin Radiator, Furman Power Equipment, Pro Eagle, Spider Tracks, Warren Amsoil, Factor 55, iBox Springs, Share My Coach, and anybody else I might have forgotten or overlooked, please forgive me, but these are just some of our fine sponsors of the 2024 Progressive Insurance, Liquid Molly, king of the motos. Bri, what you see here, brother?
Well, it definitely looks like we're seeing our typical riders there on yellow brake up in the front. And I was just actually about to text Justin and see if we can update from him. Just I know there's a lot going on. Yellow brake is kind of, it's one of those things we know it's a little bit behind, so we don't want to give it out as fact, but at the same time, too, it's really what we have unless we can get a chance to talk with Justin, who is out on course with all of his course marshals.
Why do we see Trystan Hart back with Cooper Webb and
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking about when we updated Yellow Brick or kind of gave it a refresh. It seems like our riders are a little bit further back from where they were on their second lap. So I'm kind of wondering if Yellow Brick is just a little bit behind right now and something that we don't want to give too much credence to till we know that we can get it to refresh and probably be back up to date. But that's okay. We've got epic footage of one of our racers on screen right now making his way up this cool little uphill here. You can just see how well the bike is tracking. He's obviously standing up, keeping the weight there centered over the bike. So now he's going to have to figure out which line do I want to take. You can kind of see where they sit down, the shoulders. Nice little pivot there, of course. He's just kind of slightly keeping that momentum moving forward. Oh, but now it's time. I need to take a drink. You got to see what's going on, and then he might be heading into this cluster that we're seeing, cluster of riders in this bottleneck. It seems that every time they come up on this, man, there's a little bit less riders stuck, but at the same time, too, where it doesn't seem to end. I think I see Abby as well right there with the black gear on. Oh, black gear might have been like a great choice this morning, but now that this sun is out, that is just going to be soaking up all of that heat.
What a beautiful day it's turned out to be, Brian. Now check this out.
Ooh, we're getting
Right
a little
now,
bit of sand surfing going on there, too.
in the middle of a bunch of our slower riders is our two leaders,
Ooh,
Ryder LeBlond.
They're not slower. They're just on lap 1.
They're slower than Cody Webb and Ryder LeBlond because they're blasting through the field right now.
Yeah, they are, man.
And who's it there? Should be Will Riordan. Right there, yes.
Nice.
Will Riordan still in the third, and it looks to be Colton Haaker in the fourth spot now. So Colton moving through the field, but he's got a whole bunch of slower riders, or not as experienced riders, we can say safely.
There we go.
Yep. All good stuff, folks. All good stuff. And you can follow it on our yellow tracker. And it's it is now 11:21 California time, and we're still underway. What do you figure? We're about 2/3 through the race now, wouldn't you think?
Well, with our leaders, potentially. That would make sense, but I think considering the fact that there are many racers that are not even halfway through, right? If they haven't made it to checkpoint 2, they're not even halfway through that first lap. So considering that, like, I believe that they still have a lot of racing that is to come. And we do have 6 hours to be on course, but again, 5 hours for them before that last check is going to close. So they'll start to be pulled off the course once we hit that 5-hour mark. But if they make it, say, in 2 minutes before that last check closes, then they can keep on keeping on. Lots of logistics going on. We're making sure that when we get a chance to see our racers coming through to finish off that third lap, that we're going to get down there and get some interviews as they come off of the course. I'm going to do my best to jump in there and make sure that if they can't breathe, that's exactly when I'm going to ask them a question, so that way they can make them feel as uncomfortable as possible at the end of their race.
Well, it appears our top three definitely being Cody Webb, Ryder LeBlond, Trystan Hart, and then our fourth place will be Colton Haaker.
Yeah, they are all up in there, aren't they? But, of course, they're getting a little hung up in what looks like before check 2, there is quite the bottleneck. And so they're kind of like getting hung up in that bottleneck. But now we just saw an update come through of Cody Webb and Ryder LeBlond past that bottleneck, working their way to checkpoint 2. Once they get to checkpoint 2, that is where they'll start to deviate off into the blue trail if you're looking at yellow brick, so that they can head off on the a little bit longer, a little bit more technical section for lap 2 of King of the Motos.
So it is Cody Webb, Ryder LeBlond, Will Riordan, Trystan Hart, and then Colton Haaker in 5th.
The screen that we're looking at, too, awesome to see Cooper Abbott there kind of popping his way up, so he's making it past a couple of the lappers out there still on lap 1 and trying to reel in Colton Haaker.
Yep, both Trystan Hart and Colton Haaker are tied up in the middle of slower riders. So they're trying to compass both of those characters, or all of them. We're looking at about 10 of them between Haaker and Hart, and about 7 or 8 of them between Hart and Riordan. So it's line choice is prime, that's for sure. Line choice, navigating through the slower riders they're lining themselves all over the canyon here, so the lane choices get very, very limited when they do that.
It looks like on screen we've got 3 riders working up a canyon that does definitely look a little bit different, or one that we haven't seen in a while. I would assume that is our Trystan Hart, our Ryder LeBlond, and our Cody Webb, but obviously we're a little far out to know for sure. It did look like orange gear maybe in the front, and that is what Trystan Hart had on earlier with that TLD gear. Yeah, that was definitely our lead pack up there. So hopefully Will Riordan can continue to pull those guys in, reel them in, so they can start to ride with them again. And I'm sure that is exactly what Ryder LeBlond was trying to do. That is such a cool shot there where those guys can ride super high on that wall ride.
I like to play mention right now, of course, Cooper Abbott, 6th spot. 7th place is number 5, Quinn Wenzel. He's on. How's the name of that motorcycle pronounced, Brian?
Ryahu.
A Ryahu. And but I just want to mention about Quinn. Here he is right now, running 7th place. Quite an accomplishment as well. But he's
especially
turned into
for being from the East Coast,
racing in the desert stuff. But Quinn has turned into being a promoter, and he promotes a couple of hard enduros during the course of the year, very successfully, I might add. And a lot of racers, they go through their entire life racing, then all of a sudden they decide, well, I think I could do a better job of promoting. Of course, first time I ever worked a motorcycle event, I was about 13 years old. So
it's really easy to complain about an event when you're not the one that has been driving the stakes into the ground. And once you become the promoter or one of the volunteers or one of the course workers that begins driving stakes into the ground, it gives you a completely different perspective of what it takes to lay out a course, to put an event on. And so then you become much more appreciative of the work that is put into an event and the way that you communicate your thoughts or your critique of an event definitely change as you do that. So.
Yep, and that's what I'd like to mention right now. Justin Weber, our race director here for the King of the Motos 2024 version of it, did an outstanding job of putting together a challenging race course for our 2024 King of the Motos. Justin, a resident here in Lucerne Valley, is a big part of our King of the Motos and King of the Hammers.
If you do not want to lose the coverage, make sure that you go subscribe to that premium feed there on YouTube. We're going to showcase some of our sponsors for a little bit, but if you want to lose the feed, make sure you head over and subscribe to the premium. We will be back shortly.
King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
We are back to racing right now on our big screen. It appears from our yellow brick that Ryder LeBlond has now taken over the lead. So we'll get that verified here shortly. But I tell you what, if that's the case, our Ryder, third place from last year, possibly could be leading here off of our yellow brick. Ryder LeBlond from Pennsylvania on the factory Rockstar Energy Husqvarna. Brian getting all stretched out here after a little break. He's going to be going out to Chocolate Thunder here pretty soon to possibly do some interviews at the finish line area. Hopefully get a grab on all of our friends over there. Nope, update on yellow brick. Cody Webb still in the lead. Ryder LeBlond in second. Will Riordan in third. And that's a fairly current update that from what we can see. Well, all week long, Brian, we've been hearing about the weather report. Oh, it's going to be, 50 degrees on Sunday. I think it's a little bit warmer than that right now.
It is starting to feel like the desert. That's what I can say right now. On my headphones, we're just sitting here in the sun. Put them on, sweltering on my ears. But hey, that's part of it. We're going to go through this for you guys. I love this shot, man. It really does make me jealous. I'm sure it makes Chris jealous as well that we're not out there riding right now, because this looks like it would be a ton of fun. I know that he'd be able to show me a thing or two or be able to show me some line choices, but I would love to be out there learning with some of these guys, the A and B riders, out there doing hard enduro here for King of the Motos.
The moisture that we received yesterday is still showing in the course conditions right now. Absolutely zero dust, which is awesome. So couldn't ask for better conditions out here in the Southern California desert, here in Johnson Valley, California. It's nestled between Barstow, Lucerne Valley, 29 Palms, and possibly Big Bear. So that's a desert riding area here in Southern California for those of you on the live stream that are following us here at the 2024 with Molly, King of the Motos.
Yeah, and that's the, you just noticed this rider kind of like took a stop, took a little bit of a break, took his goggles off, put them on backwards on the top of his helmet. And that's the one thing that we haven't really figured out when it comes to air quotes hard enduro, is that the goggles are needed, right, for eye protection. But we truly haven't figured out a way to create airflow without having to maybe just either, one, forego your goggles, or two, putting on some kind of just clear lenses. And it's interesting, I know that we've seen kind of different types of parts that have come out to try to help airflow in the goggles, but I think that'd be one place. But again, hard enduro is kind of a niche of niche when it comes to dirt bikes, so there's probably not a lot of product development going into goggles and airflow when it comes to us slow, more technical hard enduro riders. Oh, it looks like we've got 3 riders here on screen trying to figure out if they're in the right spot. Maybe they're just powwowing to see if they can continue to motivate each other to continue on at the King of the Motos course. It looks like we do have 4 or 5 racers on that blue line of lap 2, so they're out on the more technical trail. Again, they moved much faster than they did last year, so Justin was trying to give them something that would add some more technicality and some more length to the course for them. Number 190, Justin Rimley there on a KTM. Looks like he's taking a nice big swig out of a water jug. Pitting there, probably contemplating whether he's going to go back out or not. I'm sure he is. He's got plenty of time, and it looks like he's having tons of fun racing his dirt bike. So 9:15, probably going out on lap 2, lap 3. So he's been out there for just over 2 hours, maybe 2 hours and 15 minutes. And that's just lap 1. So he's got to go lap 2 and make that happen. And then, of course, if he's feeling frisky, then lap number 3. I really do hope, obviously, we saw him drinking some water. Taking in electrolytes along with that water is extremely important. And on top of that is making sure that you're staying fueled when it comes to carbohydrates. You do want to ingest just a small amount of protein while you're out there, maybe 5-10 grams. Obviously, whey protein is a great way to do that because it's quickly to digest. But we're using our muscles a lot when it comes to hard enduro, and because of that, the amino acids that we use and the way that we leverage them within our body, we need to make sure that we're not actually sacrificing our muscles. So as we start to break down our bodies, and if we don't have the proper amount of amino acids, our bodies will break down our muscles, and that muscle will get broken down into amino acids so that our body can use them. But when you're out for longer than 2 to 3 hours, if you ingest just a small amount of protein, using whey protein is a great supplement to try to do there, you will not start to sacrifice your muscles for those amino acids. So it's something that's interesting to see when it comes to endurance, the way that we fuel our bodies and the way that we use nutrition as a strategy and not just something that's secondhand is a way to be able to always feel energized and be able to attack the trail in front of you. As you can tell, this is not easy. These riders are having to help each other. You really do need to make sure you topped off all of your stores and you treat your nutrition seriously. You want to have a beer, that's phenomenal. Have that beer after the race, maybe even the day after the race, because the problem is that considering that there is alcohol in beer, that's part of it. Unfortunately, our liver starts to process that alcohol first, and we need our liver to make sure that we can start our recovery process. So a non-alcoholic beer, maybe hop water, is a great option when it comes to feeling like you can get that hop-flavored greatness in after a ride. But save those bush heavies for the day after the race, right? Make sure that you prioritize your recovery afterwards. A nutrition strategy starts multiple days before an event, the morning of the event, during the event, and then after the event. And then you can start to kind of like play around with it after the fact, the day after, if you want to get some of those beers in. And it looks like there's our friendly 4-stroke Kawasaki there at the top of our screen, finally making it to the top. Pulls out the Kickstarter. Of course, it continues onward.
Yeah! Woo!
It's deceiving sometimes, so you can see the bike there in the bottom right-hand screen coming through the Liqui arch. He's kind of pitter-pattering his way through there, and we have seen some of the pros. They go so fast, and they move so well, and it just looks so smooth for what they accomplish that when we see another rider come through, who might be an A rider, B rider, C rider, and they're kind of coming through what we would say a little bit slower, or they're pitter-pattering, they've got their feet off the pegs, it's kind of like, man, what's wrong? Like, why didn't they do that like Cody Webb? Well, we can't all be Cody Webb or Trystan Hart or Will Riordan or Ryder LeBlond or any of the other pro racers that are out there. So you know that it's pretty technical and it's a lot harder than it looks when we see some of these racers kind of, they look a little bit different than some of our leaders that are out there right now.
Take off.
Go, 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 go!
Woo-woo!
This is that moment in time where one racer there on the Huskies thinking things through. How can I get a little bit more food in me? Do I need to keep going? Can I get some wind? Awesome shot coming through right there. Oh, there's our blue and white O'Neill geared friend from earlier that we were hanging out with. Oh, it looks like he's going to go a little high on this section. Asking everybody, which way was everybody else going? Oh, okay. I wonder if he's lost his GPS, see if we can get a shot of his handlebars there. That might be something that he's, yeah, it doesn't look like he has a GPS on there anymore, but at least he's giving us the old wink. Nice little point there. Dropping back in, ready to finish out lap number 1. I think that's one of our other 4-stroke racers, actually. I believe he lost his GPS yesterday, if I remember correctly, because I think I remember hearing about a 4-stroke on a KTM going out on lap number 2 without a GPS yesterday. So that may be the case. He's just kind of out there having fun, enjoying King of the Motos. Oh, look at that ridge line of that Husky. It's just zipping up right now. So amazing.
So Brian, when we first started this day today, when we come up with our idea and prediction of the possibility of the winner of today, at this point in time, look at this. Look who's running in second place now. Look who's in the lead.
All right. We might have our leaders on screen right now. That's what we're hoping. Let's see what's happening here. Regardless, this is such a cool shot watching this rider come through this canyon right now.
We have a possibility of Ryder LeBlond taking over the lead over Cody Webb coming off of our yellow bridge. Watching this canyon right now. Shot coming through. This should be our leaders off this drone coverage from King of the Hammers production crew, doing an outstanding job of putting everything together, providing all these awesome shots, different locales, just to bring our racing to you, whether it be on the live streaming or right here at Hammertown at one of our fine jumbotrons.
Fly with caution. Fly with caution.
Yeah, there we go. Hitting a checkpoint and taking a left, heading off onto the blue course where he, earlier on lap 1, would have taken that right and headed down on the green course. So this is where, for this racer, on course, it's going to get a little bit more technical, and the length is going to be added.
Hey, tightening up the top of the field right now, Trystan Hart right on the back bumper of Cody Webb and Ryder LeBlond. So we got a three-rider battle right now for the overall lead here on lap number 3. Lap number 2, I should say. I'm sorry about that. They're coming into another uphill canyon. God, there's so many gnarly canyons here in Johnson Valley.
That's what's so cool about this. I mean, literally, we just have this huge mountain range over here where Chocolate Thunder was, the start was going on, and they are just zipping and zapping all through those mountains. Every single little ravine, Justin's like, maybe that one, maybe that one, maybe that one, definitely this one.
Well, it's not just this area off of Boone Road. We also have Camp Rock Road, and we also have Bessemer Mine Road, which are 2 other areas here in Johnson Valley for the off-road scene. Of course, there in North Anderson, we have a national hare and hound that's taking place, hosted by Desert MC, which, by the way, my very first desert race, 1974 Desert MC Winter Classic. And by the way, I finished my very first desert race.
Oh, I spent a lot of time in the back of pickup trucks as a young kid.
What a great ride by Ryder LeBlond, man. He is way out front now. Cody Webb dicing it up right now with Trystan Hart. So we got a battle for second. So Ryder LeBlond now our leader. Of course, they're going to be coming in, getting a splash of fuel, maybe a clean set of goggles, and then going back out on the course.
Such a cool helicopter shot right there. Kind of catch their shadow in that. That's so neat to know that they've got.
Oh, that's Cody Webb back in the lead. LeBlond dropping back to second place. And Trystan Hart into third. Will Riordan in fourth. Colton Haaker in fifth. And Cooper Abbott in sixth. Seventh place, I believe, will be James Flynn on the double nickel.
Yeah, look at that. Cody realized he missed something, so he just did an awesome little pivot turn there. And I can't tell if that's a media guy or if that's another racer that's with him, but obviously somebody else just crested the hill there. So being that this is a navigation race, he doesn't want to miss either A, the course, or B, a possible checkpoint out there.
Huge kudos goes out to Will Riordan. He's staying right into the hunt of our top three riders, running in fourth, one step off podium. He is stopped right now, coming off our yellow brick, and now Cody Webb back in the lead, Ryder LeBlond in second, and Trystan Hart in third, all within seconds of each other.
Yeah, and unfortunately that little moment for Cody Webb, it looked like whoever that was in second, if that was Ryder LeBlond, but it looked like Trystan Hart kind of catching up. Unfortunately, they all came back together. So at one point, Cody Webb did have a little bit of a lead, but thinking that he had made a mistake with that stop and that pivot turn, it gave everybody else a chance to catch up. So we'll see if they get going, if that was actually a mistake or he just kind of thought that he had missed something.
Coming through the finish arch over here at Chocolate Thunder. Next checkpoint, getting ready to go on out. Webb, LeBlond, Hart, our top three.
And we have got our lead group of Cody Webb, Trystan Hart, and Ryder LeBlond back on course with what was the finish of lap 2. So they have now finished the additional technical section and miles that were added, and they are now getting ready to drop back into what will be Chocolate Thunder. So it does look like Cody Webb, Ryder LeBlond, Trystan Hart all there together, and I think that's probably going to be Max Gersten there, our media specialist on that gas with the vest that is on. Max Gersten, longtime hard enduro and enduro cross racer, and he's been helping out the U.S. Hard Enduro Series for about 2 to 3 years now, since it kind of like has grown and changed hands and moved and gotten a little bit bigger. So it's cool to see him kind of taking that and bringing it to that media specialist kind of position for him. Yeah, look at that, taking that little bit wider line, see if he can get himself a nice big shot. Love it. That'll be cool to see on the U.S. Hard Enduro YouTube channel.
Max is so cool. He lives about 45 minutes from me in New River, Arizona, and really made his mark, of course, winning a bunch of AMA hair scramble events there in Arizona, and been competing in the United States AMA Enduro Cross Series for a bunch of years. He's still a competitor there as well, and actually finished 7th place amongst all the kids this year. Max, an awesome individual. Now, talking about some of our previous commentators here for King of the Motos, of course, Dave Brocious, who we did a moment of silence for in honor of Dave Brocious yesterday. We lost him about, it's about 2 years ago now. And of course, he brought Brian out one time, and Brian worked with him. And then, of course, I've done a bunch of last stock standings and some enduro cross with Dave. We'd like to mention all of our friends that are no longer with us, and Dave's definitely one of those. Another friend that's definitely with us all the time still, but he couldn't be with us this weekend, and we look forward to working with him. Of course, both Brian and I worked with him last year, and I worked with him the year before. Ricky Johnson, many times Supercross and outdoor motocross champion, and Baja champion as well. I found out why he wasn't with us this weekend. It was a score banquet last night in San Diego. So in preparation for the score banquet, he couldn't be with us this year, and hopefully he can join us back again, both Brian and myself, for King of the Motos for 2025.
We've got the leaders coming in, Cody Webb, Ryder LeBlond, and Trystan Hart there working their way towards Chocolate Thunder. This is where it'll be interesting to see what they do when they come in to finish off their second lap. There was talk of potentially rear tire changes, right? So they would have a wheel ready to go with a new rear tire on it. Now I want to see if that's something that's going to happen or not. It seems a little crazy. They really haven't done that many miles in the long run, but they have been out there for quite a few hours. Now granted, hours on the course versus wear and tear on the machine are vastly different, and they're the ones that are going to know their machines best. And since they don't know what's coming up ahead, they may make the choice that it does make the most sense to put on a new rear wheel with a new tire. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that's going to go. But yeah, we've got Cody Webb, Ryder LeBlond, Trystan Hart there coming on their way in, and that fourth rider I believe is still Max Gersten, U.S. Park Enduro media specialist, following them, capturing probably some great footage of the rear wheel of Trystan Hart.
Wow, Brian, I wonder what's going through Ryder LeBland's mind right now as he's dicing it up and staying in the wind of Cody Webb. Is he trying to learn as much as he can from Cody? Or is he just trying to set him up for a possible pass on this last loop? Your guess is as good as mine. But I tell you what, Cody Webb is on his game, the best he's ridden in a long, long time. And obviously, here he is going up to the top. Look at those long legs working it.
But no pit. He chose to not pit. He pit after lap 1, did not pit after lap 2. So what's the strategy for Ryder LeBlond, and Trystan Hart? Did they pit? Are they changing? If they stopped and Cody Webb didn't, this is his chance to try to come out and make up an not just how long it takes for them to do that, but how much time they lost. So Trystan Hart, again, already back out, so probably less than 60 seconds. Looks like we just saw Ryder LeBlond right behind him. So looks like Cody Webb probably going to get about 60 seconds, maybe just a little bit less on them. They're just making their way up Chocolate Thunder. So simple. Oh, and I say that.
Great ride side by side. Right now, Ryder LeBlond and Trystan Hart going up that canyon side by side. Great shot, great coverage from our King of the Hammers production crew. Hasn't updated yet. Actually, both Cody and Trystan have moved up away from the field as Ryder LeBlond drops back a little bit and he took a pit. Now, it could be advantageous or it could be detrimental to their racing program because with a fresh tire and some of this stuff coming up for lap number 3 or loop number 3, there's a great shot of Cody Webb. Look at those long legs working it through the whoops and the sand gouges as he's coming up through the canyon. Cody Webb, 5-time King of the Motos champion and 5-time United States AMA Trials champion. And just a super nice guy, always. Cody, first time I met Cody is probably about 12 or 15 years ago at one of the last dogs. He's won quite a few of the last dogs too, so is Colton Haaker.
Yeah, so we got heard from Justin that obviously what kind of we saw on camera that Cody Webb, no pit stop, no fuel, no tire change, no nothing. Just hooked a right straight up Chocolate Thunder where Ryder LeBlond and Trystan Hart both stopped for gas. Oh, so tell them what we just learned, Chris.
Outstanding. Just caught from the crew. Cody Webb comes in to the pit area there at Chocolate Thunder, and he pretended like he was going to go take a pit stop. He set up the other riders. They went in to go take a pit, and he stormed out of there to continue the lead and to stretch it out even further. Talking about strategy, Brian, unreal. Cody, man, way out front. He wants, now we talked to him the other night on Friday night at the press release. He really wants to win King of the Motos again.
Yeah, that's what's so cool about yesterday, having the strategy for the way that he was going to run his GPS, that he could have both of the laps loaded, so he didn't have to wait. He could just switch between them. So again, that saved him about 60 seconds there when he was pitting yesterday between lap 1 and lap 2, and then again today, trying to get himself an extra 60 seconds in front of his competitors by kind of faking them out, making it look like he was going to pit, waited for them to stop and start getting gas, and he just takes off. So pretty smart, pretty cool to see. And there we go. We got a nice shot of Trystan Hart there, and we got Ryder LeBlond. So they're still together, but it looks like they're probably about 60 seconds, maybe 45 seconds behind Cody Webb. So is that what he needs to be able to stay out front? Or are Hart and LeBlond, with Gersten following in their stead, are they going to be able to catch up to Webb? Now again, we know that on this third lap, things are going to get more technical. So are they going to be able to ride all of these at the same speed, right? If it gets extremely steep and gets extremely technical, Webb could make a mistake and everybody could just catch right back up.
Where's another issue too, Brian? Fuel management, you know? No extra fuel from lap number 2 to lap number 3 for Cody Webb.
Yep.
Whereas the others took a splash, so it could be an issue as well, especially if he's trying to stay ahead and being on the gas just a little bit more than usual.
Absolutely. Now, I would imagine that if this is the strategy that he wants to go with, he probably has some gas on him just in case things turn for the south. Things turn for the worse when it comes to him running out of gas. Now, the thing is I believe this is also a shorter lap, so it's only going to be around 9 to 10 miles long. So he probably doesn't need as much fuel for this one, but where I do know that it could get interesting is because of the fact that they're going to be much steeper. And from what I've heard is that there's obviously the chance for a lot of wheel spin. And with a lot of wheel spin, the motorcycle is still running, so that means that you're still burning gas, which means you need to reserve your fuel, to your point about, you know, being a little bit smarter with the way that you're running the motorcycle. So we will definitely have to see how this plays out.
Like to play mention to Christian Thordsson. He's an American, number 69. He's going up Clawhammer Trailhead. Another one, Anson Maloney, number 269. Anson, he's 24th in all trackers, first in the 4-stroke sportsman. So I'd like to mention Anson Maloney on bike number 269. I'd like to mention Justin Remley, number 190. He's 20th in all trackers, and he's 18th in pro. How about number 25, Coella Huddy? Now, we mentioned him a couple times. He's 5th in the pro, 6th in all trackers. And then James Flynn, he's 8th in all trackers and 7th in pro. James Flynn, of course, originally from Page, Lake Powell, Arizona. And then the number 80 of Dylan Santoro. He's doing about 8.2 miles right now. 17th in all the trackers, and he's 15th pro.
Looks like we've got a shot of Cody Webb there in that canyon ravine, but if we notice, Trystan Hart's already in the screen, obviously having a little bit of a bobble there, but that's okay for these guys. So in the long run, like, Cody Webb did not pit to try to get some, you know, distance between himself, Ryder LeBlond, and Trystan Hart. And in the long run, it looks like they are catching up. So Cody Webb's going to have to not make any mistakes, because it looks like Hart is kind of trying to, you know, put the rocket boosters on to catch back up to Webb so that they can be together this entire time. And if the way it looks like right now, if Hart can just come up and over that little crest instead of staying in the ravine, he could catch right up to Webb there as they're working their way up the distance.
Now, if you're following Yellow Tracker, our lead riders going out on loop number 3 are in blue. Our riders from loop number 1 are in green. And the riders in loop number 2 are in red.
I do know that this is now that yellow trail that connects between the green marker that we saw from lap 1. This is where it's supposed to get, well, one of the sections where it's supposed to get a lot more technical, so we'll definitely have to see how this plays out. But right now, Cody Webb does not look like he is being slowed down very much, but LeBlond and Hart there are kind of back a little bit still in that ravine, and it looks like that Webb is starting to pull away just a little bit. But it could be because he made it past a nice little technical spot that is keeping Hart and LeBlond back just a little bit. So we'll have to see how it keeps going for Webb. You can just barely see him there at the bottom of the screen.
What a strategy by Cody Webb. He's very, very smart. 32 years young. He's one of the senior riders in this group, but definitely not a slouch, that's for sure.
The Mountain Goat is performing today.
Yes, he is. And, you know, it's funny because we haven't mentioned our lead woman rider right now, Louise Forsley, and she's 32 years of age as well on the Sherco team.
Yeah, it's interesting that in hard enduro, you can still be a little bit older of a rider and still perform at an extremely high level. And I do believe that that's just because of the fact that it comes down to so much more of a technical skill set versus sometimes just being able to hang it out. Like it is for a little bit younger, right? I mean, you're going to go those speeds and potentially take some of those crashes. You kind of got to sometimes have a little bit of a loose cannon, and that's okay. Like, we enjoy that, and we have fun with it when we're out on a motocross track or maybe supercross. We're just going fast through the desert with our friends. But when it comes to hard enduro, it's a little bit slower, a little bit more technical, a little bit more precise. And I think that just leads its way to older riders still being able to do pretty darn good. I mean, look at Graham Jarvis. Older than myself. I'm 44. He's in his late 40s. Still performing at the top of his game. I got a chance to take one of his hard enduro classes last year out at Red River Motorcycle Trails, and man alive, he's such a quiet, reserved dude. But when you start talking to dirt bikes about him and technique and clutch control, throttle control, wheelies, and this, that, the other, oh my gosh, it's just oodles of knowledge.
Graham Jarvis, what a gentleman too. Such a nice guy. Whoa. Something fell. But no, awesome. I'm gonna check that out. I'll be right back.
Just look at Cody Webb just rocking and rolling. So it looks like he's about halfway through that new added trail. So we'll have to find out from Justin if he thought he was going to be a little bit slower through that section. Of course, that's what he's trying to do. He wants to make sure that Cody Webb, now this is definitely a shot that I recognize. So Cody Webb is back on the green course, which is going to, again, take him over to the blue course, which will then take him on to more of lap 3, that yellow course that you see there on the yellow brick. Looks like number 88, Josh Pregan there in the A class on his KTM, starting on Chocolate Thunder. So he's probably going out for his second lap. Just crazy to think that he got lapped so far by Cody Webb. So Cody Webb, Trystan Hart, Ryder, LeBlond out on their third lap. And if he's going out on his second lap, then that means he was lapped by those guys. So they have definitely moved forward an extremely fast pace, and it looks like that's Trystan Hart on screen right now, and Ryder LeBlond is not as close to him as he was earlier, so we'll see if he jumps into on screen, see how that's going. But of course, Cody Webb was just moving and shaking out in front of Hart and LeBlond a little bit ago, so hopefully we can see. Yeah, so that's the shot that we were seeing a little bit earlier of Cody Webb heading his way up. And now it looks like Hart is on that section, just probably about 2 to 3 minutes behind Webb. We'll see where Ryder LeBlond's at there. We got more riders pitting there at Chocolate Thunder. Telling them if they had a utility can caddy, they'd have everything they need right there in their gas can. No need to have extra things carried around with you. We are 3 hours into our race, so we've got 3 more hours for some of these racers to finish. There looks like LeBlond jumping up on that road that we saw Cody Webb on a little bit earlier. So Trystan Hart probably about a minute or two ahead of him, unless that's him right there, but I believe he was already up on that ridge line. So we'll see here in a second when we can get a little bit closer shot of what's going on.
Fly with caution. Fly with caution.
There we got a couple riders on screen. Look like they're riding together. These guys are dropping in there to finish off lap 1 for themselves. They're coming back into Chocolate Thunder. That just shows that it's way steeper than what the camera shows or what we see when Cody Webb, Trystan Hart, Ryder LeBlond, and some of our other pro riders come through there. It is pretty treacherous. It looks like we've got our leader on screen getting pointed in a certain direction to make sure that he can't take off to continue onward onto what is going to be lap 3. So he'll still be lapping a couple of racers because as it looks like lap 3 does touch a little bit of lap 2, but then at very close to the end of what was lap 2, they're going to cut off into the yellow trail for lap 3. And then we got 2 racers look like they've been helping each other a little bit throughout the day. I can see the one that's now lower on screen chit-chatting a little bit with the one that's a little bit higher now. Interesting, heading back down the trail. Might be the wrong direction, but maybe he's just coming around to take the line that the other racer was just handling. Oh, that bike just took a little bit of a tumble.
Well, Cody Webb stretched out his lead a little bit further now. Now it's a good dice between Trystan Hart and Ryder LeBlond battling for that second spot.
Man, it looks like we got Will Riordan there on screen. This is that kind of technical canyon that stretches between the 2
Thunder Alley. And Will Riordan coming through Thunder Alley right now. He's currently running in that 4th spot still. Both Will and Ryder LeBlond, a couple of our young 20-something, that's for sure. And of course, our leader of the pack, 32 years young. And then Trystan Hart, I believe, is 24, 25. He's still a youngster, too.
Well, there we go. Another racer getting moved over to the blue line to finish off what is going to be their 3rd lap. I believe that was Ryder LeBlond that was heading off in that direction.
Wow, Brian, check out the awesome weather we're getting out here in Johnson Valley off of Boone Road and Means Dry Lake for the 2024 Progressive Insurance and Liqui Moly Lubricants King of the Motos right here in front of you on our live streaming.
Well, if you guys do not want to miss any of the action, make sure that you subscribe to our premium feed so that you can keep the action on screen. But of course, as always, we'd like to give a big shout out to our sponsors. So we will be back in just a second. But if you don't want to miss out the action, make sure you subscribe to the premium feed.
Rising up, pushing up to the summit. Got the keys to the show, yeah, we run it. Set the place for the race, and we don't wait. Give it all for the win, this is our day. Energy, energy, unleash the inner beast. Energy, energy, welcome to the top. See you at the peak. Unleash the inner beast, but we never stop till the victory.
The King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new, Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Big welcome back to each and every one of you watching our live streaming here for the 2024 Progressive Insurance Liquid Moly King of the Motos. I'd like to give another shout out. Now, I grew up down the street about 3 miles from a place called Ascot Park. Yeah, you think, oh, what's a motorcycle or a car race or a racetrack in the middle of Los Angeles doing? Well, I tell you what a great place, what a great opportunity. What unbelievable. I made so many friends, and it set my life in a certain direction that's just incredible. I would not be where I'm at right now if it wasn't for the Agajanians, it wasn't for Stu Peters, it wasn't for Rico Hawks there at Ascot Park. So a big thanks to those gentlemen. I also like to mention a couple of our fine racers that raced Ascot Park. One of mine, a longtime friend, for over 40 years we've been friends, Donnie DeArmond. Big shout out to Donnie. Thank you for joining us here for the King of the Motos. Well, the last mention I got from Justin, you were looking at about 45 minutes to an hour before the finish of this event. So we are waiting for it, for some more action. We're going to send Brian Pierce out to Chocolate Thunder for the finish, for interviews of our top 3 riders, and possibly, who knows, maybe Louise Forsley will make it back out there, being our lead woman in this entire field. But Cody Webb, what a strategy. The guy has just put together an awesome, awesome weekend here for Extreme Hard Enduro for the United States brand. So one of the toughest hard enduro events of the entire year in the world, and it's right here in Johnson Valley, California.
Yeah, we got the racer on screen just coming up to another checkpoint, but of course they had a media rider sitting there watching, motivating him so that he could make it up the hill climb that he was on. It's so cool to see all these guys out there having fun racing their dirt bikes here in the Johnson Valley OHV area.
Cody Webb stretching out his lead a little bit further, sandwiching Ryder LeBlond between him and Trystan Hart. And then Will Riordan taking up the rear, just now coming back onto the main course there off of Chocolate Thunder. So they're all heading toward the finish line area. They got a ways to go yet, but still, we're looking at about probably 35, maybe 40 minutes or so before they take that checkered flag for our lead pack at least. And everybody else will be trickling in afterwards.
Yeah, there's a lot more time on course for all of the racers that are out there. So if they want to try to finish out their 3 laps, there's still a lot more time for them to be on course to try to do that. And that's what's even crazier too, as we look at some of the racers that are on course right now. The green that you can see on yellow brick is racers that are on their first lap still. There's quite a few racers that are out there. I would almost say at least a quarter of the numbers that we can see on yellow brick are still green, which means they're still out there 3 hours plus of their first lap, and it looks like the other ones are there with green. And then of course if you're blue on yellow brick, that means you're on your 3rd lap, which we do not see many of those right now. And the 262 that we just saw on screen, Daryl Collins in the 50 plus A class. Man, that's so awesome to see out there riding that dirt bike here in the 2024 King of the Motos.
I'd like to mention a couple of others. We got Tyler Gard, number 24. He's a 5th in the A class, so that's a great ride. We had 28 A riders in this field. Another one to mention, Alexander Kasparinas, number 122. He's 2nd in the B class. You're doing about 12.6 miles per hour off of our yellow tracker.
There we go. There's 262. Just finished up that lap, man. Good for him. Then we got a rider coming down here. Oh, Cooper Abbott coming and finishing his 2nd lap. Let's see what his pit looks like.
Alexander Kasparinas, number 122, is our 1st in our B class. He's running 25th overall on the trackers. Great job in leading the parade in our B class. 2nd in the B class is right on his back bumper. Check out this name, Brian. Boogie Rivera.
Yeah, that guy's ready to boogie, that's for sure.
Isn't that
Boogieing
cool?
like Cooper Abbott right there. Look at that. Finishing up his 2nd lap. Looking down.
Oh, looking down. Has he got a flat tire? It looked low, didn't it?
Well, these guys run very drilled out bibs in their rear tires.
That's true.
They may run it because of the fact that there's so much dirt, or sorry, there's so much. They may actually add, they may have a few less drills in the bib that they're going to drill out. But in the long run, they do look a lot lower than what you would see on a motocross or a supercross track. Those rear gummy tires.
Brian, new update going on. Of course, Cody Webb leads, Ryder LeBlond in 2nd. Will Riordan gets by Trystan Hart to take over that 3rd spot.
Yeah, that's what
so
we're
we got
seeing
a
on
good
yellow
battle.
brick.
Oh man, yellow brick keeping us up to date. Will Riordan now podium position for the Australian number 39. So Trystan Hart taking the win last year and taking the top honors in the United States Hard Enduro Series and winning the Enduro Cross Series, the AMA United States Enduro Cross Series. If you ever get a chance and it ever comes to your local entity and you see an Enduro Cross event coming, I tell you what, it's one of the funnest stadium events you can actually watch. And I've had the opportunity of announcing quite a few of them, and I believe Brian has as well. And it's one of my funnest events to announce because it's a lot of live action that you can see up close and personal, where this event right now, if it was not for King of the Hammers production crew giving us great opportunity to see what's happening, we wouldn't have all the great commentating. Well, actually the okay, moderate commentating that Brian and I are presenting.
Yeah, being able to look at Chance Daly there, number 68, coming in on his Sherco. And then, of course, unfortunately, this gas that just seemed to fall over there a little bit at Chocolate Thunder, number 471. Let's see if we can find that. 421, Declan Mackhill, and that looks like he is an A rider there. So he's going to get that gas going and stood up and get back on course.
We just had a yellow brick update. And Will Riordan is in 4th place, Ryder LeBlond in 3rd. What's that mean? Trystan Hart's in 2nd. No, he's, yeah. Cody Webb is still in the lead. Ryder LeBlond in 2nd. Hart in 3rd, Riordan in 4th. So right now, Will Riordan, he has dropped back a little bit. Trystan Hart did get by him, so there's an issue possibly with the number 39, gas of Will Riordan. All speculation. That's the best Brian and I can do right now. Now we're getting updates from the field every so often, but between phone and internet signal here in Johnson Valley, it's kind of marginal at best, is what we can say. You know, it takes about 1 to 2 minutes for my streaming on my internet to come on through on my phone. So I'm trying to catch wind from Justin Lineweber out in the field, our race director.
I love watching our racer come in here on the bottom right of the screen. He's kind of like, I think I was going to pit. Was I going to pit? Where is my pit? How do I feel right now? I might need some help. Oh, it still sees that 262 we were looking at earlier. Looks like he's back in the pit, or maybe potentially still in the pit, putting that helmet on, realizing, wait, I'm going out for another lap. This is going to be interesting. Oh, it's such a cool wall ride. I remember looking at that last year. It was a little bit beefier last year, I think, but that's okay. It all evolves.
Now, earlier on, we had a possible podium position from James Flynn on a double nickel off the first lap. He's dropped way back. He's on lap number 2. As right now, Cody Webb is coming up on to James Flynn. In fact, he just passed by James Flynn on my yellow brick tracker.
Yeah,
so
most
Cody
likely
Webb.
he just passed that checkpoint out there and is on the yellow course now for lap 3. So James Flynn's going to continue on the blue, where Cody Webb is going to kick off onto the lap 3 yellow if you're looking at your yellow brick tracker.
James Flynn currently running 13th in the pro class and 15th overall in the trackers.
It's so crazy to see some of these A racers now taking on and beating some of our pro racers.
Now, a good ride for Gage Key. He's running 14th in the pro, 16th overall right now, right behind James Flynn. But now, talking earlier, Brian, about Cody Webb. I mean, the gentleman is just incredible. What a talent. But I would say the big. Oh, look at this great coverage of the helicopter.
Approaching.
We just missed it.
Fly to
back to
safe
Cody.
altitude.
Oop.
Man.
That is such a cool shot, looking at this trail as it's worked its way up this rock field here in the Sunday race for King of the Motos. Right now we don't have any bikes scattered across it, but you can tell with all the dirt that is on those rocks that there were definitely riders working their way through that terrain just a little bit ago. Let's see if we can get ourselves into this ravine and see what we see.
Right now, Trystan Hart is on the move, and he's got Ryder LeBlond within gun sights. We'll see if he's getting to be a veteran, and he is a champion and a current champion, if he can reel in on the youngster on that factory Husqvarna. Let me rephrase that. Factory Rockstar Energy. Husqvarna. Ryder LeBlond in his early 20s. I believe he is 20 years old, originally from Pennsylvania. Now making a lot of time out here in the West.
Oh, there's Trystan Hart. Looks like he is taking his left off onto the yellow trail that is going to be supposed to be very technical for these racers. That's why the only tracks that are going to be in front of him are going to be Cody Webb, and Cody Webb probably wanted to move and shake and not leave too many tracks for Trystan Hart to try to follow.
Now there's a merchandise booth out by gate number 1 here in Hammertown for all sorts of great gear, accessories, and clothing in honor of King of the Hammers and King of the Motos. So be sure to swing on by and check out our merchandise store over there at gate 1.
We just saw Quinn Winslow. We're talking to him, number 5 on that. We'll go with Ryahu, whichever one you want to go with, right? Whichever one might be most right or sound the best. Coming into pit, so that I don't know if that's his first lap or second lap. We can kind of check that out here. Looks like number 5 is in red, so he would have just finished his second lap, which makes sense. So getting ready to pit and come out for his third lap here. So he should finish within the 6-hour limit that he is going to have on this course.
He's currently running 7th in the pro class right now.
Nice job.
7th in the
If he
trackers.
can get a top 10, dude, that's awesome for Quinn, considering he said that that a top 10 would make him happy because of the fact that he knows that this is his words, not the terrain where he would expect himself to perform the best.
Now probably in the middle of lap number 2 is 29th overall with our trackers. Oh, it kissed away from me. There he is. No? Okay. As Brian Pierce goes off to Chocolate Thunder to go get a chat with a couple of our top riders when they come back through off of loop number 3. Still currently the 5-time champion. Thank you very much. 5-time champion of King of the Motos. 5-time national trials champion. And I believe it's 3, maybe 4-time champion of Last Dog Standing. Cody Webb, our current leader, on Sherco number 2, really putting a hurt. Great strategies in each and every loop he's performed here today and yesterday as well. And we looking forward to a great interview with Brian Pierce at the finish line here off of loop number 3. So they're coming into the more difficult section here on loop number 3 and talking to Justin Line-Weber. Pam Hall getting ready to join me in the booth as Brian Pierce goes off into the field, and I get to run this thing down with Pam for the finish line there at Chocolate Thunder. Let me take an opportunity again to mention some of our fine sponsors. Of course, Progressive Insurance of the 2024 King of the Motos, presented by Nito, Optima, Desert Challenge, Class 11 Showdown, Can-Am UTV Hammers, Race of Kings, Everyman Challenge, Ultra 4, King of Motos, and then we have Progressive Insurance, Can-Am, Nito, Optima, Ford Bronco, Monster Energy, Max Trax, On-X Off-Road, Griffin Radiator, Furman Power Equipment, Pro Eagle, Curie Enterprises, Buggy Whip, Yukon, Liquimali, Brannick Motorsports, VP Racing Fuel, Baja Vida Beef Jerky, IBAC Suspension Components, Factory 55. Share My Coach, King Off-Road, Recaro Seats, CA, ARB, Toyo Tires, Beaming Drive, El Monte RV, Laser Nut, Axial, Acu Air, PCI Race Radios, 4-Wheel Parts, Wholesalers, Dana, Spicer, Roosh, Eliminator, Shift Pod, Sylvania Off-Road, United Sim, MP, Spider Tracks, Warren, Amsoil, Pro Eagle, just to name a few, here for 2024 Liquimali King of the Motos. Pam Hall joined me back in the booth. Pam, how's it going, honey?
It's going wonderful. How are you doing today?
Great, just keeping the things rolling right along, doing the best we can. Of course,
Yes.
Brian going out in the field out to Chocolate Thunder. Hopefully get a good chat with all of our racers coming in. But what have you seen today from you running around, checking everything out?
Well, it's been quite an adventurous morning, getting the stage all set up and everything for the awards later on this evening. But the start this morning was what has really been the most exciting for me. Watching those guys all struggle going up Chocolate Thunder. It's like the 405 traffic jam at rush hour.
Well, it's almost like a wrong-way driver coming back through the field, just blocking the traffic. It was stopped there for a long time, but man, what a great coverage we've had. Every year it just gets better and better. This is by far the best year of coverage from King of the Hammers production crew.
Yes, it's been great. I've been watching it on and off as well. And, having the rain that we had yesterday, it really made the whole entire race course pristine for these drivers. This is what moto guys love is, fresh, rained on dirt, right, to go ride in. So it's great. The rocks were a little slippery up there this morning just because of the moisture on it, but here they are out. They're out on their third lap, getting ready to finish here in just a little bit. The leaders are, correct?
Real shortly, yeah. And Cody Webb continues to lead. Oh, Trystan Hart just got by Ryder LeBlond to take over that second spot. So maybe you can start reeling in our 5-time champion of Cody Webb.
Yeah, Cody Webb definitely down there this morning had his mindset, for race day. I love talking to the riders on the line, but it's also, I don't want to bother them too much because when you have your race face on, you don't want to get bothered. You want to keep that mindset going. And down there this morning, though, watching the riders get ready to take that green flag, going up Chocolate Thunder, they were all walking their line, again, trying to find their line, but then again, it's the rocks. You got to figure it out and either go for it or, find a new line. So.
What an intelligent strategy done by Cody Webb as he comes pulling into the pit, coming into loop number 2, and he actually pulled into pit, tricked everybody, both Ryder and Trystan. He took off. Probably pulled another 45 seconds or so, my estimation, by doing that trick.
Yeah, well, and yesterday, talking about yesterday, he ended up having his GPS in there, so it, a little bit less time of in the pit and everything, just going, checking fuel and all of that good jazz. But Justin was telling those guys, each lap coming in because he was, out pre-running the course and marking it than he would normally on certain areas of the course. So it's all about strategy, what you're doing, but hopefully they've made their correct pit stop challenges and make it through the race. But look at this terrain. It's so gorgeous out there.
Beautiful sky, fluffy white clouds. Hey, now how many years have you been working King of the Hammers, King of the Motos?
Well, King of the Hammers, I've been here since 2017. I used to work over in the media tent, and here I am now announcing with great people like you. And out here since 2017, that was also the first year I watched King of the Motos, and that was when they had a night start up Chocolate Thunder, and that was amazing to watch. That's honestly probably my favorite start out of all of the King of the Motos starts. But over the years, the King of the Motos has become one of my favorite events to watch.
It's right up there with mine as well. Another event that I do that I really have a good time, and that's a day in the dirt. And this year we had just shy of 3,000 entries.
Oh, wow, that is awesome.
Pretty good. But, we don't have the coverage. Okay, that's Cody Webb coming up on the last portion of loop number 3. That is our leader on the factory Sherco number 2 of Cody Webb. 32 years young, and he is still a serious contender to deal with.
And you know what amazes me is that I did not realize last year he was actually racing with an injured thumb.
Oh yeah, he had a torn ligament in his thumb.
Yeah, I had no idea until he brought that up the other day in the press conference. And so to finish second last year without having hardly, minus a thumb basically, was pretty amazing.
Is that Trystan Hart? No. That might be Trystan Hart.
Can't quite tell. He does have that purple color that is kind of on his riding gear, but I'm not quite sure.
No, it's a couple of slower riders, man.
That is 251, I believe, there on the left. And on the right, can't quite make out that number. But these rocks, I mean, riding over these rocks is something I look up to these guys. These guys are my heroes coming out here and racing King of the Motos out here. And to me, my thoughts, the most grueling terrain that you can race on. But what I noticed earlier, another thing, you asked me what I've seen watching the live feed earlier, I saw one rider basically run down the mountain to go help the next rider behind him pull his bike up the rocks. And that's what's so awesome about helping each other out, and you're helping out your competitors, but you're also helping everybody to the finish as well. And there we do see a fast section that might be Cody Webb, cannot quite make it out. What do we have on the tracker here? Who do we have?
Well, it's funny. Our yellow brick tracker right now, we know that it is. Okay, there it is.
Oh, so he's very close.
Coop.
Cody Webb looks like he's not too far from the finish.
Approaching.
He's just coming down. Only a
Here's
couple
our
of miles to go for
our second place rider right now, Trystan Hart, on the screen, making his way over that hump.
Trystan going about 8.9 miles per hour. Right now, Cody doing 5.9.
And here is Cody Webb out there in that lead.
Look at that fine chocolate syrup. Oh, it is.
And I believe that is media that's chasing behind
Nice
him. That's
wheelie. Look at that.
Look at that. He's definitely coming around to the finish if he's having some fun.
That's Max with him right now, I believe. Yeah, Max Kirsten. He's riding with Cody. Max, of course, many time competitor with the National Enduro Cross Series. And here, you don't do that.
Max is just keeping up with. That goes to show you what kind of rider the media is behind. I mean, I know Max rides and everything and races as well, but he's keeping up with Cody Webb, who is right now in the lead for King of the Motos.
Max is actually hosting. Oh, there's Trystan Hart coming down. Great view from Trystan. I believe that's Will. No, I believe that's Ryder LeBlond on the Rockstar MG Escobar. What a great ride by Ryder, by the way. He got third place last year. He's currently running in that third place again. Behind that of Trystan Hart.
And speaking with Trystan yesterday, he was talking, in the press conference also, he came out and said that, he hasn't really been, riding and conditioning the past few months and everything. So for him to be out here running as good as he's going, and he hasn't really been conditioning too hard, it goes to show, the memory and the
Kirsten, everybody cheering for him right now. Max following closely. Coming down into Chocolate Thunder, the checkered flag flying, our new 2024 Liqui King of the Motos champion, 6-time champion, Cody Webb. Give him a round of applause, everybody. This gentleman put on quite the show today.
Yeah, look at him. He is super pumped to be out there. He knows that he's in that #1 spot right now. how awesome is that? Cody Webb, 6-time winner right now. Of course, everything's unofficial until they make it official, but six King of the Motos win has got to feel pretty good right now.
Well, check this out. 6-time King of the Moto, 5-time United States Trials champion, and 3-time Last Dog Standing champion. So, quite a resume for this gentleman, and he is a gentleman too. I've always enjoyed talking to Cody, and he's just so calm, so collective, and so talented. No doubt about that.
I cannot wait to hear Brian's interview from him. That's going to be super exciting to hear. We saw the excitement on his face when he came in, but Trystan Hart, our winner from last year, or the last 2 years,
Yes.
running in that second position. So I don't know exactly how far behind he is, but he's actually not too far behind, and it just updated. So we'll see here shortly, probably Trystan Hart coming through. And Ryder LeBlond is in that third position still. Oh, and look at that. Trystan Hart is in. He came in super close behind Cody Webb.
Oh, I can't wait to hear Brian Pierce's interviews of both Cody and Trystan as well, and Ryder LeBlond as well. What a great ride for Ryder LeBlond. Now he's coming in to the Chocolate Thunder finish line as well on the number 513, and he is fantastic. Third last year and third this year as well.
And Ryder's a young rider. Kind of sounds weird. I almost said driver. I know these guys are not drivers, they're riders, but that's something I had to adjust when we were all discussing this the other day. But Ryder is young into this sport, and look at how amazing he's doing.
And I believe Trystan
He's been a while
Hart is
for a
about 24, 25. I think Ryder LeBlond is 20.
Okay, yep.
And I believe Will Riordan is 19 or 20.
Yeah, so a lot of young bucks out here racing in our King of the Motos and doing amazing. I mean, these, enduring what they're enduring out here with the course that Justin put on. Justin wanted to make it hard this year, and he did his best, and we shall see if he has to do any adjustments for next year.
Huge kudos goes out to Justin Lineweber for being our race director and outstanding. I know I've been mentioning him quite a bit during the course of the weekend, but all these kudos don't even come close to what that gentleman has done since March of last year, putting this course together.
Exactly. Go out there, find the new lines, find some lines, that haven't been ridden maybe in a long time, but making it difficult for these guys is definitely what was on his goal list, and he has done it so far. I like to hear what the riders think about it, and compare the last year's course to this year's course. But we do have our number 1 and 2, and it looks like we do have Ryder LeBlond is in as well. So we have our 1, 2, and 3 through the checkered flag over there at Chocolate Thunder. So exciting. Exciting for these guys.
Will Riordan off the pace of the other 3. He's way back there, but he's still holding tight on that 4th position. So now he's coming into the yellow line to tie back into Chocolate Thunder for that finish line area.
Awesome. I saw that Brian Pierce is over there, so as soon as we get everything all set up, we will get those off the race course interviews, which are always the best, getting their instant reactions, hearing what they're really going through. And I heard Brian talking about he would love to get, they're out of breath. Get that interview while they're still out of breath.
I don't know. It did not look like Cody Webb was out of breath.
Oh, probably not. He's been training. You guys call him the GOAT, and he likes the rough terrain. Like yesterday, he was saying, pre-race interview, he was talking about how he wished that he could go up the line that was to the right, that was the rough side, but he knows that that's not going to get him out in the lead. But he's like, I wish that was the race course. Everybody had to go up that. And speaking of yesterday, we were discussing how these moto bikes, they all have those straps on the front and the rear to help them get up and carry them up the rocks that they're having such difficulty getting up. That is definitely key to have on there, and to help them and the other riders. We could have somebody on the front and the rear helping you up and everything, but we see a rider right here struggling up the rocks. Can't quite make out the number.
As Payne was saying about the straps, both the front and the back, some riders even have straps on the side, so they can grab it from the side and lift the motorcycle up over the rock. Not just difficult riding a motorcycle in this, but you also have to navigate and carry it up and over some of these obstacles.
Exactly. And these rocks are not small like we were talking about yesterday. They were going down back door. Back door is like a 5-foot ledge. I mean, you're going down and not having to carry your motorcycle up, but still, that's the kind of stuff that they've been enduring this whole entire race.
In about 2002, I believe it was, you know, I raced sidecars for most of my life, and off-road Grand Prix style sidecars. I brought a sidecar back out to the desert, and I raced the next 5 years. And some of these areas go, how in the heck did you go up that gnarly hill? Well, I tipped it over, had my passenger push from behind with the chair wheel in the air, and it kept the traction to the ground. It's pretty gnarly stuff, but we had lots of grab spots on the particular sidecar to do that. But anyway, back to our race, not talking about me, but man, it's what an honor to be at the end of the microphone. This is my 3rd year being at King of the Motos. Of course, shared the mic duties with Ricky Johnson first 2 years, and then last year Brian Pierce come back on board, and he as well as myself had the opportunity, and so did Ricky, of sharing the mic duties with Dave Brocious, and give honor to yesterday. Dave, of course, announced many enduro cross, a lot of the hard enduro, and the enduro events as well. And we lost him about 2 years ago, and huge kudos and our blessings go out to the Brocious family. You know, his 2 daughters and family are still involved with the racing industry.
And let's talk about all the different classes really quick. We haven't had just the pros out here. That's what we've been talking about a lot as the pro classes, but we have a pro women's class as well. They can be as young as 12 years old in that pro class, which is pretty cool. You explained to me yesterday the differences between the A, B, and C classes, which I had no idea what that meant behind it. But we have, you know, multiple A classes of age groups, 30 plus, 40 plus, and 50 plus. We also have a 12 years and up only on a 98cc and above class. We have the B class as well, which is 12 years and up, 98cc, a B 40 plus. The sportsman 4-stroke class, and we have the C class, the amateur women, and the youth lights. What's amazing to me, we have youth out here racing, what these grown adults are out here racing. But I guess I shouldn't say, you know, grown adults, because in our pro class we do have some young bucks that are out there. But yeah, all these different classes that, you know, are out here racing other than the pros is pretty cool to see. They're out here enduring what these guys all love to do and eventually move on up into the class as well.
Hopefully Brian gets a chance to chat with some of, you know, our pro women. Now yesterday, Louise Forsley on the factory Sherco, she took top honors for the pro women in the qualifier from yesterday. But you know, she's 32 years old. She don't look it either.
That's good.
Well preserved. But she's in the movie industry doing stunts, and she kind of took a year off of racing last year and decided, well, maybe I'll do a handful of motocross. And of course, she came out to a day in the dirt, and she competed against some of the girls there, some of the ladies there, I should say. But Louise, definitely many-time champion in a women's class for some of these extreme events.
Yes, and do we actually know, like, do we have any 12-year-olds out here? Because that seems like that's the youngest age to race. Do we have any that young of kids out here?
I believe the 2 riders out there, the 2 young riders are 15.
15,
They're
okay.
both at the limit. But one of them actually finished very well yesterday, and let's see where he was at. Let's build this.
Trying to make out the number of the rider that we have making his way up through the rocks. And for all of you at home that have never been here, the majority of this race course that they're racing on today looks like that, and it's definitely difficult to ride your bike up. I mean, we have some of these obstacles that our Ultra 4 cars will be going through here later on in a couple weeks. But yeah, these rocks are steep, sharp, and big out here at Johnson Valley.
Yes, yesterday our top youth rider was Nolan Albrecht. I believe he is 15.
Okay.
And his sister is one of our pro woman riders as well.
Okay.
And I think it's Natalie. You know, she finished 2nd place yesterday behind Louise Forsley in that qualifier. Now, what do you think about? Now, Brian and I were talking about this earlier. And, you know, of course, we removed the prologue from the program. So now yesterday we had a race. Today we have a race. Why don't we combine the two and the lowest points added? So if you get first place on both days, you only have 2 points. If you get first, or if you get second and second, that's 4 points. So whoever has the lowest score would be the overall winner. You combine both yesterday and today. What do you feel about that?
Kind of like golf. right? Lowest score wins,
Kind of
right?
like golf.
But
Similar.
I kind of like it because I like how Justin has it because you however you did yesterday. Yeah, you could have had a bad race yesterday. Let's say somebody had a bad race yesterday and they didn't finish. They could have finished 10th or whatever. And let's say they come back today and they actually finish first. Well, today's finish is the win, right? So I kind of like that format just because it gives you a second chance to get back up on top of the box instead of combining. But that's my own opinion. I mean, we all have our own opinions, right? Yeah, I mean, combining it would be kind of cool too. But doing basically the qualifier race yesterday for today's starting position and then finishing as you finish today, I kind of like that format.
Well,
gives
in
you
the
a second
AMA,
chance.
Yeah, the AMA Enduro Cross, we have 3 different motos, and we have that point system. The lowest score will be the winner of the 3 motos. And some of these other hard enduro and enduro type events will use that type of programming for scoring. I don't know. It's just my personal feeling.
Yeah.
Of course, I'm not saying that this is wrong because Justin and the entire King of the Motos crew, they did an outstanding job this weekend, obviously, for putting together a great course. Our yellow brick trackers on top of that, and of course, King of the Hammers production crew for keeping us well informed on our jumbotrons as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's an amazing thing to come out here and watch the city being built and the many people from all around that come out here and help. I mean, we call them our Aussie crew. We have the Aussie crew here. They've been here working, putting up all the everything. They're doing whatever they can here and keeping us all busy and making it all look good. And we got them right across from us right now by our brand new general store that we have this year. But the Aussie crew, I mean, they come over here and help us. We have people from all over the world that come over and help us set up this. It's not a small group of people. There are hundreds and hundreds of us out here putting this all together. And, Dave Cole creating this, 18 years ago, or however, I'm pretty sure it was 18 years ago, has created this event that's like to me, the most exciting event to go to every year. A lot of people feel that way. This event's growing every year. And King of the Motos is growing every year. And we were talking about that yesterday. I mean, the vendors and the spectators are, more this year already than it was last year. So the growth behind everything and the growth of how many people come over and help and work and put this all together, it's just one of those things to where the spectators that come out and watch and everything, when you see the people that are working, thank them because they're the reason why this is going on, right? Everybody that's out here working hard, it's all of them that are putting this together.
Well put, Pam. Taking a look at top of Chocolate Thunder, my girlfriend Carol mentioned it earlier today. She goes, look at all those vehicles up on Chocolate Thunder. Wow. And I took wow. And it is a full-on city up on top watching the finish line over there as well.
There was, where I was standing, because I was doing the green flag this morning, where I was standing from bottom where they were starting, there's a fence line obviously up there. There's snow fence. You can only be so close to the race course. So along that snow fence, all the way around, as far as I could see, there were just people everywhere. So
it was a
coming
great
out
view.
there, exactly, it's such a great view. And even during our big race weeks of our bigger vehicles, it's the same way because that's what people want to see. They want to see them going up into these obstacles. And, you can only watch cars go fast for so long, but watching them climb up the rocks, that's a whole different ball game in itself.
This ain't a drag race, that's for sure.
It's definitely not a drag race, and you're not going to win it in the first turn. So you definitely have to, have a good strategy to finish this race in general. I always say that finishing King of the Hammers or King of the Motos is a win in itself because it's so difficult. So you might not get that first place, but it's a win in itself just to make you feel good that you just went through all of this, hard terrain out here at Johnson Valley.
Well, Pam, as I've said many, many times this weekend, if it was easy, everybody could do it.
Yeah, exactly, right?
They can't. Not everybody can do it. That's for sure.
That is so true. Not everybody can do it, and that's why everybody doesn't do it. I wouldn't do this. That's why I'm going to sit here and talk about it or go up there and spectate it. There's no way in a million years I would be able to even do this King of the Motos. I would need a beginner's track.
You ride motorcycles yourself?
I have a little 125 at home. I mean, I'm not good at it. It's just putting around my property. I don't jump it. I don't take any chances. I like a cage around me. I've raced four-wheel vehicles my life, so I would rather stay in a cage myself.
Well, the old saying, too, with age comes a cage.
Yes. except I started out in one, and that's what I'm going to stay in. All right, we should have quite a few finishers coming in here so far. I don't know exactly how many, but we did see 1, 2, and 3 for sure in. And I believe it's a 3 o'clock cutoff time. If I'm wrong, please correct me on that.
I believe you're correct.
And we did start just a little bit later. I'm not sure if we are extending, because we started at 9:15 instead of 9 o'clock. So I'm not sure if it's going to be a 3:15 finish. But we have number 39 right now, trucking along through the rocks here. 39 of Will Ryden is in our pro class. On that gas bike. Wheeling it up the rocks. Look at that. He's making it look easy. It's kind of cool to watch these guys go through the rocks because, you know, you can't keep your feet on the pegs the whole time. Like you just saw, he bounced up and down a little bit off the seat. And you have to use your feet in motocross like this when you're racing King of the Motos. Use those rocks with your, you know, to keep your balance up.
Well, the problem is you're getting tired. You want to sit down a little bit more where you have better balance with the motorcycle when you keep your feet on the pegs and stand up. So we're like Brian and I were talking yesterday. You know, I'm friends with Johnny O'Mara, many-time Supercross champion, and he's talking about you take a look at the motorcycle. The person's position on the motorcycle should be exactly centered. The front wheel to the back wheel to the shoulders should form a triangle. And you move back if you need to lift the front. You move forward if you need to drop the front. So in doing so, the trick is Marty Tripes, and Marty might be, I think Marty's listening to us right now, as a matter of fact. Marty, very first AMA Super Bowl and motocross champion. That man very, very rarely put his foot down. He kept his foot on the foot pegs at all times, even through the turns. And he was known for that.
Interesting.
So a little kudos out to my good friend down in San Diego, Marty Tripes. I'm sure he went to the Supercross last night.
Like he's just maybe taking a breath. You can see him shaking off his hands. Can you imagine how bad your hands are hurting right now holding on that grip? Oh, yeah. What do they call that? Arm pump? Whenever your arms are...
A little.
So let's just go through here on our unofficial finishers. We saw Cody Webb come through. We saw Trystan Hart come through. We have also seen Ryder LeBlond come through as well. So those are our top 3 that have came through so far.
Will Riordan would be the next one in 4th. And then it should be Colton Haaker. So we're starting to get all covered up over on our yellow brick tracker to be able to determine exactly who is where. So in fact, let me go and minus this out a little bit. Nope, plus it up. There we go. Yeah, we're all the way down to about 35 or 40 riders have come through for a finish now. And I want to play mention of Michael Udell, number 1151, coming in second in the B class. Great job by Mr. Odell.
All right, we got a rider. It looks like number 55 possibly right here. Just stopped here in the middle.
That's James Flynn from Page, Arizona.
I'm pretty sure it's 55. I couldn't quite make it out, but I'm pretty sure that's who it is.
I believe that's James, yes.
I mean, you can only imagine how tired they are right now. I'm sure they're ready to be done. And there we do have the 234. Or maybe it was 224. Let's see. Nope, 234. Oh, that might be. Is that Ryder Boardman right there? That could be Ryder Boardman in our A class in the KTM. making his way down.
Okay.
It looked like it said 2:34, but it's 23. I don't have a 2:34 here on the entry list.
I think it's 2:23. I'm just told we're getting ready to have interviews of rider number 2, our champion, Cody Webb, taking another win. 6-time King of the Motos champion. So great job by Cody. Brian Pierce over there at the finish line area, getting ready to do interview as soon as we get the clearance. And get ready for a big screen as well with the interview with Brian Pierce and Cody Webb.
I heard Brian talking about keeping their electrolytes up, you know.
We are here with our 2024 King of the Motos champion, Cody Webb. Cody Webb, tell us how it went out there for you, man.
Man, it was amazing. It was probably one of the best King of Motos we ever had. The conditions were awesome. The rain last night. The dirt was the best it's ever been. I think it allowed the battles to be a lot closer. We were out of the dust. So, you know, really good, fun race out there with those guys. The young kids were stepping it up. I'm still hanging in there, and I guess I hung in just good enough to get the win again.
Yeah, you guys on lap 1 and then going into lap 2. Actually, the top 4 you guys were very close, but you had some strategy when you came into pit. You didn't pit. You just took a hard right and kept going. Tell me about the thought process there and then how you think that played out in the long run.
Yeah, honestly, not pitting for that last lap pretty much got me the win today. I never would have been able to get away from those guys. We just would have been bouncing back and forth in an all-out sprint to the finish, you know what I mean? So, you know, I had a really good fuel economy. I got the smart carb on my bike, so I don't lose any fuel, and it's more efficient. And yesterday we went 27 miles, and that's about what it was today. But there was a couple more dunes out there, so it's taking a little bit more fuel than I needed to, but we got enough to get to the finish and take that win.
You guys were out there longer than you were last year, which was the goal, right? Justin wanted to lengthen the course, also make it more technical. So when it comes down to that evolution of the course for the 2024 King of the Motos, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I thought Justin did a really good job this year. You know, the first couple King of Motos was like almost like a rally hard enduro. So our gummy tires were just losing knobbies. So this year, honestly, the tire was preserved really well. The dirt was really good. And Justin kind of slowed this race down a little bit. A lot more virgin type stuff and technical terrain. And there was, I think it was downtown today. That was probably the hardest part of the race, and that's lap 1 and 2. So all the amateurs got to go through there as well.
Now, again, coming into 2024, there's all kinds of changes that you guys are going to make to your bike for a new year. So is there anything from the year that you've changed, but then also anything specific coming into King of the Motos that may be different from some of the other hard enduros out there for your Sherco 300?
Yeah, honestly, I think we just keep getting this bike better and better. It's been a learning process for sure, but you know, we're running the ASV clutch lever now, which for me honestly helps with the arm pump, and I can kind of keep pushing through it. And then, you know, we got a new setting with Race Tech suspension that made a couple clicker changes from yesterday. It's a big improvement from what I had last year here, and honestly, it was just more compliant and helped me keep trucking through without tearing my hands up with blisters.
Well, what's next for you right on the 2024 schedule, and where can we see you at?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I'm doing the whole season, and there's 2 regional events in Hawaii I'm really excited about. I'm shipping my 22 Sherco that I got still. It's a little beat up, but she's all right, so really excited to ride on the 2 islands there. We're going to Kauai and Oahu. Just an amazing opportunity, bringing the whole family, and from there right back into the premier rounds.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations again on your 6th King of the Motos win. 2024 King, right, of King of the Motos. We will be back very shortly with our 2nd place finisher, Trystan Hart.
Struggle of today.
Yep. We're back up and running. Hey, great account. Thank you, Brian Pierce. Great interview with Cody Webb, our 2024 Liqui King of the Motos champion. So a little bit some updates going here. Coming off of lap number 2. Now I'm in a couple of motorcycle clubs. One of them here in California, Rovers MC. It's a desert club. They're racing over here at Desert MC. The other one, Prescott Trail Riders, where I live, near Prescott, Arizona. One of my Prescott Trail Riders is Zachary Griswold. I'd like to mention him for all of you that are watching. He's running 27th in the B class. I just want to give kudos out to Zach.
Well, awesome. There we go.
And, of course, Cody taking the win. Our Will Riordan coming in 4th. Great job by the Australian, number 39. First year on the gas. And he just finished up his 3rd lap. So good job by the number 39.
Yes. And right now we're watching the 919 of Juan Rajos on the 40 plus A class. He's running on a KTM, making his way down. You know, they keep stopping here a little bit, and they're just checking their lines, or sometimes they have to check their GPS to make sure they're still on the course. But there is definitely a burned-in line here that he is taking.
Yeah, it gets more difficult to call up on our yellow tracker or yellow brick tracker as they start covering over each other. Roger that.
Yep, and we have the yellow brick is really cool, and it sounds like we are going back to Brian at Chocolate Thunder.
We're back at Chocolate Thunder, this time with our 2nd place finisher for the 2024 King of the Motos, Trystan Hart. Mr. Trystan Hart, how did it go for you out there today on your KTM 300?
Pretty good day. It was an epic battle, maybe one of the gnarliest battles I've ever had in the USA. Me, Ryder, Cody for like 2.5 hours. We were together going back and forth. For 2.5 hours, it's pretty crazy. That doesn't happen very often, but it was actually... It's pretty fun, maybe a little stressful because you're like, oh God, how is this going to play out? And then Cody made a smart move and didn't gas on lap 3. And he came in with like this much gas, so he barely made it. But that gave him like a 1-minute head start on me and Ryder. And he finished like 30 seconds in front of me. So he rode really good all day, that's for sure. And he made a really smart move to not gas and risk it. And he got the biscuit today.
So we were talking about the level of how this race is stepping up, right? You know, you guys were out just under 2 hours last year, 3.5 hours, about 3 hours this year. Is the event more technical? Is the length what you guys are looking for in hard enduro? And if not, like, what can they continue to do to step up this event as a hard enduro?
Yeah, I think they honestly stepped it up for sure. Like, just the terrain alone the last couple of years has been, there's nothing really that was, you know, we couldn't get through easily. And today there was stuff we had to get off, push our bikes. Cody was even flipping his bike, which he normally never does. So that just goes to show how hard it was. And I think we all want it pretty hard. We want a challenge. And then when you finish, you can keep your head up high knowing you finished a pretty challenging course. And we did that today.
That's awesome. Okay, so just so we can go back to the timestamp, what feature do you remember it was that Cody flipped his bike? Because we definitely all want to make sure we get a chance to go watch that.
To be honest, I don't remember. I think he might have flipped it a couple times. I think we all kind of threw our bike a couple times. I had a big crash going down a hill, and it just caught my front, and I just flew off to the side. But all in all, battling with the boys for 2.5 hours is pretty sick.
Preparation. Now, you did tell us at the press conference that you had, you know, kind of taken about 2 months off, and you had just gotten on the bike maybe 5-6 days ago from now. Did that affect you today at all, physically, mentally, emotionally, anything like that? Or, I mean, you're just racing, and so you're racing?
Yeah, maybe a little underprepared. I was definitely pretty tired and thinking about, geez, did I come in too underprepared? But, you know, that's the decision I made, and I'm going to live with it now. And, yeah, 2 months is the next race, so still quite a bit of time to be 100% ready. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to the next race and seeing if Cody can bring that same type of fire he had today.
So for the next premier round, you said it's about 2 months out. What is the next 2 months going to look like for you then?
A little more riding on the dirt bike. I haven't ridden the dirt bike much at all, so I'll get back on the dirt bike here soon and get riding into a regular routine and start sending on some crazy lines again.
Love it. Well, great job today getting second place. It was awesome to watch you guys battle out there. I really appreciate you coming to King of the Motos. Guys, we're going to come back with our third place finisher here in just a minute.
And there we just heard it straight from Trystan Hart. He was our 2023 King of the Motos winner. He's saying how difficult the courses are getting, but you know what? He was just talking about the strategy of the last pit when Cody Webb came through and didn't fuel, and he said, You know, he came in with just barely enough gas in there, so thank goodness Cody Webb didn't throttle it out more and use up all his fuel and is in that number 1 spot, with Trystan Hart came in roughly about 30 seconds behind him. But amazing job by these riders that have been out here and picking up their game, and, you know, they're taking the challenges that Justin's throwing at them every year.
Now, besides our lead champions, how about this? First place in the A class, Riley Bender on bike number 131. Outstanding job, takes top honors in our A class.
And here we do have, I cannot make out this number of this rider, but we did see him earlier on getting ready to come through, I believe, through the finish line. Oh, that's 11:31. Get my list out here. 11:31 of
Tegan Warnock. He's a B rider now coming through. Now Tegan on a KTM. Now, we had a good chance of chatting with David Marshall yesterday. He come up and he was all soaking wet on bike number 420. David currently finishing out on 5th place in our 30+ A vet class.
So let's talk about this. King of the Motos was first ever out here in 2012 with Graham Jarvis as the winner that year. And then Cody Webb's been out here, obviously 5-time winner, now 6-time winner. I mean, that's such an awesome feeling, I'm sure, by him. Colton Haaker, he won in 2015. Then we didn't have King of the Motos in 19 or 22. But here we do have Trystan Hart in that number 2 spot. He won in 2021, 2023. Second place this year, but like he was telling Brian and what he talked about in the press conference, and we mentioned it earlier, he took a couple months off, and you know, sometimes you got to just reset, right? I mean, you sit down, you sit back, you reset. And then from what it sounds like, that's what Trystan was doing, was just taking a little reset button before he starts off his 2024 season.
Well, he was starting to do some of the World Hard Enduro Series as well. And this year he's planning on just doing the Erzberg Rodeo and the Romaniacs.
Okay.
Those are 2 he's planning on doing. So they're on a schedule. All the others that were included this past year, he's not going to be doing.
Yeah, it's kind of cool, you know, they're branching out and doing other things of different kind of motocross riding, and it only improves your skill level as a rider or a driver whenever that's, you know, for race cars. The more you have that seat time, the better you'll get, and the more you'll improve every race and take on all of these different challenges.
And it's funny because when this hard enduro style of event that we're seeing here today, every single year it becomes more and more difficult and more challenging. So it's not, okay, there's our 1131 who we're just talking about, Tegan Warnock in the B class. He's coming down in toward Chocolate Thunder. No, he's out on loop number 2. He's getting ready to go out in loop number 3.
And that was a nice fast section. We have some go fast sections, but the majority of it, like you're saying, the hard enduro, keep making it harder every year, and that's, you know, the name of the series.
So we're waiting for taking back on our yellow brick track. Our 15th and pro is Spencer Wilton. Spencer, another one of our youngsters that's coming through the field. Just last year, he was an A rider. We had 26 pro riders.
All right,
this
we're going to bring
weekend.
our 3rd place finisher here for the 2024 King of the Motos, Ryder LeBlond. Dude, you were killing it today, keeping up with Cody Webb, Trystan Hart all day, all 3 laps. How the heck was that for you, man?
Yeah, no, it was definitely cool. That was one of my goals coming into this race was make sure I'm with them the whole race, which I achieved that, but came up short of my other goal, which was win. So I wanted that. It was a lot of hard work for a 3rd place, but I'm happy that we were close and definitely took big strides going into this year, I feel like.
I have to ask, for a young gun like yourself who's been trying to battle with those guys and beat the Cody Webbs, the Trystan Harts for so long, what does it feel like now, 30 minutes after you finish, like knowing I rode with them all day?
Yeah, no, it's definitely it's cool. I mean, a lot of respect to them. They've been smoking me for the last 2 years by, sometimes 40 minutes at some races. So to be only a minute behind Cody and 30 seconds behind Trystan, I take that as a positive for the start of the season for sure. And definitely, I feel like that will be good for confidence when I go home and start training again.
We've asked a little bit about the technicality of the course from last year. Obviously, you guys were on course a lot longer, and we've heard that it's become a lot more technical. So what were your thoughts of the evolution so far of King of the Motos into 2024?
Yeah, dude, it was gnarly. It was they stepped it up a ton. I mean, first 2 laps we had probably 2 or 3 new sections that we'd never done before. And first lap was actually kind of slick because the sand was wet, rocks were a little wet. But then lap 2 was probably the most mellow because it dried up and all our lines were pretty much there for the most part. And then lap 3 they added some really, really good stuff. Like, I mean, it's where I lost the boys at, but it was good for me because I was able to kind of come back after that. I lost a lot of time, but I was able to keep pushing through that after. And that's what I've struggled with in the past. I'd let one mistake just kind of snowball into more mistakes. And I was actually able to, I guess, in my mind, I think I reeled them in a little bit, so that's good.
Now, there's obviously a strategy. You guys came through 2 different times, right? 3 laps, and we saw Cody Webb take a hard right, no pit. So when you were close enough to see that, like, what was going through your mind?
Yeah, that I was second right behind him there, and that really threw me off because, like, he turned to go to his pit, it looked like, and then he started taking off up this way. It's like, oh, man, he's risking, he's going for it, and we had to get gas. We had to play it safe because we were told that our fuel tanks might just cut it close. We probably would have made it, but we didn't want to play it. We want to play it safe. 20 seconds, and man, when I was in there, I was scrambling, trying to get my fuel tank off, get it gassed up, switch the GPSs over, and yeah, it was definitely where he. I think that's kind of where he won the race. I think he kind of lost me and Trystan there, and I think we were both pushing hard the last lap trying to catch him, and we got within like a little bit of time, but it was still just a little too far.
Cool, man. Well, what's next for you on the 2024 schedule? What should we be expecting? Any big changes to the program or to the bike or anything like that?
Yeah, I don't think anything's changed too much. I'm really happy with the new bike. Obviously, we're on a new chassis, completely new bike this year, actually, and I really like it. It's, I've been clicking really well with it, so not going to change too much with it. Maybe a couple things here and there, basic gearing and moves changes, stuff like that. But for the most part, I think just carry this momentum into the next races, and hopefully can work on some of the things I felt like I struggled with today going into Grinding Stone in a month or so.
Well, congratulations on your 3rd place. Good job on the podium. And awesome job sticking with those guys. I know that's got to feel so good for you and all the work that you've put in. So that's our 3rd place finisher, Ryder LeBlond. We're going to come back hopefully with 4th place Will Riordan here in just a minute.
All right. That was an awesome interview. Hearing from Trystan Hart about that was Ryder LeBlond, our 3rd place finisher. How enduring this course is, and did you hear him say he's going to be going home and doing some more training?
Oh yeah, but taking a listen to Ryder, he sure has progressed from last year. He got 3rd place last year, mind you, but the level of skill levels for this event has grown and grown. As Ryder was saying, it's gotten way more difficult, and some of the new stuff that hasn't been ridden before was really, really cool.
That's what I love hearing about from these guys is, they know what they're getting themselves into, but to hear them say how difficult it is, coming from these professional riders, that it's definitely challenging and, again, getting more difficult every single year. And, going home and training again for next year, you got to start training hard for that. And here we do have, I believe that's the 151 making their way through. So the 151 of Michael, is it Michael?
1151 is Michael Udell.
Let's see here. All right, we just had a couple more riders coming through, getting that checkered flag. Having a little bit of difficult time getting at the end there. Oh, that was media. So that is actually Matt coming through behind a rider that got the checkered flag. That might be our 4th place. Our 4th place rider just coming through.
4th place would be Will Riordan, or youngster from Australia. I thought Will already made it in.
I'm not sure who that was that just came through, but
Will
had media behind him, so
Will on gas number 39.
Okay. You know what I noticed off the start this morning? Where I was standing, I couldn't see all the way up Chocolate Thunder. I could only see it to a certain point. There was on the right-hand side.
Colton Haaker on screen coming down now. He's our former champion as well. And former Endurocross champion. Colton, I believe, is in that 5th spot.
Yeah, Colton was our 2015 and our 2017 winner of King of the Motos. All right, sounds like we will have another interview, our 4th place finisher, Will Riordan, coming up here in just a minute with Brian Pierce.
Now, Will Riordan, by the way, his brother Gus Riordan is competing back east at the GNCC. Okay, going over to Brian Pierce and Will Riordan, number 39.
We are coming to you guys with our 4th place finisher, 2024 King of the Motos. We got Will Riordan. Man, you just walked up here without your bike. Can you go get your bike for us so we can check it out?
Nah, I'm done. Nearly 4 hours is enough. I put it away for the weekend. But it was good. Got a good start. And then the first lap, it was Trystan, Cody, Ryder, Colton, Coop. We're all going together. I led for a while. Everyone took a go lead, and it was pretty fun. And then lap 2, just kind of lost. I got through the lappers, but it was just a bit slower than the top 3. And then I got that gap, and then it kind of just stayed and maybe grew a little bit because I had to start navigating myself. But I mean, I gave it my best, and bike's unreal. Fitness is really good. Didn't cramp or get tired. I was pushing the whole time, but just couldn't get a hold of those top 3.
That was one of the things we were just talking with Ryder about. You and Ryder are the young guns, right? You're out there riding with your heroes of the hard enduro sport, Cody, Webb, Trystan, Hart. What is going through your mind when you are out there? Again, like you said, you even led for a little while. So mentally for you, what are you thinking about when that's going down?
Yeah, for sure it's cool, but I don't really think about it when I'm racing. And I've raced against these guys for a few years now, and then we're all mates, so it's the starstruck bit was probably a few years ago, but still so sick to be racing against these guys and they're doing country and everything. But I mean, when we're racing, I want to get, and yeah, I don't really think like that.
Understood. Now, navigation is a huge part of this. The course was a lot longer this year. It did get a lot more technical. What are your thoughts on the evolution of King of the Motos so far coming into this event?
Yeah, sick, for sure. This year was the best and the hardest it's been. Even first lap, they threw in some hard stuff, which surprised, I think, everyone. And then it just progressively got harder. Length was perfect, I think. Took me 3 hours 40. So fried at the end, but not fully fried. So I enjoyed it.
Well, that's where the secret actually comes in. Is there's another lap where in about an hour we're going to tell you guys to go back out and go ride again.
No, I'm done.
I love it. Okay, so any biffs out there though? We heard that Cody Webb kind of tossed his bike a couple times. Trystan Hart said he rolled and kind of fell down in a certain section. Did you have any moments like that are, I guess you could say, uncanny for you pro riders out there?
Nah, I mean normally that's me. I cartwheel my bike. Last year, I got a shit start and I think I crashed 6 times first lap, just pinning it and wadding up so hard. This year, I don't think I crashed once, so it's pretty smooth. But then, I was pushing the whole time. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with me, but no crashes is a bit weird.
We'll take it. Well, dude, what's next for you? What should we expect coming into the rest of 2024?
2-month break until Grinding Stone, round 2 of the US Hard Enduros. So that should be good, but just 2 months of training, which I'm keen for. A bit more trials riding, more fitness training with my trainer Jared, which I'm stoked for because I'm feeling pretty good.
That's awesome. Well, dude, thank you very much for getting a chance to come talk to us. Congratulations on doing such a phenomenal job. I know 4th isn't the podium, right? It's not the win, but the way you were riding with the other racers out there, I think shows a lot of what you're bringing into 2024. So we are just stoked to see that. Guys, we're going to come back with our 5th place finisher here for the 2024 King of the Motos. We'll see you for the next one in a second.
Thank you, Brian Pierce and Will Riordan. Outstanding interview with the youngster from Australia. taking the 4th place. Coming in 5th, Colton Haaker. On the number 10, following him was Cooper Abbott on the number 12. So we have some of our pro riders starting to come back through the field off their loop number 3 finish. And great interviews over there at the finish line at Chocolate Thunder by Brian Pierce. Brian Pierce actually from Texas, originally from Louisiana. And he has a chance of doing some of the East Coast stuff as well. Good to have him on board. Up in the booth with me right now, Pam Hall. Pam, what a great time. Watching the screen, watching our yellow brick coverage, and look at some of this drone coverage from our King of the Hammers production crew is just outstanding.
Yes, it is. We have some amazing drone operators out here. I don't know if they call them drone pilots. I'm not sure. I'm not a drone person. I just get to watch the amazing footage that they get for us. But out here, the weather's beautiful. It's overcast. A little bit of rain last night, like I said. We're supposed to get another 50% chance of rain tomorrow out here. Of course, this is the last of the races for the weekend. And then next weekend, we will be going into our Toyo Desert Challenge. So that's our next race up after this is all over. That's always an exciting one as well. The desert racing out here is quite fun. Rough. There's a lot of big whoops out in this section as well. But out here right now, let's see, who should we have coming in on the next 6th place, I believe is what we're looking for, correct? Who was running 6th place earlier on? I can't remember who you said it was.
Well, 6th place is Cooper Abbott.
Cooper Abbott. Oh, there we go.
Cooper Abbott on the... And of course, Cooper from Peoria, Arizona.
And you can...
Got our 5th place finisher here for the 2024 King of the Motos, Cooper Abbott. Cooper, early on, you looked like you were up there, maybe in the lead, kind of close to the lead, but then unfortunately we saw you kind of step back a little bit. So what happened there to kind of take you away from some of the early on leaders?
Yeah, we were all kind of going back and forth there early on for a while. I lost them, then I was able to get right back on them, and then I actually got into the lead somehow because I think a couple of guys got lost and was leading for a little bit, and then my teammate Webb got around me, and he did this gnarly line going up this creek, and I was not willing to do that line. I guess I don't have enough trial skills or enough balls to do that. So I tried an alternate line, and it really ruined me there. So I crashed on that, had to muscle it up, and then within that 10 feet, I looped it out. I went to pivot turn, crashed there. So I crashed 4 times in a matter of 10 feet and went from 2nd to 6th, and then just burnt too much energy in that spot. Those guys were already 3 minutes gone or so by the time I got up and got going, and I still had a good chunk of the creek left. So that's my fault. A little mistake turned into too many mistakes, so we'll try to work on that, and I think we're pretty close to them. So there's obviously was a couple more laps left, but I felt really, really good on that lap, and I think I could have been right there if I didn't burn myself out.
Now, there is a pitch strategy when it comes into, like, you guys have 3 laps. You had to come through here twice. Were you one of the ones that chose to not pit? What was your strategy there coming in?
Yeah, so I didn't pit between the 2nd and 3rd lap. I was about, I think, like 3 minutes or 4 minutes down from Colton, and I knew if I pitted, I knew I wasn't going to get to him. So I guessed, and it worked out. I mean, I had nothing left. We had to refill me just to get back to the truck. So I luckily was able to get Colton there at the end because we didn't pit, and luckily it worked out on my side that time.
How were some of the bottlenecks for you guys when you're out there, right? You're doing multiple laps on the same terrain, and we noticed there as you guys are on lap 3, some racers are still on their first lap. So tell us, how do you approach these bottlenecks when you're coming up on them?
Yeah, it's super difficult, especially when you're in the canyons. They're so tight, and a lot of times those guys they're so exhausted, and it's hard for them to get out of the way. So we have to try to make some alternate lines, and I tried to do that on the 2nd lap, and I crashed 3 times in one spot there also. I tried this little step on, step off thing off of rocks. So I tried to bring Supercross to hard enduro, and it didn't work too well. So yeah, everybody deals with it. So all of us have to work on it, and I'll hopefully get better.
We've saw some great dirt here in front of us, right? I wouldn't even call it sand anymore. It's actually great dirt going on. But were the rocks slick? Like, talk to us a little bit about the terrain out there and how that rain that came in yesterday affected the course today.
Yeah, the dirt was absolutely amazing. It definitely made it a lot rougher on my wrist and hands and all that, but the dirt was amazing. So much fun. Just every sand section, I was just penning it in. And but yeah, the rocks were really slick, especially early. All of us were really patient because I think we realized how slick the rocks were. And then it seemed like each lap we went through, the rocks got a little bit grippier, probably because more people were going through it.
Sweet, dude. And then what is next for you, right? We got 2024 is just starting here. We got a whole enduro season to come ahead. We got enduro cross later this year. What should we see you at next?
I'm going to try to go do actually a local arena cross race in Prescott, try to change it up and have some fun, and see if I can put the shirt go up there too. And then after that, we'll have the second round of the West Hart Enduro in Oahu, Hawaii. So that's I've never been to Hawaii, so to get to race a dirt bike there is like nothing else. So I'm super pumped for it.
Now, two-stroke for arena cross, or are you going to pull out a four-stroke?
No, I only have 2 strokes now. I'm a big 2-stroke guy now, so I actually don't have any 4 strokes at the house anymore, and I love the 2-stroke all the time now.
That's awesome, dude. Well, congrats again on your 5th place, and thank you very much for taking some time to chat with us. All right, that's Cooper Abbott, 5th place here, 2024 King of the Motos. We're going to be coming back to you with a little bit more interviews if we can track down some more racers.
Thank you, Brian Pierce. Awesome with Cooper Abbott. Cooper, of course, 3rd generation off-road racer. Dad, a many-time National Hare and Hound champion and enduro cross champion as well. Cooper and his dad put on an outstanding enduro cross and off-road school. If you ever get a chance, check out DA8. That's both Cooper and Destry Abbott. Back to the Canyon View, pulling some stuff out of his rear wheels, number 231.
I believe that is Jacob Stone, riding in the B class of the 2319 on a KTM. Let's see if we can find what position he's in and what lap he's on. So running 3 laps today. Yesterday they ran 2 laps. A little bit more difficult. Actually, you know what? Let's talk about this for a second. I actually did not look at the time when Cody Webb came through. Did you happen to look at that? No. I'm just wondering what his time was. I know I was sitting here next to you and didn't he not even think to look at that. Do you guys know what time Cody Webb came through?
Now coming off of lap number 2, one of my friends from Arizona, Dan Hayakawa, and he's an enduro cross regular. He's a 50 plus, but he's running 2nd right now in 50 plus A, 63rd overall. So it's about midstream for our entire field. So good job by Dan Hayakawa on 881. Now we still have some riders on lap number 1, or loop number 1, I should say. Number 1099 was one of those riders. That's Maxwell Wiggin. He's 4th in our B class, still on lap number 1. Matt Adams, number 209. He's 5th in our 40 plus A class. 1114 is Serge Nursis. He's 7th in our B class. Jacob Stone is 8th in our B class.
All righty, let's see. I just asked to find out exactly how long it took Cody Webb because we were all kind of guesstimating on what his time frame was going to be. So let's see what our answer will be here on how long it actually took him to do day 2 of King of the Motos.
Following back on lap number 2 is 12th in our A class. That's Dustin Van Good. He's American. It's getting to be quite the international event. We have, I spoke to, staying in a hotel with us last night, Jose Luis Fatul Simon from Peru. He's on bike number 226. I don't know where he's sitting finishing-wise. But we come out of the hotel this morning, and everybody trying to get ready to come to day number 2 of the racing for King of the Motos. And Luis and his girlfriend, or his wife, had a flat tire in a rental car.
Oh, fun.
But it's funny. They didn't give them a spare tire. they gave them an air pump in a rental car. I've never heard of that before.
Interesting. Very
Yeah.
interesting.
So
We were watching the number 11 there, Hayden Mosa, on the pro class, running through the desert here, or riding through, I should say. And now I believe this is 3:05, possibly. Could not quite make out that number. Sometimes when we're watching these guys are going so fast we cannot quite make out the number. You know, the drones are following them as much as they can in the helicopters.
fourth in our B class is Jacob Stone, number 2319. He's still on loop number 1. Just to give you an idea how difficult everything is. 7th in B class is Serge Nursis, 1114.
Here we have 2 riders. The 196 coming down there. That will be... see if I can find that number here on our list. The 196 of Dustin Van Gut. Is that how you said the last name? And he's on the A class. And that is our finish line over there at Chocolate Thunder. Our drone going in for a landing and watching a rider come through. Great coverage right here. All
Well,
right.
good friend of Brian's and mine, and he's done quite a few of these King of the Motos. Rodrigo Lopes, number 75. He is our current leader in our 40 plus A class, and he has an extreme practice track in Colorado. If you want to look him up, Rodrigo Lopes, great guy, lots of fun, just very, very upbeat and personal, and very positive. And if you ever get a chance to go to Colorado to Rodrigo's ranch, I hear it is an absolute gas.
All right, so here is the answer to how long it took Cody Webb to finish the race today. It took him 3 hours, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds.
Wow.
I'm wondering, I'm not sure, I can't remember the guesstimate that Justin had for that. But yeah, that's pretty quick for this being such a difficult race course today.
He set it for 3 hours. So good. The difficulty was a little bit more than he expected, so adding another 30 minutes to Cody Webb's. Man, what a fantastic performance by Cody. And I want to thank again all of our family and friends and race family and friends that are out in the internet world right now following our streaming action. Pam Hall, myself, and Brian Pierce, and Miles, we all thank each and every one of you for taking your time out of your busy weekend to watch and to enjoy some of our off-road action here at this Extreme, the King of the Motos. Yep.
Rising up, pushing up to the summit. Got the keys to the show, yeah, we run it. Set the pace for the race and we don't wait. Give it all for the win, this is our day. Energy,
King of the Hammers Edition Bronco isn't just a graphics kit. It was developed for well over a year. Myself, Fox engineers, and the Fox Factory Performance Vehicle Development Design Team worked to build the ultimate trail conquering Bronco.
Built for those who answer the call. Made for those that push boundaries. This is the all-new Get It Done Nitto Recon Grappler. A true all-terrain tire for the job site, the campsite, and everything in between.
Great coverage here. And a great advertisement too for Nitto Grappler tires. Like to mention also, we have some of our food vendors are here at Hammertown. We have the Off-Road Coffee Stop. We have Caesar's Baja Grill. We have corn dogs, and we have the potato wagon. So we're not lacking for food resources here at Hammertown. Another one of our I believe he's a B, Endurocross competitors, Jack Williford, number 85. And Jack currently is running second A class, I believe. Yes, Jack, second in the A class, so good job by the number 85. And he's currently running about 21.9 miles per hour. Coming off of our yellow brick tracker system. And taking a look at some of our sage and some of our creosote bushes out there, they got a good washing yesterday from our 4-hour rainstorm. And it was really not a storm. It was just a steady deluge of rain that was coming down, and it washed all the dust off the rocks and all the dust off the plants. Everything's beautiful. It's an absolute gorgeous day out here in Johnson Valley. There's a double nickel of James Flynn on the 55. James making it to the pro class just this last year. Stepped up his game quite a bit, and he's from Page, Arizona, near Lake Powell. Good view of James. He decided to go a different route just then. You know, sometimes you pick up some of these clean trails and you don't have dust all over them and they're not all gouged out, and actually ride over the top of the rocks instead of through and underneath and around them. So James is doing a good job coming down this canyon right now as he goes back and forth. Now, as Brian and I were talking earlier, we're talking about the tracking system and the navigation system on a motorcycle. Now, Justin Lineweber, phenomenal course director, and he put together an awesome course. Some of the more technical areas, he put some arrows, directional arrows, so our riders did not have to concentrate so much on their tracking and navigational system, which added more safety to the program by doing so. So good job by Justin. And that's a good view of, well, that was a good view of James Flynn, number 55.
And let's talk about those yellow brick trackers. I'm not sure if you guys have done this yet or not. So those yellow brick trackers, they actually have, you know, obviously we're tracking them. You can do that from home. But also on there, let's say a rider gets injured, needs assistance from medical, or, you know, of course something needs to be assisted from our crew. There's a button on there that's covered up so that it doesn't accidentally get pushed, but it gives the exact location where that rider needs to be. Or if there's a rider down and another rider comes up on them and they are injured, that rider that comes up upon the injured rider that needs that button pushed, they will push that rider's button, because you know, it's all about safety and everything out here as well too. So it's really good to have these trackers on these riders for, you know, multiple purposes, not only to see exactly where they're at on course, but also if they do need that medical, you know, instead of having to carry a radio as well. So these trackers are very important to have on all of these riders.
Plus, we have a good view of our map
Exactly.
of where all of our riders are. But no, that was very, very well explained, Pam. And, you know, for somebody not from the motorcycle world, more from the side-by-side and the four-wheel world, and explaining that, you did an outstanding job, by the way.
Well, I've actually, besides out here at King of the Hammers, you know, using those trackers, there's other events that I've been a part of where we have used them in navigational rallies as well, and it's really cool to, you know the background of them. I believe the company comes from yacht racing, I believe is what these trackers have came from in the past. But yeah, they're really cool to have. I just got another little update. I was asking Justin as well about his expectations of the race course time of the finishing. And he said that Cody finished within about 15 minutes of what he expected. So that's pretty cool. He had his timing on pretty well for these pro classes to finish up. All right, and here we have the number 80 on screen of Dylan Santoro in the pro class as well. Oh, look at this. We have two riders right there discussing something. It looks like the 818. And let's see if we can make out the other number, 94 possibly. So the 818 of Tyler Coles. And if that is the number 94, I couldn't quite tell, which I don't see a 94 on here, so that would not be a 94. But 818 just it looks like maybe taking a chill break for a minute of Tyler Coles in the A class. And I know yesterday you and I were talking about this. You were explaining it to everybody because of me being new to anything motorcycle related. We'll go through that here in just a moment. I want you to explain it again to us of the what the different classes mean of A, B, and C.
Okay, we're going to Colton Haaker interview with Brian Pierce.
Got our sixth place finisher, Colton Haaker. Now, Colton, you have won this event 2 times before, so it's evolved a lot. So tell us about your day out there, but then, of course, what are you thinking of the way that the King of the Motos course has evolved?
Honestly, like the course is kind of similar on like the skill, like the technical aspect of it, but the riders are just pushing and getting better, and yeah, some younger kids coming up that have just kind of shuffled me down a little bit here as of late. But yeah, I mean, won it twice. When we won, it was almost 7 years ago. So I have a 5-year-old and 3-year-old now, so a lot's changed.
Yeah. And we were listening to a press conference. You were talking about how you're on a new Husky, right? And there are times in the past you might not have been as happy with the bike. How did the Husky perform for you out there on the course?
Yeah, there was a lot of moments that I really did enjoy it, and the part that I didn't enjoy of the last rendition motorcycle, which was like 20 or 19 to 23 or something like that, I don't have that problem on this bike, and so that feels good and it's inspiring. Now there's always ways to improve and be better, and to be dead honest with you, when I was out there for 4 hours today, I think I rode 4 hours in total before this race.
Right.
Since November 14th. So.
Right.
I've had very little time to prepare.
Well, is the U.S. Hard Enduro Premier Series for you a series that you're planning on following the entire portion of, or is just King of the Motos kind of part of something you wanted to add to your year?
Well, I'm doing the whole Premier Series for U.S. Hard Enduro, so there's like 6 or 7 of those. And those are all like legit events like King of Motos, which is cool. But honestly, I mean, I'm just been in Idaho. The team didn't have parts and bike, and so I just was kind of going to the gym, hanging out, got cold, I got a bike, and then the next day it snowed. So
right.
That was the way it went.
So you haven't become a snowmobiler yet?
I don't think I will. The thumb throttle is probably not for me.
Right.
They've asked me, like, in snow biking, they, asked me to do that quite a bit too, but it's just not really my thing either. I have a silver medal in X Games for snow biking, but that was a one-off thing, so.
Right. Well, again, as you said, you have been doing this for a while. I got a 5-year-old, got a 3-year-old now. We've seen the sport of hard enduro evolve a lot.
Yeah.
Do you think that, where have you seen it evolve the most, right?
Yeah, the bikes, the parts we're putting on the bikes, like from the tires and the mousses, and then like the setup and how the mousses is maybe, modified so that you get the best maximum traction. And I mean, 3, 4, 5 years ago, we barely had like soft tires.
Right.
When I last pretty much won this race. So I mean, it's evolved like dramatically, and it's allowing the riders to be able to do a lot more, push the envelope a lot more, ride on a lot like gnarlier, slippier, more treacherous terrain. So, man, these kids are just, there's kids that are 21 out there and 20 and, I mean, I remember when I was 21, 22, 23, and that's all I wanted to do.
I think that was you on the Cowie doing all those awesome,
right.
crazy
Yeah.
splats, backflips,
I mean,
and all kinds of things.
Yeah, I mean, so we all have, those times or whatever, and it's been fun. I mean, I'm stoked to have been here again, and my 10th year at King of Motos, and it wasn't the most glorious ride by any means, but I accomplished my goal. I kept it basically on 2 wheels, and I had some good amount of fun.
Love it. And the navigation plays a huge part when it comes to the event, something we don't really see everywhere else. Now, granted, you were talking to us, you haven't been on the bike a lot, so haven't been totally practicing navigation. But where do you kind of fall on the I like it, I don't like it, I'm glad we do it, I don't care about it, like when it comes to navigation at King of Motos?
Yeah, well, I'm a big believer if it's the same for everybody, So it's not like anybody else is using these things every other weekend, right? So it's the same for everyone. It's just a matter of how much preparation you put into using them. But at the end of the day, you still aren't going to be that amazing at it no matter what you do, because it's a really difficult terrain. You spend time looking at your GPS, you hit a rock and you crash, right? So there's times and places when you want to look at it for navigation, and then the guy behind you, he can just key off of you, And today, especially, there was a bitchin' black stripe for a lot of the course today because of the rain that we had. So it was easy to follow, right? There was no dust, and there was a line that was really well put in for the most part. So navigation today was minimal at best, which was nice, to be honest.
Hell yeah, dude. Well, good luck with the rest of your 2024. Keep having fun out there in the U.S. Hard Enduro Series, and we appreciate you taking a little bit of time to chat with us.
Cool, man. Hey, if you ever want me to do a national anthem again, just say the word.
I'm in. He's going to sing, and I am not, because nobody wants me singing. Thank you very much, Colton Haaker. We're going to come back with more interviews if we can track down some more riders.
Did you hear that? I did the national anthem yesterday. No one
Back on board, checking out our Jumbotron on the screen.
No.
Lots of riders
That's
coming
awesome.
off the
Yeah, 'cause
field.
they piped in something over the
Colton, of course, coming in that 5th spot. 6 should be. No, 6 with Cooper Abbott. And we're getting all covered up on our field. There's Cooper. He got 5th.
Yeah, it kind of starts overlapping when you have to zoom in just a little bit more. And I think we're zoomed in as much as possible, but we do see a rider helping another one up these rocks section. Not sure if he was just being kind in doing that, but he is picking his bike back up, so hopefully he's going to get back on. Oh, they're helping each other. Now the rider that just got up laid his bike down, and he's going to help the next one up this rock section. So that's awesome to see, and that is the number 81 that is making his way up. The 81 here. Let's see. Well, he might, looks like he was helping and kind of got a little underneath the bike just a moment. It said 81 on the side of his bike, but I see an 818, which is Tyler Coles. Or it could be Dan. Haikawa.
Haikawa.
Haikawa. See?
Yeah, he's one of my Arizona boys.
Oh, there you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dan also is a regular competitor in the senior class with the AMA Enduro Cross Series.
Okay. Arizona is definitely another beautiful place to go wheeling in and riding in.
Yep, I packed my bags 9 years ago now. Moved near Prescott, Arizona. And love it out there.
It is absolutely beautiful out there.
Lots of great people. People don't realize that, oh man, it's so hot in Arizona. Do you know, just for reference, there are more mountain peaks in Arizona than there is in Colorado.
Oh, really?
And the largest ponderosa pine forest is in Arizona.
Huh.
And what else can I say about Arizona? Oh, more climate changes, variations in the state of Arizona than any other state.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Fun facts. I like fun
Neat
facts.
stuff. Lots of old mining activities all over the place.
Okay.
No, and I see you mentioned Tyler Coles. Well, I have a friend that's Tyler Cole, and I thought that's who. Oh, excuse me. That's who I thought you were talking about to begin with, but.
Yes, and here
Let
we
us
do
know.
have other riders helping each other out again. It's hard to see their numbers. They have them on their helmet. Every rider has to have them on their helmet for when they go through the checkpoints, but on the sides of some of their bikes, they don't have them. So I apologize for not knowing exactly which all the riders are. But look at the difficult section there, and look at how gigantic the rocks are compared to their bikes.
And then bottlenecking and trying to help each other out in a cover base. And maintain your endurance level as well. You get tired, and pretty soon your 225-pound motorcycle ends up weighing about 500 pounds.
Exactly.
So there are two riders on screen taking a little break right now. Yeah, the longer you take a break, the harder it is to get back out rolling again.
Yes, it is. So let's just chat about Johnson Valley area here. It's a beautiful area. We were talking about how beautiful Arizona is, but Johnson Valley is very unique. All the dry lake beds that are around. If you don't know the area, give it a little rundown. I came out here and did an event, and I didn't know exactly what the areas were, and everything looked the same. When we had yellow brick on us, so everybody knew where we were. But about Johnson Valley here, it's just, it's a beautiful area. There's 96,000 acres of OHV use out here in the Johnson Valley area, which is absolutely amazing. We're not too far away from Los Angeles. We're about 2.5 hours east of Los Angeles. Our closest bigger town would be Yucca Valley, not too far away. But we have quite the spectators that come out also and watch King of the Hammers whenever we all open up. I mean, obviously the gates are open up. We already have spectators here. But we have like up to 75,000 people that come out here and watch King of the Hammers out here in the middle of the desert. But what's another cool thing about Hammertown, it's a surveyed city. They come out and they survey it, and they lay out the streets, and everybody has street signs and their addresses and everything. But we have roughly about 15 miles of fencing that we put up. That's a lot of fencing put up to keep spectators out of the areas. We have to put the fencing up for safety purposes and everything, but that's a lot of fence line, 15 miles roughly. And it's really cool. So we're just south of Barstow, if you guys know about the Barstow area. And we are out here in the Mojave Desert in the high desert area. Absolutely gorgeous.
Several borders we might want to mention. Of course, on the eastern border, we have 29 Palms Marine Corps Base. On the south end, of course, we have Old Women's Springs Road. Everything is north of Old Women's Springs Road. And then we have Boone Road here, which is coming to Means Dry Lake. You have Bessemer Mine Road, which goes out to Anderson and North Anderson Dry Lakes. Then on the other end, you have Camp Rock Road, which goes to Soggy Dry Lake. These are the three main areas here in this OHV area, part of the Johnson Valley off-road area. It is managed by the Bureau of Land Management, which is the United States federal government, which means the Bureau of Land Management actually manages Americans' own property. This is Pam, this is your and mine property.
Yes,
we own this place. This is ours.
Yes.
It's not owned by the government. It's owned by American regular civilian people. So with that being said, the Marine Corps base has slowly encompassed into this area. Now they have operational theaters, they call it, as they come farther west. Now our border on the west side is Lucerne Valley. Border on the north, and Ryder haven't. Look how steep that is right there, Pam.
Yeah, let's talk about this really quick. So the 2319, I did want to interrupt you.
That's
so
okay.
Jacob Stone, he is in the B class. The 2319 we saw right before him, which he's now coming into the screen again. He kind of flipped his bike over a little bit, gave a thumbs up to our drone. The rider right in front of him, don't have his number on him. He also gave a thumbs up. So obviously they're good, but they're struggling just a bit in this rock section.
Nice secondary line you took around the outside there. As Jacob Stone got bottlenecked right there. Now that is virtually straight up. That rider went almost straight up that embankment as our drone is following the coverage on it. Now is that number 112?
112 of Eli Hammonds in the A class.
Yes, Eli Hammonds on a gas as he comes right into our view. Now back to Johnson Valley, like I said, on the western border, you have Lucerne Valley. It's a regular town. And on the north, you have Barstow. And then it goes out to Zizix, I believe, on the other side. So it's pretty much 96,000 acres here in the Johnson Valley. Of course, the first time I ever raced out here, 1974.
Oh, wow. That's pretty awesome.
A lot different out here now than it was then.
All right. This is the 999 of Preston Rutherford in the A class going down. And let me go through this. Before we went to a break earlier on, I was wanting to talk to you because you explained all this to me not having a motocross background or motorcycle background. For the people at home that are watching this, just because this is the King of the Hammers and the King of the Motos, you were explaining yesterday that the A, B, and C classes, those are skill levels. So you move up in ranks as you move up in your skill levels. And then we also have the, age groups in those classes as well. So anything to add to that skill level or to the A, B's, and C classes?
Now let's back up a little bit. In the 60s, when motorcycle racing was just beginning to get popular, it was all four-strokes back then. So they had a first A class, then they had a big bike class, which was 350 cc's or bigger, or they had a small bike class. That was the only levels that they had back then. Then they added a first A class, first A racer in motocross, and started switching over from scrambles to motocross. And at that time, desert racing was just starting to get popular in the 60s. So skill level, back to what Pam and I were talking about, nowadays, they used to be called novices or beginners, novices, intermediates, and experts. Then they started changing it, and AMA put a letter involved with it. So they no longer have beginner class. Now they have C class. Sometimes some organizations will do D. That's pretty much a beginner. A lot of times the C class will be a beginner. Then you go to B, which is an intermediate or a novice, depending on which organization you're running. Then you have the A class, which is expert, but not pro. They don't race for money. Mm-hmm. Pro races for money. That's the top tier of all that. Now, sometimes an organization will move a rider up from one class to the next if he's spanking everybody to make it more fair for him or that individual to be racing with their own level of racers. So sometimes an organization will move them up. Sometimes a rider will go, you know what, I'm an expert. I'm going to race expert. And go out there and find out that, yeah, it's expert's pretty tough. Maybe I should have been an intermediate or a B rider, you know. But then when the big difference between an expert A rider to a pro, the biggest difference, not so much the skill, but it is what's between their ears, their skill level in thinking and planning and organizing and keeping good track of what they're doing. The pro rider will have way more experience in doing that, more so than the expert rider. So does that cover exactly what you're looking for?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it yesterday and explained it to me, and that it's great information for people at home that might just be tuning in that don't have the moto background as well. It's awesome to hear the different kinds of levels that, you know, because when I came into it, I was like, what does A, B, and C mean? You know, I understand the 40 plus, the 30 plus, those kind of things, but just wasn't, I was unsure of that. So it's great explanation of it.
Well, we're starting to get a little bit of dust on some of the trails.
That's kind of crazy to think since we had that rain yesterday. But
Quite a
still
bit.
pristine track conditions out there for these motos.
Oh, yeah. Here comes Brian Pierce joining us again.
I don't know if I've ever seen him without a smile on his face.
Or very seldom do you see him without him talking.
Well, you know, without a smile on his face and without the excitement in his voice, you know, he's passionate and loves the sport, and it just shows, you know, that's the kind of people you want to come in here and do the announcing and, you know, talk about the sports that they love and have that background behind him, and just that passion alone, you can see it right on his face.
Yeah, between Brian, Miles, yourself, and joining me in the booth here, it's been an absolute pleasure and always a lot of fun. And looking forward to next year if you guys will have me again.
Same here. It's been a great, you know. This is just starting off my week. I'll be here, you know, through all of the whole rest of the King of the Hammers, and then I will, you know, I'll stay a few days after, help, you know, with as much cleanup as I can help, because what this desert looks like when we start the build, I say we because it's a whole group effort, but I got here a little bit later. This city was already built. The amazing crew that's been out here working for weeks and weeks. But the way it looked when we started, we leave it in better condition. So we pick up our trash, we make things better, we move things that, you know, the rocks. The short course, which we were looking at earlier, the short course is built by the NorCal Rock Racing crew. Those guys, John Goodby and his crew, they make that back flat. So they come out here, they create the short course, they put the berms in, they put the jumps, but they have to make it back flat. So it, as we, you know, like I said, we make it look better than it is when we leave. So there's a lot of people that come out here that's volunteering to help pick up trash that does get left behind. But our biggest thing to everybody is, you know, if you are out at one of the venues hanging out watching, if you pack it in, pack it out. Like, it's just common sense, right?
Well, another thing people don't realize, it's always nice to go camping in the desert. Mm-hmm. It's one of my favorite things to do. And you come out to the desert and you bring a bunch of firewood with you. Well, some people will bring pallets.
Right. Don't do that.
You know, I harp on this for a good reason because, for example, Luis Simon from Peru, one of our riders that come to compete with us, he's one of our A riders, never raced the Hammers before. Him and his wife come out to the car this morning and had a flat tire. Mm-hmm. 2 of the times coming out to the Hammers out of the 4, I got flat tires. Wow. So a lot of the flat tires come from the nails and burnt pallets.
Well, let's talk about that. The other day I was I was driving over to see Justin and his crew, and I had a bolt in my tire. And these guys, I've never seen anybody plug a tire so fast in my life. It was a whole group effort. They got me all fixed up. I only lost 4 pounds of air. But yeah, I mean, that's something that you can't help. I mean, it was freshly in there. But yeah, the pallets though, that's the biggest thing. I mean, there's so many nails and everything in those. We have actually had a young gentleman walking around the whole entire Hammertown. I've been seeing him go through with one of those magnet pickups.
Well, there's one of the things with the hammers, we have a vehicle with a magnet behind the truck that drives up and down the road picking up the metal remnant.
Yep.
I'm a mining engineer. I do environmental monitoring for mining companies, and one of my mines is out of Isaacs.
Okay.
So it's a 7-mile dirt road, and you could do 70 miles an hour, no problem. And I get to the end of the road, and all of a sudden my low pressure light comes on. I go, oh no. And I carry a patch kit with me and an air compressor. I'm trying to patch it. I couldn't patch the tire. It was too big of a hole in the tire to patch. Come to find out, somebody had thrown some railroad spikes out onto the road.
Oh, goodness.
Just to screw with people.
That's not good.
So.
All right, we got a Ryder there with his arm up, probably trying to get some help from somebody. Looks like he's raising his hand, waiting to ask a question, but that is Ryder 151, it looks like.
Well, Brian Pierce come back up into the booth with us, and I'm going to go grab a bite to eat. I haven't eaten anything yet, so I'm going to take about a 15-minute break, pass the torch over to Brian. He gets to go and run away with this thing with Pam Hall over on the other side.
Well, you go get your tummy all happy again, and we'll see you back over here in just a few.
All right. Thank you, Pam.
You're
and
welcome.
Thank you, Brian. Here you go, brother.
Brian Pierce over there doing our finish line interviews. Later on, he'll be doing our awards as well. So, Brian Pierce, I love the energy that we were talking about that when we saw him drive by. I don't think I've ever seen him without a smile on his face. Brian Pierce, welcome back to the booth.
Thank you very much, madam. Well, I'm glad that if nothing else, it could entertain you guys just for a little bit, right? We've got to bring the energy when we can. As we say, bring the stoke.
Yeah, you know what? That's what it is. You know, the energy says it all, and that goes to show your passion for the sport. Have you been in moto your whole life?
Yeah, man, I started riding at 5 years old with my dad, Steve Pierce, and he got me a JR50. So I'm like one of the few % that didn't start on a PW50. I actually started on a JR50, and he says, I don't know if this is true or not, but he says he specifically bought that over a PW50 because it was still a pull start.
Oh.
And a 5-year-old obviously can figure out how to kickstart a motorcycle but can't pull start.
Okay.
And so so here we are, Suzuki JR50. But yeah, man, my entire life has been two wheels, and it's been a ton of fun.
Well, that's pretty cool. I know yesterday we were talking, and you were saying that it would be pretty cool to take a ride in one of the Ultra 4 cars because you have not done that.
One day.
I have to tell you, I've never been in a 4400 car myself. I have been in Dave owns a bomber chassis, and I have been in one of those, just a little bit of rock crawling here and there, but it's a different ball game. Like the two wheels, I don't know the two wheels.
Right.
But if I had a 4-wheel vehicle here, I would take you out in it any day because it's a whole nother thrill.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like everybody talks about the energy and the laughs and stuff that I have. I promise you, if we were to go do that together, you would probably hear noises that I don't even know that I knew I could make because of how fun that would be, and I'd probably be very entertained by that. I just think that it's so interesting. We're talking about that 2-wheel to 4-wheel, and that's what we've heard with racers like Skylar Howes, Ricky Brabeck, Toby Price. They have been racing Dakar. That's their hope, right, is to then make it to 4 wheels. And I always wonder why that transition, air quotes, like feels like that needs to happen. And with age comes a cage, right, is again something that you hear. And I just think that that's so interesting. And I don't know that I per se need to drive, right, in the case of the 4 wheels. But, dude, sitting in a trophy truck, one of the 4400 you're talking about, just being the passenger, playing navigator, of course.
Right.
I could only imagine the squeals that I'd be making as someone who knows how to drive those things would be just giving her.
There would have to be a GoPro for sure.
Mic that man, please.
Exactly. Make sure, exactly. Mic your helmet. Make sure that we can hear the talking. But, yeah, no, down there at the finish line, though, you got to see the energy of these guys coming off race course. How cool is that?
Dude. Well, I don't know how much energy they had. I think that luckily enough, they were able to feed off of me a little bit while we were doing the interviews. But you could tell everybody mentioned that this is what they've been wanting, that this was a proper hard enduro. And that's great to hear because Trystan has been continuously elevating the game out here for King of the Motos. And I think he said that this is the 5th year that he's been the promoter of King of the Motos. And it's an evolution, right? When you become a racer, that's one thing. But when you have to become a racer and think like a pro level racer as a promoter, that changes the game. And you can tell that he's starting to figure that out, like to think ahead of the advancements that they're going to be having as they practice 12 months from now. coming out here to race again. And I think that he's going to have to continue to do that, because even though some of them were in that 3 to 4 hour range, well, they're going to go practice for 12 months, and they're going to be a little bit better, a little bit faster, a little bit more educated next year. So he's going to have to find some more new terrain to bring to these guys.
But you know what's really cool, though? He lives right down the road.
Yeah,
he can ride these mountains every day if he wants to. But I did ask him earlier on. I know that, you were down there with him and everything, but I was asking him what the finishing time for our leader was. And Cody Webb came through with a 3 hour, 25 minute, and 34 second. And then my next question to him was that good for your expectations, or was it faster? And he said that it was within about 15 minutes of what he expected. So
Phenomenal.
He had a great timing, thought of when they would finish. So pretty awesome.
Yeah. And it was, I asked everybody, like, the technical aspect of it. Like, was it harder or hard enough? And when Trystan Hart said, listen, I watched Cody throw his bike a couple times, he's like, we don't ever see that. Like, that never, you know what I mean? Like,
right.
The GOAT, right?
Exactly.
Of Cody Webb. Like, that never happens. And he was like, even myself, like, there were a couple times where I biffed it, and all of a sudden I'm trampling away from my motorcycle just trying to stay upright so I don't hit the deck. Like, we don't hear that.
Right.
You know what I mean? So
These
it
guys are
says
pro.
that, yeah, okay, like, they're finding some terrain that's going to bring these guys a challenge, for
Which
sure.
I love it. And, and I was hearing you talking to them, and they were saying, Cody Webb kind of gave them a little fake, I'm going to go into the pits on the last lap, and he didn't, and he barely came in with any fuel. So he took quite the chance. He could have possibly lost King of the Motos because he didn't fuel up that last lap, but
Right.
he didn't.
And it wouldn't have been, like, not first. It would have been 8th, 9th, 10th, right? Because he would have been like, okay. And I wonder, I didn't actually get the chance to ask him this, but as we're talking about that, I wonder if the strategy was that he was going to actually carry a little bit of fuel just in case, right? Because you don't want to get stranded out there knowing that you may be taking that risk of running out of fuel. So I wonder if he did have a small amount of fuel on him, that if he ran out, at least he could get back in.
Yeah.
And not need to wait for course marshals.
That's a good thing to point out, wondering if that. But, I mean, that's quite a chance, though, to take when you're leading the race, or you've been back and forth all day long with these guys, and here now, I'm going to not take that chance and pit. But Trystan came through, 30 seconds after him? So
Right.
that's, I mean, if he would have stopped for fuel, it could have possibly cost him the race, too.
Yeah, I was trying to ask about that when we were there, and they said it was about 60 seconds. So when Cody Webb came in and took that hard right and headed out of the pits, it was about 60 seconds later that Trystan Hart left.
Okay.
And he came in about 45 seconds behind him at the finish.
Okay.
So, I mean, it really does seem like it played, and you never know what could happen out on course, but in the long run, if we just take that math, it worked.
Right, exactly. It's you take those chances, you have these risks. But, yeah, this race has been great all day long to watch. I know that you get front row and center here and get out there and talk to those guys. But I'm trying to find out how many people have actually taken the checkered flag so far of the day. I was trying to get that question answered, so maybe I will hear shortly. Oh, you know how to work this way better than me. We have this amazing YB trackers that we can track them all over the course, but you're on a different site here. But seeing these guys going through, finishing, and having the time of their life, should I say?
Time of their life. I do believe that is correct. Yes, let's go with that.
Or wondering what in the world they were thinking whenever they
Exactly.
decided to race King of the Motos. But I love to hear that you're saying that you were talking to them and they're saying, they're liking the course. They're having, fun with the challenges and everything. That's exactly what Justin wants. He wants to hear that. All right. So, Brian, you're sitting here showing me how they work this timing over here for them. So let's talk about this. We just said Cody Webb came through with a 3-hour, 25-minute, 34-second total time. Trystan Hart came through with a 3-hour, 26-minute, 22-second time. But our top 4, we go through the timing, they all came in, within 2 minutes of each other.
Yeah, man, they were super close, and that's what's so neat to see. Early on in the race, we were seeing Cody Webb, Trystan Hart, Ryder, LeBlond, and Will Riordan out there. Will Riordan out there, and they were just pushing and shoving the whole time. So it was just great to see. But then, yeah, coming in, it looks like they were just seconds apart. So we said about 45 seconds there from first to second, then about another minute there for Ryder, and then about 10 minutes there for Will Riordan to come in. And he said once he did lose that front pace, unfortunately, it was just he was trying to sprint to be able to catch up so he could keep them in sight, and he just was not able to do that. So once he got stuck in a couple bottlenecks, made a few mistakes, and lost that front pace, he just wasn't able to make it again. But again, still, to be that close for so long on his new gas ride, that's awesome to see.
And he's just, 19 years young?
Super young, yeah, man. He's super young.
And this section they're in right now, it's been an amazing section to watch. We were seeing earlier some of the riders were actually getting up certain rocks. They would lay their bike over. They would go down and help the next rider up. I mean, you gotta be exhausted by this point.
Dude, the camaraderie that is in hard enduro is just unmatched because of the fact that, like, you know that if you help someone right now and or they help you in this section, probably about 10 minutes, 15 minutes down the trail, either they're going to be stuck and need help or you're going to be stuck, and you guys are probably just going to wind up playing buddy-buddy the entire day.
Exactly. It's good karma, too.
Yeah, for sure.
Good karma for sure, yes. And like you're saying, help each other down the road. And sometimes when you're at that same skill level and you guys are riding the same pace, you're in the same areas at the same time and helping each other out. But these guys on our bottom middle screen are struggling quite a bit, it looks like, to get up these rocks are huge. You go stand next to these rocks, and sometimes they're even taller than you. But
yeah, well, I mean, these guys have been out there for 5.5 hours.
Right.
We're coming up on that 6-hour mark, and this is where not just being physically fit and mentally prepared really plays a key. But the thing is like hydration, nutrition, really making sure you have the correct electrolytes. That starts weeks, right?
Exactly.
That can start days before race day. And so hopefully these guys were playing key. But then, of course, too, we really do want to be getting in supplements while we're out on the race course, because really every hour you're burning fuel, right? And your body's going into all the stores that you're trying to build up towards race day. And so if you're not taking in carbohydrates during your race, you can get super tired and you can get low on energy, start to cramp. Maybe you're going to come into muscle fatigue. There's all kinds of things that come in for 5.5, 6 hours of time on the bike. And what's crazy is this a little bit different, right? Like, this is the entire time.
Right.
Like, when they come in on a pit, they can hang out as much as they want, but in the long run, that's just eating away at the time they have to go finish.
Exactly. Exactly. And there we do have the 71 coming down of James Hall. James Hall is in that 40-plus A class. And right behind is the 2200. Let's see, 2200 here. Let me grab that name. Of Nolan Albrecht in the youth lights, 12 to 15 years old. That's what's really cool, is to see the youth out here enduring this amazing track that these riders are on. Oh, he's just, look at him. He is just spent. 71 just laid over on the rock and just was like, I'm done.
I feel you, buddy.
Hopefully he's getting that checkered flag.
That's my class right there, the 40A class. And, man, I completely relate to that feeling.
Let's see, do we get a checkered flag, or does he still have another lap to go?
Oh, man, that's a great question, because some of these guys, yeah, they may have finished their second lap, but I think with those green plates right there, that rider might be just finishing his first or second lap.
Oh, man. Talk about being spent, right?
Mm-hmm.
I do not see a white flag or the checkered flag out. He's probably going, man, can I be done now?
Yeah. Well, you can be done at any time, but that just means you quit.
Yep, exactly. And quitting is not in the vocabulary if you are doing this, I would say.
Nah, man. We're here for in the long run, too, we're really just here for the accomplishment of what we can pull off.
Yeah, and I heard you talking about that earlier for hydration and everything. And what's really cool is they make those little packs that you can just rip off the thing, and it's, a squeeze pack for either energy, caffeine, stuff like that. It's important to have those easy, too, to get to in your pack that you're wearing, or come through a pit and have somebody give you something really quick. But keeping that hydration is the main key.
Yeah, a lot of, and there's tons of different strategies. So the gels that you're kind of referring to are a great way if that's going to work for you, right? What I like to do is I actually like to use some liquid carbohydrates. I keep some energy powder in my hydration bladder so that I'm always kind of taking in, and I use Element for my electrolytes. I use UCAN as my energy supplement, and then obviously the water there with the bladder. So I like to do that so I can kind of always be taking in carbohydrates and electrolytes throughout the day. But then also when I know, because the thing is when you mix your drinks like that, there's the chance that you can actually overconsume water. So if you get to a point where you start to, maybe you're taking a quick break and you're going to go bathroom on the trail, if you start to see yourself peeing clear, you need to be careful because that means that the water is just running through.
Correct.
Which you could be removing electrolytes and carbohydrates straight out of the system. So when it comes to that, that's when I like to leverage gels like you're talking about. So we might be doing that throughout the day. And I'm sure that hopefully that's what the riders were doing when they came through on the pit. But the racers that were out there, you know, say it took them 2.5 hours to do that first lap, right? If they're not taking in carbohydrates and electrolytes during that time, if they only have water on them, they're doing a detriment to themselves, right? Because of the fact that we've been active the entire time, you're really looking to take in about 20 to 30 grams of carbohydrates every hour.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we're so active. And anywhere between about 100 to 200 calories of any kind of food that you're trying to take in. So if that's your supplement or if that's your bar, whatever it is. So that's the thing that these guys really need to pay attention to is eating and or drinking your food while on course.
Yes, very, very key. Speaking of food,
I
I don't know if this is yours or...
Lunch is here.
Oh, now we have Ryder, I believe it was 89. Man, these guys are just like, you can see them when they stop, they're shaking their hands. We were talking about arm pump earlier that they can get. I don't know if they get so much arm pumping when they're doing enduro like this or not, because obviously I don't ride motorcycles.
A lot of times arm pump is it can be a nerves thing, but I always find anyway for me, it's typically when I'm just not warmed up enough.
Gotcha. Okay.
And so once I get into a good warmed up space, it feels like the quote unquote, the blood flows easier. And again, that's the bro science aspect of that, you know, by no means am I a forearm specialist.
That makes sense though.
For me, when I get nice and warmed up, the arm pump seems to kind of go away. But I think just shaking out the hands is kind of that same idea. When we see somebody put their head on the handlebars, it's like, okay, I'm taking a deep breath. I'm going to keep on keeping on.
Like the number 71 there at the finish line when you just kind of...
I'm going to take a quick break. I'll get up in a minute.
Yes.
It's fine.
I mean, I just, these guys, training for this has got to be insane unless you're in an area that has the rocks like this. I don't know how you could properly train for it.
Well, one, to do it, right? Getting seat time is the best way to get better at riding your dirt bike is to ride your dirt bike, is one. But then you can supplement, right? Just like the idea of taking supplements is I can't eat enough food, so I need to get more calories, so I'm going to use a food supplement to do that. And it's the same way with strength training, and it's the same way with endurance training, right? So you might be able to use running, you might be able to use strength training to strengthen the muscles that we're going to be leveraging while on the motorcycle. And there are actually now, it's cool to see, there is a program called Enduro Method. And it's an app-based training program. I know they're making some plans for 2024 to come out with more of a pro track and a rider track. So if you're someone who's going to be racing, you can leverage that. And that just means that you probably have more time during the week to either A, get on the bike or spend in the gym. And that rider track is someone that maybe is just looking for 45 minutes, 3-4 times a week to have some kind of program again. But the way that they're doing their strength training and any of the cardio that they're added into the program is all about performance on the bike. And that's great to see, right? Because it's sometimes, you're only going to have time to ride on the weekend. But at the same, if you really want to see progression in your ability to ride on the bike, you need to spend more time either on the bike or on the things that can help you on the bike, off the bike. With about 30 more minutes left here, I'm wondering where that last checkpoint is that some of the racers had to go through before. Because, again, being that they had 6 hours on course, that 5th hour they had to make it past the last check mark. And then they could either continue on to try to make it to whatever the next check mark would be for them, checkpoint for them, or into that finish line. So we'll see how these guys are doing. But, obviously, I just love it. We're getting a chance to see this shot from the other side. Now, this gentleman here, this racer, is coming and dropping into Chocolate Thunder. That's just being out there doing those interviews and every now and again getting a chance to look back up that spot. I have got to come out here with my gear, borrow a bike, and go play ride because it just looks phenomenal out there.
Yeah, that is something. You come from Idaho, correct?
I actually am. I'm North Texas.
North Texas. Oh, where did Idaho come from? Did you used to live in Idaho?
Nope, but I'd go
I have
ride
no
there
idea.
if we could do that.
Sure, Idaho. Let's go with that. No, North Texas. So, do you fly or drive out here?
Fly out here. So, yeah, that's the tough part is, like, you got to either pay to bring your gear or pay to bring a bike, rent a bike, whatever that might look like. But in the long run, it's worth it.
Or
know,
drive.
If you can make it work.
Take your drive out here.
I really like try to work on the do work on the road. Like somebody needs to drive. I got to do some work.
Hire a personal driver. I drive all the way from North Carolina.
That's a drive.
Yeah, it's about 3
That's
days.
Many of hours.
Gotcha. Yeah, it's about 3 days when there's not weather.
That's a long haul.
It's fun. It's good quiet time.
Oh yeah, you get to do a lot of living in your head when you're on the road for that long. There's not enough podcast or music to keep you out of your own head.
Well, what I usually do is I'll listen to like the past, like the KOH from the year before kind of thing, and listen to the show and whatnot, or other podcasts or whatever. I can't turn my music on, or I won't have a voice by the time I get here because I try to
start singing along.
I sing like I'm in the shower, right? I have no good voice, but I'll sing and lose my voice before I even show up to the lake bed.
I love it. Well, if anybody ever wants to catch up on any kind of dirt bike podcast, you can obviously Seat Time. Not only is it a YouTube channel, but we do have a podcast, so we put that out with definitely some interviews with a lot of the riders that we were talking with today over the years. So I think I first started talking to Cody Webb maybe like 2012, 2013 back on Seat Time. So there is some old content if you guys want to dig into the archives there on the Seat Time podcast.
I'll have to dig in before next year. For sure on that one. I don't know why I haven't been listening to it.
That's all right, man. That's all right. You learn every time, right?
Exactly. If you don't learn something new every day, are you really learning anything?
Are we really living, right?
Exactly. Exactly. Now the canyon's right there. So let's see. Who is this? This is the 808. You're going to have to tackle that name for me in our pro class.
We're going to go with Kamakana in the pro class. Waiweole Kaialapuna.
From Hawaii?
From Hawaii. I'm going to go with Hawaii.
I'm going to go with Hawaii. I'll have to find out that name, but that is the 808 making their way through here on a KTM. Let's see if they get the white flag. Ooh, whoopsies, almost fell off the bike, it looked like.
Being in the pro class, I wonder if this is his last lap.
That's what
I'm
wondering.
Look at that energy. He looks like, oh, come on now. He looks like he's actually excited to be done, so this might be
no checkered flag, though.
Let's see. Zap him and see where he heads. He actually went back out when we were doing our interviews. I remember seeing him kind of take off back into the. Oh yeah, look, there we go. 808. He was just finishing his third lap, so he was.
Okay, I bet he's excited.
Yeah.
He came in like he was excited.
Yeah.
He knew.
It's like, thank goodness.
Yes, exactly. So speaking of, later on, we're going to get to give away the overall winner.
Yeah, that cool
The
trophy.
cool laser nut trophy, the hammer. It's going to be super exciting to give the hardware away.
Yeah, what is that? 5 p.m., right, is when we're going to be
5
going
p.m.
live with that?
Pacific time, yes. We've had some people coming up wanting to know when all the riders will be coming over this direction and letting them know. But it's super cool to get to have them up here on the big stage. Last year they did a burnout.
Oh, I'm pretty sure we'll get there again.
We can't talk about the burnouts.
We can't tell them to do it, but
Nope.
we can't tell them not to do it.
Yes, it's fun to watch the moto guys up here, though. I mean, the celebrations are one of my other favorite parts as well. Seeing them get to come up here, you get the off the track like you did earlier, the straight off the track interviews, which are the best, and then coming up here and actually seeing them get their awards. It's a whole nother excitement all over again.
I'm very appreciative that you guys allow me to do that because I really do have a lot of fun when I get to just what you said. Really kind of get that very finite moment in time that they just came off the course. It's all still extremely fresh, and to hope that I can ask relevant questions, right, to kind of like dig in a little bit and get what's been going on in their head for, in this case, over 3.5 hours, right?
Exactly.
And seeing yesterday just under 2 hours. I wonder, actually, now that we say that, I wonder if the qualifying on Saturday should be a little bit longer. Because, right, the pro guys, they were out there for just under 2 hours, and we did see that they had 5 hours, and there were a couple racers that had that. So should that be more technical? Should there be more prowess to be shown there for the qualifying on Saturday? And again, I'm not the promoter. I'm just wondering as we're kind of talking out loud about this.
Well, and he goes back and listens too. So, like Chris and I were talking, he said you two were talking about the style that it is this year. So last year we qualified. This year we didn't do qualifying. We just did, day one, basically qualifying race, and then going into day two, how they finish is how they finished, right? So he was talking about how, combining the 2 days together.
Yep, I'm like more of a moto score format. So they would get points from qualifying instead of just a spot on the line, whether if they were in the top 20 through 40, 40 through 60 for the first, second, third line that they may get. Yeah, I think that does have merit. Again, race promoters choose what they choose for the reasons they choose it, and if we start putting races on, then unfortunately, not only do we get to make the decisions, but we also get the comments for the decisions that we decided to make.
I was telling him though, like, he was saying like lowest score wins the race. I personally like that, you qualify day one because day two, however you finish, it gives you a second chance. So let's say, let's just say that Cody Webb had a bad qualifier yesterday, but he comes back and wins today. He still wins the race because it's main race day. Like my personal thoughts, but then again, I'm not a promoter. We just get to come up here and talk about it and enjoy watching the races. But I like the format, personally.
I'm okay with it. Like in the long run, like I understand all aspects and all reasons to kind of like play with it and see how it goes.
Yeah, it definitely is something that it makes it fun. Like I said, gives them a secondary chance to come back and win the race possibly.
Yeah.
They have a bad qualifying run.
That's a cool shot that we're looking at right here because we haven't really seen that before, so we can see the spectators there on the right. That's actually where we've seen a lot of riders ride high on that left line there, which again right now as we're looking is more to the right. So it's cool that we now get to see kind of what they've been riding down to get to that spot, because this is them not all the way coming into Chocolate Thunder, but kind of the last downhill before they come back up for that last downhill, which this is that then last downhill into Chocolate Thunder.
Let's just take that quick break.
Oh, I can only imagine. Yeah, that rider has to be so pooped.
Well, at least that looks like smooth rock, even though it's steep down and not the sharp edge rocks right there.
Yeah, it is very deceiving.
It
especially
is very
being
deceiving.
able to go walk over there and see it. We're on such a tight shot here that it does make it seem like, why would they pitter patter? Why are they going so slow? Why would they take a break? I promise you, like, that is extremely tall. It is extremely steep, and it's very slick. So for these racers to want to maybe take a little bit of a break or go a little bit slower than our true professionals makes a ton of sense.
Well, and with it being so steep, you don't want to get that forward momentum too much because
there ain't
you're
no
going to
stopping.
lose it. Exactly. Exactly. Ain't no stopping. I thought I saw number 100 on the side of the helmet for this racer. Looks like it could be a younger rider. Oh, see, right there. If you were going too fast and you hit that rock, you are going over your handlebars for sure.
Up and over, baby. Good on him, though, trying to take that drop off. Look at that awesome pivot turn. Such clutch and throttle control to be able to bring that bike up like that. Kind of pivot the bike around.
Have you caught the number on that? Might have been 166.
No, unfortunately, the left side of his helmet is the opposite. It definitely sees some dings and dents on that pipe, though, so that bike has been put into a handful of rocks.
Been through the ringer, the rock ringer.
Yes. And there's one of our four-stroke riders. So we've got, I believe, 2 4-strokes on course, and that is one of them right there. Mahoney, I believe it is. In the A class, maybe the 40A class. 169.
169. Let's see. 169. I don't see that number on my entry list here. All
That's
right.
one of our pro riders there, number 69.
That is another name that I will not be able to pronounce.
Christian Thorderson.
Oh, there we go. Pro rider coming in. I'm not sure what place, but let's see if that will be the last lap.
It looks like 69 was just finishing his second lap.
Second lap, okay.
So I don't know if they'll allow him to go back out or not.
I love that hill right there going up. I mean, it's a sandy hill with a lot of rocks in it, so it's kind of a get you if you're not paying attention, and that's why looking ahead is so key.
Yeah, and it was cool to see hear some of the racers talk about kind of the dirt trail that they were able to follow. So sometimes when they weren't fully in navigation mode, they were like, I'm just going to follow the line ahead. And you could easily see in that shot the nice brown trail through there because we've had so much great moisture in the ground that once you get rid of that kind of dry top, you can see the moisture in the ground.
Yes, for sure. And is that the number 59? It's kind of hard to see these numbers.
Right.
That's 69.
Yeah, I know that has been, I've heard that is one of the things that the series is trying to evolve, is to be a little bit more coordinated on the numbers, side panels, front panels, things like that, the front number plate.
Make it
where
mandatory.
It's going to be, yeah, but just because for situations like this, when we do have an opportunity to be able to try to call a race, it's hopefully easier in the long run, right? And then also, too, you get media coverage after the fact. It's a little bit better for all.
Exactly.
Give the riders their due.
And you know what we do? We talk a lot about this in our Ultra 4 races as well. I mean, they have that whole roof, right? You have your roof over your head. That's a great spot to put the number large because we use a lot of helicopters. We use a lot of drones. And, you know, obviously hovering above, sometimes you can't quite make out who it is. So if you have your number on the top, some of our racers, between Miles and I, you know, talking about it here and there, some of our racers have changed their roof when putting their numbers on it. Makes it so much easier for people.
He's having too much fun out there.
Yeah. Earlier when we were watching you over interviewing, somebody came behind you with doing a wheelie. It was pretty cool looking.
Good on them. I love it.
Went by too fast, couldn't tell who it was.
That's
I'm pretty sure it was an orange bike, but
there are quite a few. And there's a camera. They're going to make sure they showboat, and that's why it's there.
In the desert racing, though, if you see a camera, you might want to check up because they're usually at the gnarly spots.
Wow, at that point you're like, okay, what are they trying to catch?
Yep, exactly. When you see that camera crew, you know, check up just a little bit.
I love the slight pitter-patter. You can see that this rider there on the balls of their feet, every now and again dropping their heels so that they can weight that bike as deep as they can into those rocks. It's good form.
We were talking about how there's like some go fast sections all the way through here. There's some areas that are obviously we're seeing them barely even crawling or having to use their throttle to get the bike up and not even be on the bike. It's pretty cool to see the different terrain and the different style of racing that they're all having to do out here.
I think it's just so interesting how it changes, right? Being in the desert like this, you kind of come to these hills and these mountains and it's just the rock outcroppings of everything. And then you drop off of one of these bad boys and you're in this, like, you know, foot deep sand craziness. It's very drastic and it can evolve very quickly. And I think that's what's so neat is when you go out east, it's typically like, okay, well, it's just always black dirt. There's a lot of roots. There's going to be trees. There might be rocks also. But it doesn't evolve or quickly change a lot like it does here.
Right. I know what you're just saying, you know, the foot deep sand. That sand will get you. You got to stay on top of it. But then you have to worry about the rocks that could possibly be hiding. I jokingly always say there's jumping rocks out here. Of course, we know they're not, but
right.
they're
it feels
hidden.
like they are because they take you out quick.
Exactly. All right. 131 possibly is the number on this vehicle or this bike.
Looks like a Sherco too. That might have been the racer that
Riley
we were
Bender?
just talking about. Oh, Riley Bender. That's one of our A riders. Yeah, so he actually qualified into the first 20. So he was fast enough yesterday that he was there in the majority of the pro racers.
But look how steep that is.
Yeah.
Sorry, don't want to cut you
No,
off,
you're
but you
fine.
can see right there how steep that is, and he's going up it and deciding he's going to go back down and take a different line.
Yeah, He's looking at that GPS going, you know what, if I go this way, maybe I can still head in the direction I need to head. Oh, and look, you can see a little bit of track right there, too.
So steep. I mean, he's
Hanging
basically just
on.
a sled down that rock hill right there.
Good bike control, though, man, the way he was kind of using that rear brake to drag just a little bit, but keeping his body weight centered on the bike, so that way he didn't go too far forward or lean too far back so that the bike tried to wash out or fall down underneath him.
And that's where seat time and practice is where it comes in key. Whenever you're ready. Alrighty, I'm going to step on out of the booth and hand it back over to our moto experts here. So it was good to be in here with you guys, and I'll see y'all later.
Great addition to our program, Pam Hall. Thank you very much for joining Brian and myself. Chris back in the booth right now with Brian. Brian, man, you've had quite an exciting day. I mean, going all the way out to Chocolate Thunder, catching the start, catching the finish, getting some great interviews, and now back in the booth with me over here. What's the highlight of your day so far, brother?
Man, so I really do think it was getting the opportunity to head over to Chocolate Thunder and to do some of those interviews, just because of the fact that not only do you get to see the racers kind of in their element when they're getting done, but you get to see some of the racers that are coming around and finishing off their second lap, about to have to go out on their third, and you can just see the wear and tear on the bike, on the body, on the mind, and that they're filling up the bike, they're filling up the tank, and they are getting ready to go back out. And I love looking at that. I love seeing the terrain. Like, being at these events is just amazing. So I'm super thankful to have that opportunity to go out there. That was probably the highlight, was getting a chance to do those interviews.
Well, taking a look at our yellow brick tracker, number 112, Eli Hammonds, appears to be our first A rider. So 16th in the tracker, 16th overall. Great job by the number 112. Now, of course, a big congratulations out to a good friend of ours, Ricky Brayback, 2024 Dakar champion, comes back second time winning the Dakar. Outstanding job, but he is a local out here. He grew up racing in the desert. He's in Jackrabbits MC. Several national hare and hound titles for the lad out of Oak Hills. And really, I was hoping to, I put a word out to Ricky, hopefully to get him to come out and join us. He joined us after his first win a couple years ago, joined Ricky Johnson and myself, and we had a great chat with Ricky Brayback, congratulating him for being the first American to actually win the Dakar. Now, if we back up a little bit, oh man, Danny Laporte was leading the Paris-Dakar one time until the last leg had a mechanical issue. It dropped him back to second. He ended up getting second place. And another one to get second place was Stearns, and he got second place in the Dakar Rally. But Ricky Brayback, the only American ever to win once, but he won it twice. And a spoiler alert for those of you following Supercross and you got it on recording back at home, or you can dig into Peacock. Wow. What about this AP? Aaron Plessinger took the win last night.
Yeah, if that is 131, Riley Bender, that should be our A winner right there coming through. If that is the case and he's finishing out all of those checks, he would have 12 checks done, and he would be coming in about an hour and a half behind Cody Webb. That is a lot, but man alive, that is awesome to see. That is the future right there, because Riley Bender is 16 years old, so not only is he taking on the A class, he's doing a phenomenal job and beating even some of the pros out there here at the 2024 King of the Motos.
Like to mention also Riley Bender yesterday took 16th overall out of the 150 riders. So great job by the lad. 16 years old on the Sherco, number 131. So we had another rider in that mix, in that top 20, Brandon Bird, number 316. He's gas mounted. And we should be probably watching fairly soon, because he was right on the heels of Riley Bender.
And that looks like Devin Finaro there, number 101, duct taped onto the front of his bike. If that's the case, that is one of our pro classes, Crosslinks components over there. So if you want to get some protection for your swing arms, make sure you check out Crosslink components. Good job, Devin, coming on through. And for Devin coming through, he just finished his second lap, so I don't know if he's going to be able to go back out, but good job, Devin, for getting out there.
You know, we're following our yellow brick trackers right now, trying to catch some numbers and where riders are at. 11th in the 30 plus A class is Christopher Keinberg, number 644. Ulysses Grant, he's on his first loop, but he's running 9th in the C class. Daniel Lewis, he got 12th in the pro class. Nolan Albrecht, the papa of the Albrecht family. No, that's the youngster. That's in the youth lights class. He got first youth lights. 15 years old, Nolan Albrecht, number 2200. Our top four-stroke sportsman, we had 2 4-strokes sign up out of the 150 riders. Number 269, Anson Maloney, took the top honors.
Cool right now, getting to see 738 Joseph Bridges coming through in that 30-plus A vet class. Got to see if we can check out what Yellow Brick and see about where he's at. Oh, and of course he is right there at the finish line. That rock stopping all his momentum, taking a little dive off there to the left.
Then we have the 110 rider Guest. He got 10th in the pro, got 10th overall. Finished his race. Makana Berger, 18th in the A class, number 400. And then Devin Sir, 9th in the 40 plus A class. Our top 30 plus A vet rider, number 738, Joe Bridges. Joe Bridges just now coming into Chocolate Thunder for his finish.
Yeah, there he is right there on that AEO KTM, giving Justin a hug, saying, "Thanks, buddy. That was a lot of fun. I don't know that I want to do that again." He just got 2 laps done, so not going to go out for that 3rd lap. There is not enough time. Of course, they're getting ready. Oh, and there's those Liqui trucks back there, our prime, our title sponsor this year for the 2024 King of the Motos. Super excited to have them on board, helping out with this, the sport of U.S. hard enduro. And that is Justin, our race director there, also talking with Bridges as he comes across the line.
You know, Brian, I was just going to mention about Justin. Not very many promoters or course workers will do exactly what Justin just did, but it reminds me of Casey Folks, Best in the Desert. Casey would shake everybody's hand to go out and race course, and he would congratulate everybody at the finish. And
that's awesome, man.
Not very many people are of the class that Casey Folks was, and I was honored to be a good friend of his for all the way back when he was still racing before he even started Best in the Desert. And huge loss. We lost him about 4 years ago now. Casey Folks, what a great individual. And he had Nevada wrapped up in the back of his hand for sure.
Well, if you're wondering if there's still racers on course, there are 2 racers right there hanging out in that ravine. One down there on the KTM waiting for the rider ahead of him to move just a little bit so he can kind of try to maneuver his bike up the nice little canyon that they've got themselves situated into right now.
Now, Brian, what do you think about our C riders that are still on course? They're having quite a heck of a time, aren't they?
Well, from what it sounds like talking to the riders there at the finish, considering that this was what they were looking for when it comes to the level of a hard enduro race, I have a feeling the B riders and the C riders got handed more than they thought they would. Because last year, the event was a little bit easier, and this year it's a lot longer. The technicality definitely was brought to the game. And so I think some of the more, early on, some of your B riders, some of your C riders might have gotten more than they expected. But honestly, in the long run, it's just go back to the drawing board, go back, start practicing, and get ready to come back next year and see if you can get one checkpoint further, see if you can get one lap further.
Well, in talking with Justin, he said about 75% of loop number 1 was brand new.
Man, how awesome is that?
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, man. And you heard that in the interviews. They really did talk about how you could tell that a lot of it was fresh terrain. And that's neat to see, man. It's not just like trying to reuse a lot of the Hammers trails. Even though it's great to use some of the iconic Hammer trails, it's not something that we have to stick to. This has to evolve, has to continue to get more difficult and challenge the riders.
I believe that was Christopher Kindberg just now coming in for finish, 5th place in the 30+ A class. It's funny, Brian, because you ride age class. You ride 40+. And I remember when I turned 30 and I was doing a little bit of ARMA Vintage. I was doing the West Coast Vintage Nationals. And I got 2nd place at the CZ World Championship back in '98 at Carlsbad. Anyway, back up to that. You take a look. I couldn't wait to start racing vet 30+, and after doing so, then I didn't race 40+, and I didn't race 50+, and I'm in my mid-60s now. I did not race 60+ either. And there's Robbie Goolsby. Hey, good job today, Robbie. Thank you, man. Ryder LeBlond going, hey, Ryder, you want to come on over and chat with us for a bit? Come on up. Yep. Yeah, Brian had a good chance at talking to Ryder LeBlond earlier today, and he's going to come up and talk to me here in just a moment. So. Ryder taking 3rd place today, just like he did last year. Ryder, always great seeing you. Congratulations. The funnest part, the hardest part for you today?
The funnest part, I don't know. It was pretty fun just all 3 of us together. 4 of us there for a while with Will. The first 2 laps we were all together, so that was cool. And then it's always a good feeling when two of them will kind of go the wrong way, look at the GPS, and then you find the track on yours. You're like, oh, shoot, I found the right line, and start following it. And it feels good when you're just following the GPS with no tracks there for a while. That's a cool feeling. And then toughest part of the day was probably that last lap for me. Once I lost sight of Trystan and Cody, I pushed hard to try to catch back up, but they were pushing hard too. So that was probably the only bad part of the day was losing them. It was cool to be with them the rest of the day, though. So
now, in talking to Justin Lineweber earlier today, he's talking about, well, we made some really good course markings in the gnarly spots. And you were able to notice that, so you didn't have to look at your navigation, right?
Yeah. Between that and just letting Cody and Trystan lead there back and forth was definitely a good way to just kind of save energy, because I didn't have to keep looking down my GPS as much. And honestly, once we get in some of those valleys, even when you're leading, you can kind of just go up the valley. There's no other way you can get out other than going up the valley, so you just follow that pretty much.
So now, did you have a chance to be in the lead at all?
A couple of times. We were all back and forth. It didn't last long. I don't think anybody other than Cody was really in the lead for too long. Yeah, I'd get in the lead, maybe longest time I was in lead, maybe 10 minutes, but I'd kind of miss a turn, and then two guys would sneak inside and then just follow them. And after I did that once or twice, I was like, okay, I'm just going to follow. But it's so much less energy following.
It's kind of funny because we were talking about that one. When you come off of lap number 1 or loop number 1, and you come into the pit, and both you and Trystan were right behind Cody, and he pulls into the pit, did you realize that he wasn't going to stop?
Yeah, that threw me off, actually. I expected everyone to get gas and switch their GPSs over, and then Cody made a hard right corner and started taking off. I was like, oh, crap. So I was scrambling. I'm sure Trystan was scrambling too, but it was it threw me off a little bit the rest of that lap. And in the pit, I couldn't get my gas cap off. I was panicking. Was didn't know what to do with my hands. And yeah, it took me I should have just been more patient there, and maybe we could have reeled Cody in. But he took off. That was a good move on his part, because I don't think we saw him the rest of that lap.
Now, did any of you guys have anything for Cody?
The first two laps, obviously, we did. And towards the end of the third lap, I think me and Trystan did gain a little bit of time, because at one point we were pretty far back, I think. And I think he cleaned a couple of the lap 3 only sections pretty well compared to Trystan and I. So, I think we had some speed at the end, but there was just a couple tough sections where Cody just schooled us on. So,
it's pretty wild, because out of the 4 riders, you and Will, of course, are the 2 youngest. And Trystan's somewhere in between, but Cody's the old man in the group, 32 years young. And how old are you, Ryder?
I'm 22.
22. And then I think Will's, 20?
Yeah, 20, something like that.
And I think Tristan's, 25?
Yep.
Somewhere
around there.
So, new young guns coming up, but I know you wanted to get at least second place this year. You got third place last year, so now you're 2-time third place for King of the Motos.
Yeah, no, it's good. I definitely saw improvement this year. I'm more familiar with the desert now. I can read the terrain a lot better, even without the GPS. I recognize some sections, and honestly, just from being out here practicing the last 2 weeks, and recognize some stuff. Everything. It all looks the same, but there's little things you learn just being in the desert, especially for someone who hasn't grown up in the desert.
Right. Now, you grew up back east. What was it a lot like when you were growing up, learning how to ride motorcycles?
Yeah, obviously way different than here. It's we get a lot of rain. There's woods, there's trees, the mountains aren't quite as crazy looking because it's all trees, so you can't even see them half the time. But honestly, it's there's some stuff I can take from the East Coast. It's slick out here, but a different kind of slick. So I learned how to manage the throttle and use throttle control, clutch control to kind of make up for that in those loose sections, carry more momentum, just little things like that can kind of carry over from the East Coast.
Well, we truly appreciate you coming and making this King of the Motos part of your program. Congratulations on another third place. But I want to give you the opportunity, thank everybody to help, because it's a team effort. It's not just you on a Rockstar Energy Husqvarna. You have an entire team. Go and thank everybody.
Yeah, there's a huge team of us. Obviously, the whole Rockstar Energy Husqvarna team, and then my mechanic Marsh. He's been hard at work this year. He's actually helping out 2 riders in the shop, so he's building a lot of bikes. And I know he's been stressed about it lately. There he is right there. No, but he's put in the work, and I know sometimes I give him crap for it, but he's killed it this year. Bike was perfect, and obviously Anthony, the team manager, Leon, suspension. We really dialed the new bike in this year, and I'm excited for the rest of the season.
Yeah, I've known Marshall since he was a little kid and following up on all the Grand Prix, and does a good job, man. We kind of miss him at the races now because he's been working with you.
Yeah, I know. Same goofy little kid though. Look at him over there.
It's all good. He's having a good time. He's over at the coffee pit stop, so that's cool.
Oh yeah.
Your next event, where are you going?
The next one for us will be Grinding Stone, the next U.S. Hard Enduro, which is in March, I think. So.
Not going to Hawaii, huh?
No, unfortunately, I miss Hawaii. It was cool last year, but since it's not one of the premier rounds, we won't be going this year. Maybe in the future, definitely in the future. I like it over there, but yeah, for now, I'll just do the premier rounds here, and Page will be the next one for us, and hopefully get that win.
Now, do you expect yourself to be where you are right now a couple of years ago?
No, definitely not. I mean, 2-3 years ago, definitely this was the goal, to be up here and be battling with these guys. But shoot, 4, 5, 6 years ago, if you told me this, I would have been like, pinch me, there's no way. It's cool. I'm really thankful for everything. I love dirt bikes. Like, even if I wasn't doing this professionally, I'm sure I'd still have a dirt bike at home and be trying to ride every day after work or doing whatever. So to be able to do this for my life for right now, it's I'm really thankful for it. It's cool.
Where do you call home now?
Still Pennsylvania. Still live at home. Yep.
Wow. Well, sure. Really thank you for coming and talking with me, and congratulations again. Hope to see you along the loop.
Yeah,
and
for sure.
Wish you all the best of luck for 24.
Awesome.
Go
Thank
get
you.
them, okay?
Thank you very much. Thanks
Ryder,
for having me out.
LeBlond, congratulations. 3rd place today. Good job, man. Really nice. Ryder LeBlond taking the time out of his day to go get something to eat to come and talk with me. So, good job for him and the Rockstar Energy Husqvarna team. Of course, his teammate being out of Colton Haaker coming in 5th place today. What do you think of that, Bri?
Oh, man, which part? The entire day or your interview there with Ryder?
Yes.
All of it, right? I don't know, right? Yeah, man. It was, I think, one of the more interesting interviews to listen to earlier today was the one from Colton Haaker. At times, it sounds like he is still very interested to be here, and then at other times, it sounds like this might not be the place for him anymore. And so it's interesting to hear what he says and the way that he says that every now and again during these interviews. But in the long run, I know it's tough, and we catch everybody at a time when they're extremely kind of pooped after all the racing that they've been doing. And it was great to see Cooper Abbott up there as well. So 5th place today for Cooper Abbott. You know, they're on that Sherco 300. And I didn't realize that he doesn't even ride a 4-stroke anymore. He said that he's going to be doing an arena cross, and I was like, well, you're going to be on a 300 or you're going to be on a 4-stroke, you know, maybe one of the 4-stroke 300s that Sherco has. He's like, no, I don't even have any 4-strokes anymore, so I'll be on the 2-stroke. It's like, oh, cool. That'll be cool to see the Sherco 2-stroke at an arena cross.
Right.
But, yeah, I'm just surprised that there's just no 4-strokes in the stable.
Well, just like today, I mean, this weekend, we only had 2 4-strokes in this entire mix. So. Here we are. We're winding down to the last couple of minutes here. It's 10 minutes after 3 o'clock. We're closing up at 3:15. And we're going to be closing the course at 3:15, so we'll be sending everybody back that hasn't made it on the end of that or the start of the next loop. They'll be sending it back to pit.
Yeah, and then if everything stays on schedule, we will be back at 5 o'clock for the awards. It's going to be a good time, hooting and hollering, hearing a little bit from everybody that's going to be getting there on their podium for their respective class.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, Brian. You know, yourself and myself being a couple of the older gentlemen in the booth as well. You're in your
Definitely
40s.
older, but I don't know about wiser. That might be you. I don't know about me.
I don't know about that either. I've made a lot of mistakes my entire life, but One mistake I did not make was keeping myself involved in the motor racing aspect of life. And it is a lifestyle. It's not what we do, but it becomes a big part of who we are. And when you do, multitudes of different events every single year, I do a lot of motocross qualifiers. I do some speedway once in a while. Do some enduro cross. Do some motocross. I do a whole aspect of different venues all over the place. So it's.
What kind of tree do you think that is? Just a bush?
Just a bush.
Just a bush? Just a desert bush? It's probably got the best vantage point ever right there out there. Oh, look at that shot of Hammertown. I just can't believe that it's going to be 5 times bigger come next week.
If not 10 times bigger. Yeah, it gets of concern. That's a good view of Hammertown right there. Look at that, over the hill. I tell you what, King of the Hammers production crew, you guys did an outstanding job all weekend long.
Killing it.
Giving us some awesome stuff to talk about. You know what, Brian? I'm actually running out of voice, and I don't do that very often.
Yeah, today's been a day. We've been doing this for 6 hours. We did 5 hours yesterday. There's a lot of talking, man. A lot of thinking, a lot of doing. That's all good. I'm just excited to continue to see the sport of hard enduro grow. We hear that for 2025, we're going to have a national championship. So though we do have, Trystan Hart has the #1 plate right now, that is not an AMA national championship. So it sounds like for 2025, that is going to be an AMA national championship that the U.S. Hard Enduro has been fighting for the past couple of years. So I'm glad that that's going to be happening. And then as Justin talked about a couple times during some of the preview shows that we had about how much the youth classes are growing. So we're starting to see racers come into hard enduro at a very young age and decide that this is the path that they want to take. They're getting 2-strokes and trials bikes at the age of 12 years old and just out there trying to see if they can continue to grow their skills on a dirt bike. And so that says that the sport throughout the next couple of years definitely still has a lot to go and a lot to grow.
Well, look at this, Brian. Our top 50A rider, 36th overall. That's a phenomenal finish for this
Heck
gentleman.
yeah.
Alden Anderson, number 717, took top honors in our 50+ A class.
And it looks like that is a blue number. So that is also, he might have actually hit his 3rd lap. I don't know if he got a chance to go out on it. He may have just finished his 2nd one, but in the long run still, even finishing 2nd and going for a 3rd is a pretty good attempt out there. That's for dang sure.
2nd honors in 30+ A class was Joe Bridges. And he's on bike number 738. Joe, great job. And he is also there at Chocolate Thunder.
Well, the course is closed. Here are our top 10 finishers. You called it. You were the one. I know I was a little hesitant in the what I was going to say about Cody Webb, but, man, he came and he did exactly what you said he was going to do. What do you think about that?
Well, I knew it wasn't going to be easy. Trystan Hart is, even though he took a couple of months off this year, and coming back on, he was a serious threat. But what about Ryder LeBlond coming in third place like he did last year? But I tell you what, the class and the level of riders that have come on to play, a lot higher than it was last year.
Yes, indeed. I know. So then, of course, after Cody Webb, Trystan Hart there in second place, he did say that he was trying to catch Webb, but he just couldn't have it. When I asked him about, hey, was that 2 months off a little bit too much? He was like, maybe it was, unfortunately. So, but then you even said it too. Ryder LeBlond there in third place. Will Riordan now on that gas in fourth place. And then we were talking about Cooper Abbott in fifth. But what do you got on Colton Haaker there in sixth place?
Colton, he's two-time King of the Motos champion and many-time Endurocross champion. I don't rule him out, but he needs to step up his game a little bit to keep up with these youngsters,
I don't disagree with you, but then we get a chance to see James Flynn there in seventh place. You actually know the Flynns pretty well, don't you?
I do. They live in Page. Well, at least Dad lives in Page, and James, he's moved down to Peoria, Arizona now. He lives down there, and he gets to ride with, Taylor Robert, and gets to ride with the Abbotts as well. So definitely no slouch there with James Flynn, and he's getting better and better. Look at this, seventh place today.
Yeah, and then I saw Gage Key there in eighth place, and he's on that HTR gas, so it's cool to see there. And, of course, we do have a ninth and a 10th. We're going to get that graphic back up there. And as we work on that, getting that graphic to show you guys what our ninth and our 10th place were, just remember at 5 o'clock we're going to have our award ceremony. So even though this feed is going to end here in just a little bit, you can come back for that award at 5 o'clock. So talk us through our ninth and 10th place there.
Gage Key comes in eighth place. Coelho Hoodie. Now, he was all the way up to third place off the start. So Coelho coming in, Coelho Hoodie coming in ninth. And then Ryder Guest rounds up our top 10 for our 2024 Liqui Moly for King of the Motos.
Well, Chris, thank you very much for everything today. I think this has been a ton of fun. We've got just a little bit of break. I'm going to go get some food, and we're going to come back for the awards at 5 p.m. What do you think?
Sounds good to me, and big thanks to Pam, and big thanks also to all the fine staff, hard workers that put on this great event, King of the Motos. Every single year just gets better and better.
You got that right. All right, we'll see you guys soon.
Okay, cheers.